Recording in progress.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we extend to you all a warm welcome to the Sultanate of Oman for the 8th Indian Ocean Conference. My name is Hawra al-Blushi, and I will be guiding proceedings today. مرحبا بكم في سلطنة عمان وفي المؤتمر الثامن للمحيط الهندي. اسمي حوراء البلوشية وسأكون مقدمة هذا الحدث اليوم. Please kindly take your seats for the inaugural session Shortly, Dr. Ram Madhav, President of the India Foundation, will take the stage to formally commence the conference. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
I am pleased to announce Oman's intention to host next Indian Ocean Conference
Namaskar, Salam Alaikum, and good morning, dear Excellencies, officials, and delegates to the 8th Indian Ocean Conference. I am honored to invite you all to this conference, which is hosted jointly by the India Foundation and RSIS Singapore. This year's conference is taking place at Muscat in Oman. This conference has already become an important calendar event for the region, for all the countries. We have a number of countries which are present today and which have been attending this conference year after year. And I see a number of excellencies who have attended more than one Indian Ocean conference in the past. I am happy to inform that in this year's conference we have 28 ministers participating from 26 countries and delegates coming from more than 40 countries. In that sense, this happens to be the biggest conference in the series of Indian Ocean conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the historic and most modern country of Oman. Oman is known for its mesmerizing natural beauty. It's a wonderland of captivating landscapes and wildlife, shifting sands of deserts and enchanting mountains, multi-hued waters of the wadis, and the glittering and sparkling waves of the ocean. Welcome to Oman. At the very outset, ladies and gentlemen, it is my humble duty to express my deep gratitude to His Majesty, the Sultan of Oman, Haytham bin Tariq Al Said, for his gracious gesture of inviting us all to this conference here. I'm more delighted to highlight that this year happens to be the 75th year of the bilateral relations between India and Oman. I'm sure there cannot be a better way to celebrate that strong relationship between the two countries than hosting this conference here. A round of applause for His Majesty, please. We also applaud the Foreign Minister and, of course, a member of the Presidium of the Organizing Committee of the Indian Ocean Conference, His Excellency Syed Badr Hamad Al-Busaidi, for all the excellent arrangements that we have been experiencing since yesterday. I must mention my greatest appreciation for His Excellency because he took pains to look into every minute aspect of the arrangements. In fact, he was personally here in this hall overseeing the arrangements yesterday. It shows his commitment as a true host, as a host that Oman is known for, a hospitality that Oman is known for. Excellency, thank you very much for this superb hospitality that you extended, and also, of course, to the excellent team of your foreign ministry. Friends, External Affairs Minister of India, Dr. Jaishankar, is, of course, a household name in the diplomatic world. Under the dynamic leadership of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, Dr. Jaishankar has taken India's foreign policy to newer heights. He is, of course, a member of the Presidium of the Organizing Committee of this conference, but he has been an integral part of the journey from 2016 onwards. Dr. Jaishankar has his foot always in an aircraft. So he was in Washington, D.C. day before yesterday, at Munich Security Conference yesterday, and is here today amongst us all for this conference. He never misses the Indian Ocean Conference, so we are very grateful to you for all the support that you extend. The Presidium of the Organizing Committee has one more wonderful member, one more senior leader, Foreign Minister of Singapore, Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan. He was our first host in 2016, and he has been there through almost all the conferences. He also never misses the conference. Unfortunately, we miss his presence in person in this conference, but he is already there virtually, listening to the proceedings, following the proceedings, and he will address us virtually from Singapore. Excellency, we welcome you, and also thank you for all the support that you extend. Ladies and gentlemen, Indian Ocean is the third largest ocean in the world. From the Persian Gulf to the Straits of Malacca, this vast expanse of water covers over 74 million square kilometers. But more importantly, the Indian Ocean is today the epicenter of the global power axis. It is here that the economies of scale and the fastest growing new economies exist. The strategic location of the Indian Ocean is transforming it rapidly into becoming the world's largest trade route by volume, connecting major economies from the North Atlantic to Indo-Pacific. Over 60% of the world's container trade and 70% of the energy trade passes through the sea lanes of this region. I'm saying trade because I'm talking in terms of the volumes. The Indian Ocean is a crowded space today, with vessels of all major countries crisscrossing its waters. Important next-generation communication networks proliferate in the region through undersea cables. This region faces challenges like piracy, seaborne terrorism, climate challenges, human and contraband trafficking, illegal and unregulated fishing, arms running, poaching, and humanitarian challenges like rising seawater levels, evacuations, and disaster relief. This conference is aimed at building collaborative frameworks in the region to address these important challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, in the end, I would like to remind to this august audience what Admiral Alfred T. Mahan had said a century ago. Admiral Mahan, who was a very close confidant of Theodore Roosevelt and also a known, renowned American strategist, wrote about a century ago, and I quote, "Whoever attains maritime supremacy in the Indian Ocean would be a prominent player on the international scene," unquote. Let me also remind to all the august audience here that when Mahan was making that statement, those comments, the Indian Ocean used to be called as the British Lake. Let me take this opportunity to humbly caution all the eminences from the Indian Ocean region assembled here that the supremacy of the Indian Ocean region must remain in the hands of all of us from this region, and we should be the masters of this region of peace. Let me end with a thought. In 1957, the European Economic Community was created with the stated objective of, within quotes, creating a strong economic partnership to foster growth and stability and enhancing European political and economic integration. 35 years later, that became the European Union. Can we substitute Europe with Indian Ocean? And the question that I want to leave before the august audience before I conclude will be, should an Indian Ocean Union take 34 more years to become a reality? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 8th Indian Ocean Conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Radav, for your inaugural address. Our host, His Excellency Sayyid Badr al-Busaidi, Foreign Minister of Oman, will shortly commence his speech. But first, if this is your first time to this country, let us give you an introduction.
The Sultanate of Oman is a country of exceptional beauty. A country where nature flourishes, offering up treasures to the eye and the spirit. A country where the richness of its landscapes is matched by the charm of its people. A country where hospitality and respect for all are a way of life. A country where bold, optimistic youth is ready to build on the foundations laid down by previous generations. A modern country that values its traditions and culture, always looking to bring together and build. A country that is alive to the potential of its people and its location. For centuries, Oman's size and its long coastline have assured its significance. Comprehensive plans for economic and social development mean its importance as a business hub is set to grow. Through education and training, Oman's 2040 vision is encouraging young people to unleash their energy. In a sometimes turbulent region, Oman is a safe haven, a friend to all. It offers an excellent environment for trade and investment, built on political stability and a consistent foreign policy committed to dialogue.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Your Excellencies and dear friends, I am really and truly honored to welcome you to the Sultanate of Oman. We are delighted to host this 8th edition of the Indian Ocean Conference here in Muscat. I thank the Indian Foundation for organizing this event, supported by the Rajarantam School of International Studies, Singapore, as well as the hard-working team that have made it happen. I thank every one of you. Our theme, Voyage to the Horizons of Maritime Partnership, compels us to reflect upon a shared maritime past, face present challenges, and chart a course for the future. Your presence here today reflects a shared principle that the Indian Ocean is not just a body of water, it is a lifeline for economies, a channel of exchange, a source of connection, and a passage for friendship. Today, we have a responsibility to progress on matters such as maritime stewardship, freedom of shipping, and tackling coastal communities' climate challenges. This conference is also an opportunity to explore the broader potential of our ocean. Oman's economic vision pivots on aligning economic progress with conservation in sectors such as the blue economy, port infrastructure, and logistics. And I hope this conference will enable us to develop shared strategies which are both mutually beneficial and sustainable. But our partnership extends far beyond maritime matters. It accomplishes and encompasses the energy transition, of course, technology, our vision of the South, and much more. Dear colleagues, the policy of the Sultanate of Oman emphasizes commonalities. We choose to focus on shared ambitions and view our diversity as a source of strength. Oman prioritizes inclusive dialogue, multilateralism, and non-interference. And Oman encourages others to make similar choices. We choose to trust, choose to lead by example, and choose to listen and engage constructively and respectfully. We mutually respect and constructive engagement. We can understand and accommodate different perspectives, build on each other's strengths, and benefit from our partners' expertise. This friends to all approach helps us to resolve shared problems in a judicial, inclusive, and sustainable way. And history proves this. Oman has been a seafaring nation for millennia. And for our ancestors, the ocean was a channel for trade and cultural exchange. This is still true today. Each community offered different skills, commodities, and insights. Through maritime partnership, we collectively reaped the rewards of this diversity. For exchange on this level, the world needs dialogue to set the terms, cooperation to enforce them, and trust in partners' goodwill. And so the law of the sea was born. The Byzantines created maritime customs and legal principles as early as the 7th century. They set the stage for global cooperation in the seas. 1,000 years later, in the early 17th century, Dutch jurist Hugo Grotius responded to sovereignty claims over the oceans in the publication that he did, Me Liberum, the Free Sea, and he insisted that the seas remain open to all. And in the following centuries, this became a universal principle. It laid the foundation for the robust international maritime law, and increasingly, it led to prosperity from the growth of trade. And by the mid-20th century, shared maritime concerns such as resource exploitation and shared opportunities such as technology encouraged greater partnership. Almost all states recognized that they lacked the naval capacity to operate globally at all times. If they wanted to act against piracy, for example, or illegal fishing and transnational crime, they needed partnership. They needed cooperation. And this led UN member states to establish the Convention of the Law of the Sea. Dear guest, your presence here today reflects a recognition that this partnership remains the best way to safeguard our seas. Maritime security, freedom of navigation, and justice will not be guaranteed through antagonism or military force and supremacist policies in which the rights of some come at the cost of others. Through partnership, the South can speak, we can collaborate on operational security, and we can listen to those actors destabilizing our seas, understand their motives, and address issues at their root. My dear friends, just as we have chosen to view the Indian Ocean not as a barrier, but as a bridge, Oman views all parties as friends with whom we have far more in common than we have differences. The Sultanate of Oman is committed to fostering an inclusive Indian Ocean, one that ensures that all nations, South and North, have an equitable stake in the security and the prosperity of these waters. There are challenges not everyone share our emphasis on peacefully. There are challenges that not everyone will probably engage with us on. But as we launch the 8th Indian Ocean Conference here in Oman today, we must urge everyone to lead by example. We must not be carried by currents of antagonism. Partnership must be our anchor, and let us strengthen the multilateral platforms which promote collaboration, capacity building, and shared responsibility. Excellencies, dear friends, we are here because of our similarities as well as our differences. Our histories were all shaped by the same ocean. We may have adapted differently to its changing tides, but today it is a source of security, stability, and prosperity for us all. This conference is an opportunity for our similarities to bond us further and for our differences to complement each other as we collectively navigate towards new horizons of partnerships and a brighter future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sayyid Badr. We are delighted to be joined live now by Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Singapore, via live video link. Minister, it's a pleasure to invite you to address the conference virtually. The floor is now yours.
Thank you. Minister for Foreign Affairs of Oman, Sayyid Badr bin Hamad Al Busaidi, of course, my good friend, the Minister for External Affairs of India, Dr. S. Jaishankar, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First, an apology for not being able to join you physically in person, but at least I'm here live virtually. It's an honor, a privilege to address all of you at the 8th Indian Ocean Conference. And let me extend my deepest appreciation to our good friend and stalwart Minister Sayyid Badr for hosting this conference, as well as Dr. Ram Madhav, who's been an indefatigable spirit behind this conference from the India Foundation, and of course the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies. Thank you all for co-organizing this. The theme of today's conference, Voyage to the New Horizons of Maritime Partnership. For millennia, and here I will echo Sayyid Badr, the Indian Ocean has been a vital economic lifeline, a cultural bridge, a conduit for essential commerce. From the ancient maritime spice route to some of today's busiest shipping lanes, like the Straits of Malacca, the Indian Ocean has fostered not just the movement of physical goods, but the exchange of knowledge and ideas that have shaped our shared history. The Indian Ocean today connects the major engines of the international economy, all the way from North Atlantic to those of us here in the Asia Pacific. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development estimates that over 80% of global trade by volume and over 70% by value is transported by sea. A substantial portion of this flows through the Indian Ocean, including about 80% of the world's maritime oil trade and 9.48 billion tons of cargo. It's worth recollecting that despite modern connectivity, air travel, and high-speed rail, in fact, maritime shipping remains the most cost-efficient way of transporting vast quantities of cargo across our globe. An average container ship that traverses the Suez Canal today can carry about 18,000 TEUs, 20-foot equivalent units. If we were to unload every single container from this ship and place it onto a train, that train would stretch for more than 100 kilometers. There is no substitute for the economies of scale offered by maritime shipping. However, this is premised on the continued openness and sustainability of the oceans and the seas. The fact of the matter is our world has become more dangerous. There are hot wars still smoldering in the Middle East, in Africa, in Ukraine. There is a danger of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, as well as precision and AI-guided systems becoming more lethal and potent in the future. Today, we all know that even non-state actors can interdict vital lanes of communication. At the same time, the liberal world order and the multilateral system, which we have taken for granted over many decades, is now severely eroding. And there has been a pushback all over the world against free trade and economic integration. What this means is that many countries are now taking more protectionist and nationalistic positions. We've also seen flagrant violations of international law and the UN Charter. In these times, I think for all the countries represented in this conference, we must reaffirm our collective commitment to international law and a rules-based world order. The 1982 United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, provides that essential legal framework that ensures freedom of navigation and equitable access to maritime resources as a right and not by the grace of any resident superpower. These principles, enshrined in UNCLOS, enable global maritime trade to flourish as vessels can traverse freely across national jurisdictions and international waterways. For instance, a ship departing from Singapore can freely sail through the Straits of Malacca, cross the international waters in the Indian Ocean, and navigate through territorial seas in order to visit Mumbai or Salalah, and without seeking permission or paying rental, or even seeking license fees for that matter. This is what freedom of navigation means, and this is guaranteed under UNCLOS. For small trading economies like Singapore and Oman, the open and unimpeded flow of maritime trade is absolutely essential. Just last year, the Port of Singapore set a new record, and we handled over 40 million TEUs. This is just in Singapore. If you lined up all the containers that were processed through Singapore last year, if you lined them all up, they would stretch more than 6.5 times around the world's equator. That's not a small number. For all of us here, including littoral and landlocked states that benefit from this essential maritime shipping, UNCLOS, and by extension, a rules-based world order is essential. There is some reason to be optimistic. The adoption by consensus of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, or BBNJ for short, agreement, in June 2023, actually, given the times, is a remarkable victory for international law. And Singapore was proud to have played our part in this global effort. Our ambassador, Rina Lee's leadership as president of the Intergovernmental Conference helped to bring the BBNJ agreement to fruition. And this agreement, aimed at conserving and sustainably using marine biodiversity in the high seas, has direct implications for the Indian Ocean, which is currently also under threat from climate change and global warming. Which brings me to my next point, the need to protect our common heritage, to protect our oceans. The sea surface temperatures in the Indian Ocean have risen by an average of 1 degree Celsius. And you don't need to be in the Maldives or Mauritius to see for your own eyes the widespread coral bleaching and the loss of seagrass. The seas have become rougher, and extreme weather events like cyclones have become more frequent. And the key shipping routes are being disrupted. At the current rate of warming, the Indian Ocean is projected to experience near permanent marine heat waves. With the BBNJ agreement, marine protected areas can be established in international waters. We believe this will safeguard critical habitats and marine ecosystems that act as essential carbon sinks, another critical element for mitigating global warming. We must also invest in sustainable development of the maritime industry. The International Maritime Organization aims to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by around 2050. Today, shipping accounts for nearly 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. In Singapore, we are taking steps to reduce our maritime emissions. We have revised our Maritime Singapore Green Initiative to offer incentives for ships that adopt cleaner technologies and sustainable fuels. We are also boosting port productivity and sustainability through new technologies like smart grids. Our Global Center for Maritime Decarbonization completed its final trial of biofuels, which saw a 28% reduction in emissions compared to conventional fuels. We have also set up a Center for Excellence in Maritime Energy and Sustainable Development to innovate new solutions. We have established 6 bilateral green and digital shipping corridors to support the decarbonization of the maritime industry and to enhance efficiencies through digitalization. I've taken some pains to enumerate this because actually what we want is to make an appeal for new partners, especially from the Indian Ocean, to join us on this essential enterprise for the future. So let me conclude by saying that in an era of increasing geopolitical uncertainty and environmental challenges, all of us need to work together to uphold a stable, rules-based maritime order and to pursue sustainable solutions to safeguard our shared ocean, the Indian Ocean, for future generations. And this conference is an important opportunity for us to exchange ideas, forge new collaborations, reaffirm our collective commitment to these goals. Look forward to the constructive discussions ahead and to charting a course for more secure and sustainable future for all of us in the Indian Ocean. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Minister, for your speech. It's a pleasure for you to join us live from Singapore. We now kindly invite Dr. Jai Shankar, External Affairs Minister of India, to the stage for the conference keynote address.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear friends, it's a great pleasure today to join you all and share my thoughts at the 8th Indian Ocean Conference on our voyage to new horizons of maritime partnership. Before I do so, let me express my gratitude, appreciation to the government of the Sultanate of Oman, specifically to my brother, Foreign Minister Syed Badr, to the organizers, India Foundation, RSIS, and of course to Ram Madhavji, who's been the force behind the conference for so many years. Friends, we meet at a time when there is considerable churn in world affairs. At such a juncture, an open and constructive exchange of views is of particular benefit. I'm confident that all of us will find great value in the discussions that we will be holding over the next 2 days. Changes in the global order may be expressed through new ideas and concepts, but they're also reflected in the evolving landscape. The Indian Ocean region is no exception to that rule. And this matters not just to us as inhabitants of this community, but given our salience in so many dimensions, to other regions and nations as well. After all, as we heard from previous speakers, the Indian Ocean is veritably a global lifeline. Its production, consumption, contribution, and connectivity is central to the manner in which the world runs today. Now, at the two ends of the ocean, this churn is at its sharpest today. In the Middle East or West Asia, there is a serious conflict underway with the potential for further escalation and complication. At the same time, long-standing issues are being revisited, sometimes with a radically different approach. Its maritime consequence is visible in a serious disruption of global shipping with considerable cost to all our countries. There are questions which arise from our ability and willingness to respond, as indeed from partnerships that are relevant to that task. At the other end, the Indo-Pacific has been witnessing deeper tensions and sharper contestations. The scenario is intrinsically maritime in nature, involving respect for and observance of international law. There are other concerns, some related, some autonomous. Stronger assertions of interest is one issue, concerns about unilateral changes to the status quo another. From India's own experience, we can say that adhering to agreements and understandings is a central element to ensuring stability and predictability. The region in between is where most of us come from, being littoral states or island nations of the Indian Ocean. Each country has its individual challenge, but nevertheless, there are some general trends that are worth noting. Many are developmental in character, but do, in some form or the other, impinge on maritime behavior. Like other parts of the global south, the Indian Ocean nations too face resource constraints and economic headwinds. Many of them are struggling to meet their SDG targets. In quite a few cases, debt is a serious concern. Again, some of that arises from stresses of the international economy, but in certain cases from imprudent borrowing and unviable projects. Another common issue is that of rebuilding connectivity in the region after decades of colonial-era disruptions. To make this a truly shared endeavor, it is vital to ensure that connectivity initiatives are consultative and transparent, not unilateral and opaque. Yet another widespread concern is the challenge faced by Indian Ocean states to monitor their EEZ and secure their fishing interests. Nor can they be impervious to illegal trafficking of various kinds, and of course the specter of terrorism. Each of these dimensions, and certainly the cumulative impact, has a strong maritime implication. Our journey to new horizons must necessarily focus on addressing these challenges. So, how is India contributing to these endeavors? Obviously, by rapidly strengthening its own capabilities and forging partnerships with Indian Ocean neighbors, near and far, but also by shouldering responsibilities, stepping up in times of trouble, and providing leadership where required. Let me underline this today by providing 10 relevant examples. 1. Stabilizing economies and societies under stress would surely rank among the most important. As the impact of the COVID pandemic and conflict unfolded, India was the source of vaccines, of medicines, of food, fuel, and fertilizer for many others. The biggest commitment it made, of course, was to Sri Lanka, a financial package of about $4 billion to stabilize its economy that had slid into crisis. 2. The India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, IMEC, and the India-Myanmar-Thailand Trilateral Highway, IMTT, would be among the two key collaborative connectivity initiatives under consideration. The International North-South Transport Corridor, INSTC, is another significant example. India is obviously the common element in all of them. IMEC and INSTC have an explicit maritime segment, while the IMTT would provide a land link between India and the Pacific. 3, we have been increasingly active in a first responder mode in the Indian Ocean. This could be the conflict in Yemen, natural disasters in Mozambique, Sri Lanka, or Myanmar, the earthquake in Nepal and Turkey, or a water crisis in the Maldives. Both of Mauritius and Sri Lanka, India has responded to significant oil spills. 4, recognizing that an institutional response is required for disaster situations, India has been active in encouraging plurilateral cooperation. The most notable of this is the Quad initiative that encourages interoperability and cooperation for such contingencies. Similarly, the RECAP Center at Singapore, to which India contributes, helps address the challenges of piracy. 5, in a world of increasing traditional and non-traditional threats in the maritime domain, it is essential that there is a common operating picture as well as shared platforms. The International Fusion Center, located outside Delhi, aims to do just that. By establishing coastal surveillance radars and partnering on white shipping agreements, maritime traffic is made safer and more secure to our collective benefit. 6, it is unfortunately not just enough to prepare or even prevent. Extreme situations sometimes require a robust countering, including through the deployment of naval forces. For more than a year now, India has been doing precisely that in the northern Arabian Sea and the Gulf of Aden. Today, we are seeing some improvement in maritime safety and security as a result of coordinated responses. 7, training and equipping other navies and coast guards is a natural extension of this approach. India has such collaboration with a range of countries, from Vietnam to Mauritius and Mozambique to Sri Lanka. 8, ensuring trusted communication in a digital era is also a crucial national security objective for many of us. This is a task too big to be attempted by most individual nations. Participating in consortiums is therefore an inevitable outcome. Both as a government and as a vendor, India is contributing its fair share and more in this regard. The visit just concluded of Prime Minister Modi to the United States highlighted this particular dimension. 9, in a globalized world, there is a growing realization that distance cannot be a justification for agnosticism on matters key to global welfare. As a result, the Indo-Pacific is experiencing activity of both resident and non-resident powers. Harmonizing them is a challenge that India, in particular, is well placed to address. It has the confidence of the global South, as well as the credentials to engage major powers. We strive to ensure that agendas alien to our ethos and outlook are not inserted in the region, and equally encourage respect for UNCLOS in both spirit and letter. And finally, 10th, India has been energetic in institution building in the Indian Ocean region. We have the Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, whose current Secretary General is a senior Indian diplomat. We have BIMSTEC, whose Secretary General is also here with us. We look forward to its summit soon. There is the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, IONS, which is a productive conclave of naval representatives. There is the Colombo Security Conclave, and there is the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. And of course, we have the Indian Ocean Conference itself, which brings together so many stakeholders at various levels. So, ladies and gentlemen, our voyage to new horizons is best done as a coordinated flotilla of the Indian Ocean. We are understandably a diverse group of countries in terms of history, geography, development, politics, or culture. But what unites us is a common devotion to the well-being of the Indian Ocean region. In a volatile and uncertain era, we seek stability and security as the baseline. But beyond that, there are ambitions and there are aspirations that we strive to achieve. They will be easier reached when we look out for each other, when we supplement our strengths, and when we coordinate our policies. I can assure you that India will be in the forefront of these endeavors. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a short 15-minute coffee break. We look forward to welcoming you back shortly for the first plenary session. Heads of delegations, you are invited to take your seats at the long table. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are about to recommence proceedings. Heads of delegates, you are invited to take your seats at the long table. Thank you. Once again, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we were about to recommence proceedings. Heads of delegations, you are invited to take your seats at the long table. Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are about to recommence proceedings. Also, heads of delegations, you are invited to take your seats at the long table. Once again, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are about to recommence proceedings. Heads of delegations, you are invited to take your seats at the long table. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are about to recommence proceedings. Heads of delegations, you are invited to take your seats at the long table. Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that coffee break. We hope you've enjoyed it. We now move to our first plenary session titled Voyage to New Horizons of Maritime Partnership. I now invite the chair of the session, Dr. Ram, President of the India Foundation, and the speakers of the first plenary session to the stage.
Welcome back, friends. Let us start the first plenary of the day. May I invite Excellencies Abbas Araghchi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran, Mr. Dhananjay Ramphul, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mauritius, Mr. Vijita Herath, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sri Lanka, Mr. Hassan Ali Joho, Cabinet Secretary for Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs, Kenya, Mr. Osman Saleh, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Eritrea, and Mr. D.N. Dungyel, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bhutan. May I invite all of you to please join me on the dais. Excellency, morning. We haven't met before. Please. Friends, without any further delay, we begin the first session of the day, first plenary of the day. We are going to have 6 presentations, 6 addresses in this session. And if time permits, we will open up the floor for a couple of questions. You have 2 standing mics in the front. Those who want to ask questions may probably have to take the trouble of coming to the mic and brief introduction about yourself, and then put a question directly. If it is directed to any individual minister, please specifically mention. If it's a general question, you can put the question, and one of the ministers will try to respond. May I now request Honorable Foreign Minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi, to start his presentation. Excellency.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends. Today we have gathered in a land that has been recognized for centuries as a bridge between the East and the West, connecting great civilizations and nations near and far. Oman, our gracious host, has long been not only an economic actor, but also a symbol of interaction, dialogue, and constructive diplomacy in the Indian Ocean region. At the heart of global developments, this region continues to play a decisive role in shaping the future of international economy. Throughout history, the sea has been more of a gateway for civilizational connectivity than a geographical boundary. For thousands of years, the Indian Ocean has not only been a body of water, but a vital highway for trade, cultural exchange, and civilizational development. This route has linked merchants from the coasts of India to Africa, from the islands of Indonesia to the Persian Gulf, and from Iran to the Red Sea. In an era when overland routes were long and perilous, this ocean would connect emerging economies and create new opportunities. Today, however, the world is undergoing fundamental shifts. The rapid pace of economic and technological developments, the reliance of nations on new trade routes, and the need for regional security and cooperation have become more critical than ever. In such circumstances, traditional routes and old patterns of trade alone should not longer suffice. We ought to design a future where the Indian Ocean is not just a transit route, but a hub of strategic and economic cooperation. This is the philosophy behind the theme of this year's conference, Voyage to New Horizons of Maritime Partnership. The theme is not a mere slogan. Rather, it reflects the historical necessity for all countries in the region. Recognizing these developments, the Islamic Republic of Iran has placed maritime-oriented policy at the forefront of its strategic developments. A country with over 5,800 kilometers of coastline, 4,900 kilometers of which stretch across the south along this vast ocean, cannot remain indifferent to its future. Developing a maritime-based economy is not just an option for Iran, it is an imperative. We are convinced that our coasts are not merely natural borders, but gateways connecting Iran to the global economy. Therefore, the 14th government of the Islamic Republic of Iran has formulated a comprehensive and operational plan for the development of ports, maritime transportation, and the establishment of a regional supply chain. In this context, the Macron Coast holds a special place. These shores, whose natural and economic potential had been overlooked for centuries, have now become a national development priority. The lost paradise of Macron must transform into the future economic hub of Iran and the region. Based on this strategy, the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran has identified 4 key objectives for the development of this region. First, strengthening native and local economies, creating sustainable employment for communities residing in these areas, and supporting small and medium-sized industries that can play a role in the regional supply chain. Second, developing energy infrastructure with a focus on renewable energy. We are convinced that the economy of the future depends on sustainable and clean energy. Investing in new energy technologies and reducing reliance on fossil fuels is not only environmentally essential, but from an economic standpoint, shall encourage regional competitiveness. Third, completing international transit corridors and strengthening transportation routes. Establishing a network of rail, road, and maritime routes that connect Iran to other countries in the region and beyond is a key pillar of our maritime-oriented policy. And fourth, wooing domestic and foreign investment as the driving force behind economic development. No economy can grow without sustainable investment, and we welcome all countries that wish to contribute to the development of this region. All that being said, none of these plans can be realized without lasting security. Maritime security is now more critical than ever for the global economy. Alongside its economic and trade roles, the Islamic Republic of Iran also bears the responsibility of ensuring maritime security. The Iranian Navy, in cooperation with regional countries, has consistently played a part in anti-piracy operations, combating drug trafficking and organized crime, and ensuring navigational security. We believe that maritime security should not be used as a lever for pressure or influenced by extra-regional powers. Rather, it should be the outcome of cooperation among regional nations. At the same time, no country can single-handedly advance on its path to economic development. Regional cooperation is key to shared progress. Through its membership in the Indian Ocean Rim Association and the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, Iran emphasizes its commitment to multilateralism and economic and security cooperation in the region. Yet and still, there remains a significant challenge. Certain extra-regional powers seek to exploit political, economic, and security gaps in the region, undermining natural cooperation among regional countries. We cannot allow the geopolitical rivalries of global powers to determine the future of this region. Decisions about the destiny of the Indian Ocean must be made by the countries of this region and shall serve the interest of their peoples. In conclusion, I'm pleased that the conference is held in our friendly and brotherly country, Oman, a nation that has always been a symbol of interaction, dialogue, and constructive diplomacy in the region. We believe that only through cooperation and mutual trust can we build a sustainable future for the peoples of this region. I hope this conference marks the beginning of a new chapter in maritime and regional cooperation, a chapter in which cooperation replaces division. Thank you so much for your attention.
Excellency, thank you so much for underscoring the importance of maritime security. When you talked about natural cooperation, I'm reminded that Indian Ocean region is not any geostrategic arrangement, it's a natural region. We are all natural friends. Thank you, Excellency. May I now invite our friend and His Excellency Foreign Minister of Mauritius, Mr. Dhananjay Ramphal, to present his address.
Mr. Ram Madhav, the President of India Foundation, fellow colleagues, excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is my honor and privilege to join this august assembly on the 8th Indian Ocean Conference. First and foremost, allow me to warmly thank the government of the Sultanate of Oman for hosting this meeting in this historical and vibrant city of Muscat. From the contours of its coastline to the ridges of its mountains, we have all been mesmerized by the picturesque scenery of this beautiful country. Thank you for hosting us. I wish to recognize the contribution of the India Foundation for the organization of this forum. This forum is now well established as a flagship consultative platform for countries in the Indian Ocean region. This year's inspiring theme, Voyage to New Horizons of Maritime Partnership, is particularly pertinent for Mauritius as it mirrors our beliefs that the myriad of challenges faced by the Indian Ocean can only be addressed through enhanced and concerted partnerships. My participation in today's gathering illustrates the strong commitment of the government of Mauritius to strengthening international cooperation to address shared challenges, enhance connectivity, and promote the sustainable development of all countries, big and small, in our region. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, the Indian Ocean trade routes boast a rich history spanning over thousands of years, connecting Africa, Asia, the Indian subcontinent, and the shores of Australia. Today, more than ever before, as the third largest ocean, home to nearly 3 billion people, the Indian Ocean remains pivotal in global trade and connectivity. Over 80% of petroleum transported through the maritime domain transits the Indian Ocean. Modern shipping lines crisscross its waters, connecting major ports from East Africa to Southeast Asia are vital in our interconnected world. The growing geopolitical importance of the Indian Ocean makes it an increasingly important player in the shaping of the international relations. I will briefly, if you allow me, focus on 5 components of our policy. Firstly, ensuring our prosperity through blue economy. The maritime zones of Mauritius cover approximately 2.6 million square kilometers, comprising an exclusive economic zone of around 2.2 million square kilometers and a joint management area of approximately 396,000 square kilometers co-managed by Mauritius and Seychelles as part of our shared extended continental shelf. This vast expanse offers substantial maritime resources and opportunities for trade and investment. Our ambition is to unlock the potential of the blue economy to drive our future growth. Our vision is to double our blue GDP to 20% in the medium term while realizing social economic development and dynamic balance of resources and environment. The government of Mauritius is exploring new and emerging areas of the blue economy, such as increased bunkering, marine biotechnology, seabed exploration and mining, ocean-based energy, as well as infrastructure development, submarine cables, robotics, etc., in order to attain our objective of moving from a small island developing state to a large ocean state. The second component of our policy is about ensuring our survival through climate emergency. One of the threats faced by many countries from our region is that of the climate emergency. While small island developing states, commonly known as SIDS, like Mauritius and other developing nations, contributed the least to global warming, it is most unfair that our countries are being disproportionately impacted by climate change. I wish to share with you that in some places, the pristine sandy beaches of Mauritius, the main asset of our tourism industry, has receded up to 20 meters over the last 50 years. While my country is taking significant strides towards mitigating the effects of climate change by restoring our shoreline and rebuilding our island's marine ecosystem, including coral reef restoration, we are mindful that no country can address these daunting challenges on its own. Consequently, confronting climate change requires investments in a wide range of areas, including infrastructure, conservation, research and development, institutional and human capacity development, as well as information sharing and knowledge building. As we navigate these increasingly complex challenges, it is therefore imperative that we foster collaborative and meaningful partnerships. The third component of our policy is about engaging further with the international community. It is important for Indian Ocean states to work towards a reinforcement of international cooperation. Mauritius reiterates its commitment for an international system based on shared values founded on the primacy of international law. Mauritius has adhered to international instruments and norms which balance the need to sustainably use marine resources as well as to promoting marine environmental preservation. These include the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, the FAO Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries, the agreement related to the conservation and management of straddling and highly migratory fish stocks of 1995, the agreement to promote compliance with international conservation and management measures by fishing vessels on the high seas, and the FAO Port State Control Measures, and the African Charter on Maritime Security and Safety and Development in Africa, the Lomé Charter. Mauritius has also signed the agreement on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction in 2023, and the WTO agreement on fisheries subsidies in 2024 as a demonstration of our commitment to improve the sustainability of world fisheries. Moreover, as a member of the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission, the Convention for the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources, Southwest Indian Ocean Fisheries Commission, and Southern Indian Ocean Fisheries Agreement, Mauritius participates in the implementation of the conservation of marine ecosystems and sustainable fisheries production. This brings me to the fourth component of our policy, ensuring maritime security in the Western Indian Ocean. Mauritius' strategic location in the Indian Ocean places it at the crossroads of global maritime trade routes, necessitating robust security measures and cooperation with regional and international partners. Mauritius has taken proactive steps to enhance maritime security through the modernization of its Coast Guard, the adoption of advanced surveillance technologies, and the establishment of regional partnerships. However, these efforts must be continuously reinforced through international collaboration, intelligence sharing, and capacity building initiatives. Therefore, our key priorities include strengthening cooperation among Indian Ocean littoral states to counter transnational threats such as piracy, drug trafficking, and illegal migration. Pursuing our engagement within regional frameworks like the Indian Ocean Rim Association, Indian Ocean Commission, and the Colombo Security Conclave to ensure coordinated action on maritime security challenges. Advancing maritime law enforcement through enhanced cooperation between naval forces and law enforcement agencies of regional partners and friendly countries. Mauritius aims to invest in port modernization and digitalization, including automation and smart port technologies. Accordingly, we welcome strengthened public-private partnerships to attract investment in port infrastructure, improving operational efficiency and competitiveness. Mauritius has hosted the Maritime Security Conference of the Western Indian Ocean 3 times, demonstrating its commitment to tackle substantive geopolitical, geoeconomic, and geostrategic challenges. In the same collaborative spirit, Mauritius has hosted the first ministerial conference on drug trafficking and substance abuse in the Western Indian Ocean last year, given the intricacies between maritime security and drug trafficking. Our awareness of the importance of maritime governance and the necessity for joint and collaborative partnerships have also motivated our adherence to SAGAR for security and growth for all in the region. We believe that such arrangements are key mechanisms in securing a safe, secure, and stable Indian Ocean region that leads to prosperity for all. Our objective is to build a regional architecture with a focus on trade and commerce, security, and governance. The last component of our policy is on engaging with African countries. As an African small island developing state, Mauritius believes that security in the continent is linked to security in the Indian Ocean. Indeed, we believe that Africa's coastal states have a crucial role in fostering maritime partnerships as they promote an inclusive maritime governance by including all stakeholders from the smallest island countries to major African maritime powers. In that regard, we propose to implement the African Union's strategy for maritime security, which is primarily focused on the 2050s Africa's integrated maritime strategy, which aims to enhance maritime security, promote blue economy through sustainable use of ocean resources and combat threats like illegal fishing across the continent, while coordinating with the regional economic communities. Excellencies, over and above our 5 components on our policies, we feel that it is also important that we should explore new avenues of cooperation. Maritime connectivity is a cornerstone of economic development. There is an urgent need to propose the development of new shipping routes and the expansion of existing ones to link Mauritius with key markets like Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. In this respect, we may wish to consider the establishment of a regional maritime connectivity fund to support infrastructural projects in small island development states in the region. In parallel, we should consider ways to expand maritime trade routes. Some trade corridors, such as the Maputo corridor, which already links ports to landlocked countries, may be expanded for island states. For that transition to occur, we will need to promote digitalization and seamless data exchange between ports and shipping companies. Another avenue of cooperation for the region could be the establishment of a regional Coast Guard forum to foster greater collaboration among Indian Ocean littoral states to address common maritime challenges. This forum would allow for the creation of a regional maritime surveillance network to improve situational awareness and response capabilities, which could in turn improve search and rescue operations and joint training programs with regional partners. Such a platform would also be used to improve regional maritime security and governance through coordinated efforts. We welcome partnerships in this area. The use of artificial intelligence and drones in maritime operations is revolutionizing the way nations secure their territorial waters, monitor shipping lanes, and respond to maritime threats. AI is being used to analyze vast amounts of maritime data, from ship movements to environmental conditions, to predict and respond to potential security threats such as piracy, illegal fishing, and trafficking. AI algorithm can improve maritime domain awareness by detecting anomalous behavior and providing real-time intelligence to Coast Guards and naval forces. There is a need to explore AI-driven maritime surveillance and drone technology to enhance security in Mauritius' exclusive economic zone. We would therefore like to advocate for capacity building initiatives to help small island developing states like Mauritius to adopt these technologies effectively. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you would recall that Mauritius was confronted with an unprecedented oil spill following the wreck of MV Wakasho in July 2020. All appropriate actions were taken within our existing resources and assistance from international organizations and friendly countries to contain and mitigate the adverse effects of this casualty. The devastating oil spill sent a powerful reminder that for small island developing states like Mauritius, such accidents are national security emergencies. They threaten the country's economy and food security and have devastating consequences on our marine environment and the livelihood of fishermen and boaters. In this context, Mauritius seeks cooperation to reduce the risk of further marine casualties, improve the safety of navigation, and protect the marine environment. To mitigate future risk, we need, as a collective, to advocate for strong regional cooperation in disaster response, to implement rapid response strategies to minimize environmental damage and share advanced cleanup technologies. Distinguished guests, Mauritius' unique position in the Indian Ocean offers both opportunities and challenges. By effectively navigating the geopolitical landscape, capitalizing on its economic potential, and following regional cooperation, Mauritius can embrace its influence and contribute to the stability and the progress of the Indian Ocean region. International connections matter. They allow us to strengthen our advocacy on issues of vital national interest, while allowing us to be an active partner in shaping a more equitable global order. This gathering is a testament to the power of collaboration and shared purpose. It is through such partnerships that we can foster innovation, share knowledge, and build international cooperation. By strengthening diplomatic platforms, enhancing maritime security cooperation, and promoting sustainable ocean governance, Indian Ocean nations can assert greater influence in shaping global maritime policies. I am personally committed to promoting regional cooperation and integration with initiatives focusing on improving air, maritime, and digital connectivity, ensuring sustainable use of marine resources, and maintaining peace and security. To end, I wish to reemphasize that Mauritius stands ready to engage, cooperate, and collaborate in the spirit of mutual respect and shared goals. Our foreign policy is driven by the vision of a safer, more prosperous, and sustainable world for all. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Excellency, for that detailed presentation. And Mauritius hosts many conferences. We look forward to bringing Indian Ocean Conference also to Mauritius very soon. Excellencies, may I now request our neighbor, good friend, His Excellency Foreign Minister of Sri Lanka, Mr. Vijit, to deliver his address.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to here today in this beautiful city of Muscat, a city which has deep and ancient roots that connect my country and Oman. At the outset, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the government of Oman, the India Foundation, and all the other partners who have worked hard to organize this important conference. The Indian Ocean Conference, which began in Singapore in 2016, has voyaged through Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Maldives, UAE, Bangladesh, and Australia, and now reached Oman. I commend the India Foundation for this visionary and critical initiative that was launched in 2016 and for steering it with exceptional commitment through the years. In partnership with governments and a range of stakeholders, the India Foundation has created a platform for all stakeholders to gather regularly to engage in a dynamic exchange of ideas and collaborative action, reinforcing our shared commitment to the prosperity of the Indian Ocean region. By fostering such visionary dialogue, the India Foundation not only strengthens regional cooperation, but also ignites innovative pathways for sustainable growth, security, and resilience across the Indian Ocean region. Excellencies, it is the Indian Ocean that first brought Oman and Sri Lanka together centuries ago. In ancient times, traders from Oman sailed to my country, which was then known in this part of the world as Serendip. Our two countries were both active hubs for trade along the ancient Silk Route. This laid a firm foundation for our bilateral relations that exist today, encompassing trade, investment, cultural exchange, and people-to-people connections. The cultural impact of this ancient connection is such that particular sweet derived from Omani halwa that Sri Lankans call muscat is a favorite among many in my country even today. Excellencies, the theme of this plenary, Voyage of New Horizons of Maritime Partnership, is of particular significance to us in Sri Lanka. To our minds, the Port of Colombo is an excellent manifestation of New Horizon in maritime partnerships. Developed in partnership with key regional partners, today, the Port of Colombo, which is strategically placed in close proximity to the world's busiest shipping routes, is a hub that services and connects the Far East with Europe, Africa, and the eastern coasts of the American continents. Rated as one of the best performing ports in the world today, it is expected to reach greater heights with the state-of-the-art Colombo West International Terminal that is expected to become operational early this year. Excellencies, our region's prosperity and the world's future prosperity lies in successful partnership of this nature, and Sri Lanka remains committed to strengthening maritime connectivity through port development, logistics, and maritime services, enhancing its position as a key hub in the Indian Ocean. Distinguished delegates, oceans serve as the lifelines of international trade, carrying over 80% of global trade volume and underpinning economic interdependence. Yet, the maritime domain extends far beyond commerce. It is a critical nexus for environmental sustainability, cultural exchange, and geopolitical stability. In this dynamic landscape, freedom of navigation stands as a cornerstone of international law, ensuring the unimpeded, secure movement of vessels across global waters. Upholding this principle is not just a legal duty but a strategic necessity, one that preserves stability, strengthens economic resilience, and reinforces the rules-based maritime order essential for sustainable global prosperity. However, the global maritime landscape is fraught with challenges, some of which affect the Indian Ocean as well. This includes, among others, maritime crimes and territorial disputes, rising sea levels, ocean acidification, and extreme weather and marine pollution. All these challenges urge collaboration and partnership to find solutions. For example, tackling maritime pollution requires better waste management and recycling. Similarly, rising sea levels and climate-related issues require better climate data, resilience, and adaptation measures. As a key shipping route, the Indian Ocean traffic must explore adopting cleaner fuels and cut emissions to balance growth with conservation. All these issues necessitate a collective approach rooted in mutual respect, cooperation, and adherence to international norms. Sri Lanka's vision for the Indian Ocean is one of shared destiny, where nations rise above rivalry to protect freedom of navigation and foster stable and sustainability, prosperity based on cooperation, and find peaceful solutions to all issues. The economic benefits of maritime partnerships within the Indian Ocean region are vast, yet their full potential remains underutilized. From sustainable fisheries and tourism to maritime trade and energy resources, the ocean presents significant opportunities for growth and development. Realizing these benefits demands collaborative efforts to foster sustainable practices, protect maritime ecosystems, and ensure the equitable distribution of resources. Excellencies, regional security is intrinsically linked to the stability of Indian Ocean. It is essential that we strengthen regional security architectures, enhance maritime domain awareness, and promote joint exercises and capacity building initiatives. By doing so, we can create a resilient maritime environment that deters threats and fosters peace. The complexity of maritime challenges necessitates a collective response. Networking between countries and agencies is essential to build trust, share best practices, and coordinate responses to common threats. Enhanced information sharing and communication channels can significantly improve our ability to detect, deter, and respond to maritime threats. Excellencies, as a strategically located island nation and developing Indian Ocean littoral state, Sri Lanka seeks to harness the ocean's economic potential while benefiting from Asia's rising prosperity. We are committed to playing a proactive role in regional maritime affairs, advocating for peaceful coexistence and mutual respect among Indian Ocean nations. We will engage with all stakeholders within and beyond the Indian Ocean region on initiatives that promote peace, security, and stability in the Indian Ocean region. We recognize the importance of networking between countries and agencies to address common challenges and seize opportunities. Enhanced information sharing and cooperative mechanisms are crucial for effective maritime governance. Therefore, as the current chair of the Indian Ocean Rim Association, we reiterate the significance of fostering partnership with regional and international stakeholders and aim to contribute to collective efforts in ensuring maritime security, environment sustainability, and economic prosperity. Excellencies, Sri Lanka is committed to the BBNJ agreement on conserving maritime biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. Given the Indian Ocean region's strategic and ecological significance, this treaty ensures equitable access to maritime resources while strengthening regional cooperation on sustainable ocean governance. Sri Lanka looks forward to leveraging this framework to enhance capacity building, research, and technology transfer, reinforcing its commitment to protecting the high seas for future generations. By leveraging technology and intelligence sharing, we can strengthen our collective response to regional challenges. South-South cooperation offers a pathway to enhance trade, infrastructure, and shared development, fostering economic growth through the exchange of technology, knowledge, and best practices. Such collaboration may be strengthened through existing regional frameworks like IORA, IONS, BIMSTEC, and the IOC, ensuring a unified and strategic approach to regional progress. Distinguished delegates, in conclusion, I want to reiterate that Sri Lanka stands ready to collaborate with all stakeholders working towards realizing the vision of a secure, stable, sustainable, and prosperous Indian Ocean region for the benefit of all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, for such a reassuring presentation. And Sri Lanka has been an integral part of the Indian Ocean Conference series also. May I now request His Excellency Hassan Ali Joho, the Cabinet Secretary from Kenya for Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs. Excellency.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my distinct honor and privilege to have been invited to this very important conversation on the Indian Ocean in this historic city of Muscat. Your Excellencies, allow me first and foremost to recognize on behalf of the government of Kenya the efforts made by the India Foundation almost 10 years ago that led to the launch of the Indian Ocean Conference, IOC, in 2016 in Singapore. Ever since its inauguration, the IOC has played a leading role as an international platform, bringing together heads of state and government, senior officials, and private sector, scholars and experts to address challenges in the Indian Ocean. Kenya expresses its gratitude to India Foundation and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Oman for organizing this 8th Indian Ocean Conference here in the Sultanate of Oman. This conference provides a forum for us to consult and deliberate upon the prospects of regional cooperation for security and growth. Your Excellencies, Kenya appreciates the need to strengthen collaboration among nations and institutions in the region. We also understand that an enhanced connectivity and mobility in the Indian Ocean would promote economic development and maintain peace and stability. As a country, we believe that these are shared aspirations. Your Excellencies, blue economy is the next frontier for economic growth of our region. The blue economy offers a pathway to sustainable economic growth by harnessing the potential marine resources, and therefore, we are therefore interested and committed in exploring strategies that would help improve sustainable production of fisheries, enhance trade corridors, ensure freedom of navigation, foster environmental sustainability, and leverage technological advancement for port security and governance. Kenya is currently upscaling activities within the framework of the Indian Ocean Rim Association and Indian Ocean Tuna Commission as part of building capacity for development of vibrant and robust blue economy. The need to promote sustainable fisheries, marine tourism, and development of port infrastructure cannot be overemphasized. Your Excellencies, as we voyage into the future horizons of meaningful maritime and partnerships, we need to be alive to the challenges that will hinder our pace. Challenges revolve around maritime security, climate change, environmental degradation, and geopolitical competition, among others. Cases of piracy, drug smuggling, illegal and unregulated fishing, human trafficking, and maritime terrorism remain issues of concern in the Indian Ocean. Consequently, climate change and marine pollution are significant environmental challenges affecting coastal communities, marine ecosystems, and the livelihood of millions of our people. In the recent past, the Indian Ocean region has been a hotspot of geopolitical competition among major global players and regional actors. The competition involves strategic interest, influence, and access to resources, leading to tension and potential conflicts. Your Excellencies, Kenya is committed to ensuring secure and well-governed maritime spaces through promoting frameworks that are aimed at preventing criminal activities, protecting marine resources and the environment, as well as fostering sustainable economic development. Indeed, Kenya has established legal institutional frameworks to manage and secure Kenya's maritime space through Kenya Coast Guard Services. Kenya is also a signatory to the Djibouti Code of Conduct and actively participates in combined maritime operations. Besides, the country has commenced the ratification process of the Marine Biological Biodiversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction, commonly referred to as BB&J agreements. I am pleased to inform you that we have concluded and are implementing National Action Plan on Marine Plastic Litter to address plastic pollution in the Indian Ocean. Your Excellencies, Kenya proposes the following actionable recommendations. Number 1, strengthening national maritime security capabilities. Number 2, establishment of regional frameworks to monitor fishing activities and enforce environmental laws. Number 3, prioritization of regional intelligence sharing, mediation and dispute resolution for harmonious and peaceful coexistence. Number 4, enhanced capacities in marine science, research, innovation, and information transfer. Number 5, sustainable use of ocean resources as envisioned under the Sustainable Development Goal number 14. Number 6, strengthen economic cooperation to create jobs and boost regional trade, and strengthen cooperation in shipping lines and logistics management between ports in the Indian Ocean region, including partnerships in maritime education and port management. Lastly, Your Excellencies, the Omani culture is rich in hospitality and famous for its amazing cuisine. On this note, I would like to sincerely thank our hosts, Ambassador Abu Saidi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Sultanate of Oman, for providing us an opportunity to experience this culture. However, this notwithstanding, I will recall the words of a great writer and poet from Africa, the late Chinua Achebe, who once said, and I quote, "A man who calls his kinsmen to a feast does not do so to save them from starvation. They all have food in their homes." And in the context of today, as we enjoy the sumptuous cuisine and the great hospitality of the Omani people, we must never lose sight of what really has brought us together. Let us do our best to grasp the current issues facing us individually and collectively, to propose implementable solutions. Kenya will remain committed to the resolutions that will emerge from this 8th Indian Ocean Conference. But before I conclude, just one point that I have noted. I even imagined for a minute, Mr. Chairman, that our speeches may have been written by one person. Everybody speaks about the same thing, same issues. We identify with the same cause. So the only thing that we need to put focus on is the need for implementation, for the need to take urgent action. And Kenya stands committed. Jazakallah khairan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. Wonderful. And we are very glad to know that under your leadership, Kenya is very keen to play a proactive role in the Indian Ocean regional affairs. May I now request His Excellency Osman Saleh, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Eritrea, to address, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as the outset, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the government of the Sultanate of Oman for their gracious hospitality and for hosting this vital forum. Excellencies, the Indian Ocean, sprawling across nearly 70.56 million square kilometers, stands as one of the world's most crucial maritime realms, playing an indispensable role in global trade, geopolitics, and environmental sustainability. The 8th Indian Ocean Conference underscores the ocean's significance and outlines the strategic imperatives that must be addressed. The Indian Ocean is the lifeblood of global commerce. It consists of 3 continents, Africa, Asia, and Australia, serving as a conduit for approximately 40% of the world's offshore petroleum production, 50% of the world's container traffic, and over 7% of the world's seaborne oil trade. Strategic checkpoints like the Strait of Hormuz, the Malacca Strait, and the Bab el-Mandeb are pivotal for energy security, influencing global economic stability. This conference themed Voyage to New Horizons of Maritime Partnership, thus provides a pivotal venue for fostering dialogue, enhancing cooperation, and promoting strategic collaboration among nations within the Indian Ocean region. With maritime connectivity being a fundamental to global trade, economic growth, and security, Eritrea believes this conference will deepen regional alliances and tackle current maritime challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, Eritrea, with its strategic location along the Red Sea, holds a significant position in a maritime landscape, offering access to key global position in the to key global shipping routes from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean via the Suez Canal and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. As global dynamics shift in the Indo-Pacific and the Middle East, Eritrea is dedicated to enhancing maritime security and economic development through strengthened mutually beneficial partnerships with neighboring African and Gulf countries. However, recent developments in the region seek to destabilize the Horn of Africa not only by external actors but also regional players. The continuous meddling in the domestic affairs of Somalia through deliberate attempts to undermine its territorial integrity must be met with firm condemnation and legal action at all times. Somalia's sovereignty and unity must be respected, and attempts aimed at fragmenting or destabilizing the country can only be fraught with precipitating broader regional tension and instability. Somalia boasts a coastline of approximately 3,333 kilometers, the longest on mainland Africa. This coastline possesses immense economic potential through its blue economy, rich fisheries, and strategic maritime position along key global trade routes. If harnessed effectively, these resources could transform the nation's economic landscape, providing livelihoods, boosting trade, and contributing to regional prosperity. However, Somalia and its people have been unable to fully capitalize on these vast endowments due to persistent external interference, political instability, and exploitative practices by foreign actors. The illegal exploitation of its marine resources and geopolitical maneuvering has significantly hampered Somalia's ability to benefit from its own natural wealth. Somalia must be left alone to govern and manage its own rich resources in a manner that best serves its national interests and the well-being of its people, free from external interference. It is imperative to raise these concerns given the security and stability of the Horn of Africa not be viewed in isolation. Its stability is deeply interconnected with the broader dynamics of the Indian Ocean. This region serves as a critical maritime crossroads connecting the Red Sea to the vast expanse of the Indian Ocean via the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and the Gulf of Aden. As estimated, 10% of the global trade passes through The Bab el-Mandeb Strait, while the Suez Canal handles around 12%, additionally, an estimated 1/4 of the world's seaborne oil trade flows through the Strait of Hormuz. Any instability in the Horn of Africa and the wider region directly affects the safety of vital global shipping lanes, with significant repercussions for international trade, energy, economic development, and regional security. Therefore, it is in the collective interest of all nations to uphold the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity as enshrined in the United Nations Charter. The territorial integrity of all nations bordering these vital waterways is inviolable and non-negotiable. The Indian Ocean Conference must therefore take a firm stance against any interference that seeks to undermine Somalia's unity or exploit the political situation of the Horn of Africa. In view of the above, the Indian Ocean Conference must amplify the voice of the Global South in the governance of the world's maritime domain. The dominance of a select few in maritime policymaking must be countered with a renewed push for greater participation, ensuring that developing nations play a decisive role in shaping global maritime governance. Excellencies, equitable access to maritime resources, fair trade practices, and technology transfer must also prioritize to empower economies across the Indian Ocean region. This conference must champion capacity-building initiatives in maritime technology, governance, and law enforcement, ensuring that no nation is left behind in the quest for a fair and balanced maritime order. Moreover, the Indian Ocean faces mounting environmental threats, rising sea levels, coastal degradation, and the extreme weather events endangering both livelihoods and economies. The 8th Indian Ocean Conference must drive an ambitious agenda for sustainable maritime policies that reconcile economic imperatives with environmental stewardship. The resilience of coastal communities must be reinforced through robust climate adaptation strategies, enhanced marine conservation efforts, and the promotion of green shipping technologies. Our commitments must align with global climate frameworks to safeguard the ecological integrity of the Indian Ocean for future generations. Historically, the Indian Ocean has been a melting pot of civilization, facilitating the exchange of ideas, traditions, and commerce, strengthening educational exchanges, research collaborations, and tourism initiatives will further reinforce the bonds between Indian Ocean nations and promote a sense of shared destiny. Excellencies, in closing, the changing global political landscape marked by the increasing naval presence of major powers underscores the need for a nuanced approach to tackle emerging challenges. We must ensure that regional security mechanisms evolve to counterbalance these geopolitical shifts, advocating for cooperative security frameworks that respect national sovereignty while reinforcing collective stability and development. The 8th Indian Ocean Conference therefore signifies a recommitment to cooperation, unity, progress, and the reaffirmation of respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations. As we navigate toward new horizons, we must emphasize collaboration over competition and resilience over vulnerability. By building a robust maritime partnership, the Indian Ocean region can realize its full potential, ensuring stability and growth for future generations. And for these partnerships to be truly meaningful, they must be built on solid foundations of trust, mutual respect, and transparency. Any opportunistic alliances lacking sincerity and genuine commitment will not serve the best interests of nations in this region. As such, as we proceed with this conference, our collective goals should translate into actionable policies and initiatives that will shape the future of maritime cooperation in the Indian Ocean. Through dialogue, innovations, and solidarity, this journey toward new horizons will map out a path to a more secure, interconnected, and prosperous Indian Ocean region. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for underscoring Indian Ocean's importance for the African continent also. Friends, our last speaker of the panel comes from the beautiful Himalayan nation of Bhutan, the Foreign Minister of Bhutan, His Excellency D.N. Dungel.
Your Excellency, the Foreign Minister of Oman, Dr. Ram Madhav, the President of India Foundation, fellow ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to join this esteemed gathering at the 8th Indian Ocean Conference here in Muscat. I'm delighted to be here in Muscat to witness its beauty and grandeur and to meet my friends as well. I extend my gratitude to the India Foundation and especially to Dr. Jayasankar, the External Affairs Minister of India, for the kind invitation, and to the Foreign Minister of Oman for the great hospitality. Since its inception in 2016, the Indian Ocean Conference has provided a vital platform for dialogue on issues of regional and global importance. The fact that we are now here in its 8th edition is a testament to its growing relevance. For those of you not very familiar with Bhutan, let me say that we are a landlocked country in the Himalayas with the nearest seashore over 700 kilometers away in Kolkata, that is in India. Seafaring is not our history, yet the Indian Ocean profoundly impacts us, much like the monsoon rains it generates that sustain our land in the Himalayas. We recognize the critical role of Indian Ocean in trade, economic stability, and prosperity. It connects economies, drives commerce, and underpins regional and global progress. The theme today, Voyage to New Horizons of Maritime Partnership, is particularly very significant. The Global South represents the aspirations of billions, yet our voices have often struggled to shape the global governance, trade, and climate action. It is crucial that our perspectives, concerns, and aspirations are not only heard, but reflected in the decision-making. Platforms like this help strengthen partnerships and foster dialogue on our shared priorities. Given that Bhutan is a landlocked country, we fully recognize the importance of Indian Ocean. Access to ocean through regional connectivity and efficient trade routes is not just a matter of convenience, but essential for economic prosperity. Strengthening transport corridors, transit agreements, and reducing logistical bottlenecks are key to fostering a more integrated and resilient economic future. Our partnerships with India and Bangladesh highlight how our regional cooperation can enhance connectivity, benefiting entire nations. Excellencies, one of the most pressing concerns for the global South is climate change, and so is for Bhutan as well. The Indian Ocean plays a crucial role in regulating the Earth's climate, yet it is among the most vulnerable to rising sea levels, extreme weather events, and marine degradation. The impact of climate change is not confined to coastal nations alone. Bhutan, despite being in the Himalayas, faces severe consequences, including rapidly melting glaciers, glacial lake outbursts, and unpredictable weather patterns. This underscores our shared responsibility to champion climate resilient and sustainability. Bhutan has long prioritized environmental conservation as a cornerstone of our development philosophy. We are proud to be a carbon-negative country, absorbing more carbon than we emit, thanks to our vast forests and strong environmental regulations. However, addressing climate change requires global cooperation, sustained financing, and strong leadership overall. In this spirit, Bhutan, along with Madagascar, Panama, and Suriname, has launched a Z0 at COP29 in Baku recently. This initiative unites carbon neutral and carbon negative countries to demonstrate that economic progress and environmental responsibility can go hand in hand. Through Z0, we aim to protect forests, build green economies, and support climate action with the highest standards of accountability and transparency. We hope this initiative inspires others to join us in building a net zero, nature positive world. At the same time, we call for greater commitment to climate action as well. Financial support for vulnerable nations is very essential. The new collective quantified goal must provide new, additional, and easily accessible funding to developing countries. Without this, maintaining carbon neutrality will be increasingly difficult as we move ahead. We also urge strong emission reduction commitments to keep global warming within 1.5 degrees Celsius. The global South is doing its part, and we need the world now to match our ambition. Excellencies, Bhutan is also embarking on a bold and visionary initiative, the Gelefu Mindfulness City, or the GMC. Conceived by His Majesty King Jigme, GMC will be a new kind of economic hub, one that integrates sustainability, innovation, and well-being. Rooted in Bhutan's deep spiritual heritage, GMC will be built on the principles of environmental stewardship, economic opportunity, cultural preservation, and human-centered urban design. It will be powered by clean energy, designed for minimal environmental impact, and serve as a global center for sustainable business and research. Strategically located at the crossroads of South Asia and Southeast Asia, GMC will enhance regional connectivity and economic exchange, creating a dynamic and transparent environment for investment and collaboration. 5 decades ago, Bhutan gave the world a different development paradigm in the form of gross national happiness, which implies that sustainable development should take a holistic approach towards notions of progress and give equal importance to non-economic aspects of well-being and happiness. Today, 5 decades later, Bhutan offers Galefu Mindfulness City, the GNH 2.0. But Bhutan cannot do this alone. GMC is an initiative for partnership, not just with our close friends like India and our immediate neighbors, but with a global network of innovators, investors, and visionaries who share our commitment to sustainability and mindful development. Excellencies and dear friends, as we move forward, Global South must not only amplify its voice, but also actively shape solutions to today's challenges. In this regard, we acknowledge India's leadership in championing the interests of developing nations. India has consistently worked to ensure that the concerns of the Global South are prioritized in global discussions. Its commitment to fostering South-South cooperation, enhancing regional connectivity, and promoting sustainable development has been evident in many forums. Bhutan deeply values these efforts and remains optimistic that India and other like-minded countries will continue to play a key role in advancing our inclusive global order. The journey ahead requires unity as well as purpose. The Global South must not only be heard, but lead in reforming financial systems, ensuring fair access to development, and building a world where no nation is left behind. Bhutan stands steady and ready to contribute by sharing our experiences, advocating for sustainable policies, and fostering deeper collaboration with our partners. I look forward to our discussion and wish the conference a great success. Thank you and Trashtele.
Thank you, Excellency, and best wishes for your Mindfulness City initiative, especially it is on our border, close to our border. We also will be benefited by your initiative. Friends, after these 2 hours of food for thought, it is time for food for stomach. So we have to probably forego the interaction time because we are slightly behind the schedule, and I'm sure Excellency Ministers will be available during the lunchtime for some informal interaction. I thank all our 6 speakers. We have one video message from the Foreign Minister of Australia, Madam Penny Wong. She is very busy with elections. She is campaigning for her own election and also for her party. They have elections in coming April. She could not join us in person, but she sent a video message which will be played out at the beginning of the next session. Right now, we conclude this panel, and I hand it over back to our MC.
Thank you, Dr. Ram, and all the speakers of our first plenary session. May I please request that Dr. Ram presents the speakers of the session with tokens of gratitude, beginning with His Excellency Abbas Araghchi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran. Followed by His Excellency Dhanjai Ramphul, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade of Mauritius. As well as His Excellency Vijita Hirath, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Employment and Tourism of Sri Lanka. As well as His Excellency Hassan Ali Joho, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. In addition to His Excellency Usman Saleh, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Eritrea.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you.
As well as His Excellency D.N. Danjiyal, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you very much.
And His Excellency Bhutan Penny Wong, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Australia. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Please do proceed to the lobby area for lunch. We will reconvene for our second plenary session in 1 hour. Thank you all. Apologies, just a quick announcement. The heads of delegates will be served their lunch in the long table that's in the center of the hall. So the heads of the delegations will be served in the long table that's in the center of the hall, not at the buffet. Thank you. Badr and Thank you, Badr and Safiya, for that lovely performance and keeping us entertained during our lunch break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, we kindly ask you all to please proceed to your seats so that we can proceed with today's agenda. Thank you. We kindly ask you all to please proceed to your seats so that we can proceed with today's agenda. Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly take your seats so that we can continue with today's agenda. Thank you. We kindly ask that you take your seats so that we can continue with today's agenda. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon session of the 8th Indian Ocean Conference. Before we proceed with the next plenary session, we'd like to play you a video address by Her Excellency Penny Wong, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Australia.
I'm Penny Wong, Australia's Foreign Minister. Thank you for the opportunity to join you virtually at this 8th Indian Ocean Conference. I extend my thanks to His Excellency Saeed Badr, Foreign Minister of Oman, and the India Foundation for your efforts in continuing this valuable dialogue. I also acknowledge India's leadership of this conference and more broadly in the Indian Ocean region, and I recognise my friend and colleague, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar. I was pleased to welcome many of you to Perth, Australia's Indian Ocean capital, last year for the 7th conference, which Minister Jaishankar and I co-hosted, one of the 21 times we have met since our government was elected. Today's topic, Voyages to New Horizons of Maritime Partnership, is a particularly important one, because ensuring a peaceful, stable and prosperous region requires us all to work together as partners. Our common challenges, including increasing strategic competition, the threat of illegal and unjustifiable attacks by the Houthis, illegal and unregulated fishing, and the threat of climate change, need common solutions. We recognise the critical role that rules and norms play in protecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Indian Ocean states. Each of us has an interest in preserving the sovereign character of our own nations and the open, inclusive and rules-based character of our region, one in which no country dominates and no country is dominated. As Foreign Minister Saeed Badr has said, effectiveness of any law relies on the respect and cooperation of all parties to abide by it and police it, and the rule of law is not optional, it is the key ingredient to maritime security. That is why Australia remains a strong supporter of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which is fundamental to the peace, security and stability of our seas and oceans, and why we continue to support practical efforts to strengthen maritime security across our region through the IOC and IORA. For example, 110 regional officials have participated in our training on UNCLOS and international maritime security law. We are also growing our presence in the Indian Ocean, opening new diplomatic posts in Kolkata, Malé and Bengaluru. We will continue to strengthen our engagement on climate cooperation and trade and investment. We have strongly supported institutions like the Indian Ocean Conference and the Indian Ocean Rim Association and their vital roles in building cooperation on our shared challenges. I want to extend my thanks to Sri Lanka for its efforts as IORA Chair, and I look forward to closely working with India when it takes the helm this year. Australia also has a close partnership with Oman when it comes to the Indian Ocean region, working together on issues from fisheries management to maritime security. As two countries with Indian Ocean coastlines, we both recognise the importance of the Indian Ocean to the prosperity of all nations that share this geography, a region where differences and disputes are settled through institutions, agreed rules and norms, and not by force or coercion. A region which is peaceful and predictable, where all of us can cooperate, trade and thrive, where we can work together to navigate our region's challenges and ensure a better future for our countries and our people. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we now have our second plenary session titled Amplifying the Voice of Global South. Please welcome to the stage the Chair, Suresh Prabhu, former Union Minister of India, as well as the speakers, beginning with His Excellency Ahmed Ali Al-Sayegh, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of the UAE, as well as His Excellency Arzu Rana Doiba, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Nepal, in addition to His Excellency Abdullah Khalil, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Maldives, as well as Errol Fonseca, Minister of Internal Affairs, Seychelles, Erwan Youssef, Second Minister of Foreign Affairs, Brunei. Thank you.
How are you, my friend? Please come. नहीं और नहीं है हो गया Hello, my dear friend. How are you? Is working? Good afternoon, friends. So this is after inaugural, the second plenary. And in the last two sessions, you heard many challenges, problems that we are facing in the region, in the Indian Ocean countries, and many others. So I was just thinking to myself, which is the bigger problem? All that what we heard, or a session just after the lunch? Because after the lunch, I'm sure you enjoyed a very sumptuous lunch and you'll be in a different mood. But yet, it's a very important session in which we have very distinguished ministers, dignitaries, leaders from several countries will convey the message, take this idea forward. And this session is devoted to something very interesting. The second plenary is amplifying the voice of Global South. Normally, what is the sound that you hear in the ocean? It's the sound of waves. And this is the time when South is making the waves. We can always see that axis of the world power is clearly shifting in the direction in which it should have happened long time ago. The most populous part of the world, the Global South, has their own priorities, their own thinking, and I'm sure all that will be articulated by my dear friends who are present here. And I would request each one of them to make the presentation. The first one I will turn is, of course, a very distinguished leader. I know her for a long time. She's a very immediate neighbor. And His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs from Nepal, Arzu Rana Doiba. So please speak. Floor is yours. So you're not well? Should I give you some medicine? I'm fine. I have some
Thank you, Excellency. Honorable Chair of the session, Sri Suresh Prabhuji, former Union Minister, Republic of India, Honorable Ministers on the dais and in the audience, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good afternoon. It is my distinct honor and privilege to address the 8th Indian Ocean Conference being held in this historic and beautiful city of Muscat. I would like to convey warm greetings from the people of Nepal. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Minister of External Affairs of India, Mr. Jaishankar, for his invitation to me, as well as the government, the Minister and the government of the Sultanate of Oman for their warm hospitality, the India Foundation and the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies, Singapore, for organizing this conference. The main theme of this conference, Voyage to New Horizons of Maritime Partnership, holds special significance for Nepal as a landlocked country, as was referred to by my dear colleague from Bhutan. All of us present in this room are convinced that maritime partnership increases connectivity, which is a key conduit for inclusive and sustainable growth of humanity. And I really appreciate the organizers of this conference for inviting me here and for giving me the forum to speak on the subject of amplifying the voice of the Global South. The leadership role taken by the Government of India and the India Foundation in bringing our voices together is very commendable, and I highly appreciate it. Excellencies, the Global South represents a large percentage of humanity without whose progress the gains made by the developed world are also jeopardized. As we deliberate on amplifying the voices of the Global South, let us recognize that the Global South is the key to building a more just, fair, and inclusive world. Stronger South-South cooperation and collaboration is required to strengthen our collective resolve and resilience to overcome the challenges brought about by inequality, poverty, the growing debt crisis, social unrest and conflict, the digital divide, and more increasingly climate change. These pressing challenges of our times disproportionately impact the Global South, with higher stakes for least developed, landlocked, and small island nations where limited resources and capacities exacerbate vulnerabilities. South-South cooperation is regarded as an important development cooperation modality that addresses these challenges with transcend borders and impact interconnected geographical areas. South-South cooperation could thus enable countries to leverage existing assets for mutually beneficial efforts, as well as share homegrown solutions for collective gains and strengthen solidarity around emerging trends that could influence the prospects and development pathways of the region as a whole. And I think the Indian Ocean region is a large region that covers a big chunk of humanity, and I think it is very apt that we are talking about South-South cooperation in this forum. The South-South and triangular cooperation have been recognized as effective strategies to address immediate, short, and long-term gains to get back on track the Sustainable Development Goals as envisioned by agreements made at the Summit of the Future during the 79th session of the UNGA in September 2024. Thus, I believe this discussion being held today is on track to meeting the goals set out by the Summit of the Future. Further, the strategy of South-South cooperation has also been recognized as key in accelerating efforts to meet all existing international commitments and work towards concrete steps to respond to emerging challenges and opportunities, which was the aim of the Summit of the Future. Though the existing forums created by the member countries of the LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDs possess critical strengths such as abundant natural resources, young population, strategic locations, untapped markets, and innovations in sustainable technologies, there still exists dearth of synergy and strategy to tap the potentials of these precious resources. I'm hopeful that this dearth of synergy and strategy will be overcome in the coming days by the Pact of the Future, which is adopted by the world leaders at the UNGA, and forums such as this will help to take it forward. The Pact of the Future, which is regarded as a bold step forward for international cooperation that aims to create a world that is more equitable, sustainable, and prepared for the challenges of the coming decades. As we all know, these important documents also included the Global Digital Compact and a Declaration on Future Generations. These documents are now regarded as the key guidelines for the future of humanity. Thus, this discussion today comes at an opportune moment as these pacts have been agreed to globally and are required to be taken forward. I'm especially hopeful as the UN Office for South-South Cooperation reports that the pact would lay the foundations for a just, sustainable, just and peaceful global order for peoples and nations. More importantly, the Pact of the Future highlights the importance of South-South and triangular cooperation in areas such as digital inclusion, AI governance, building capacities in science, technology, and innovations. I feel the roadmap for the future is pretty clear. We have had almost global consensus on the way forward for the future of humanity and identified synergies and strategies required therein. I would like to reiterate that the Global South represents the majority of humanity, and if we are going to leave no one behind, and if we do not want to be left behind, we must pull up our socks and tighten our belts and be serious about organizing our identified agendas by devoting time and resources to bring together more frequently to sit around the table the concerned stakeholders in order to achieve our common goals. In this very spirit, Nepal is hosting Sagarmatha Sambad, a permanent global dialogue forum to discuss pressing issues of regional and global importance. The first edition, which is to be held in Kathmandu from 16 to 18 May 2025, will revolve around the theme of climate change, mountains, and the future of humanity. We hope to bring together the affected communities, scientists, mountaineers, world leaders to deliberate and to commit to mitigating the impacts of climate change on mountains and glaciers. I would like to invite you all to participate in this dialogue, which will have a key focus on climate justice. Excellencies, to unleash the full potential of the Global South, we must prioritize reviewing of required policies for improving South-South cooperation, strengthening regional integration and fostering mutual learning, ensuring fair and equitable access to financial resources, reforming global governance and financial institutions to ensure the voice and representation of the Global South, advocate for the fulfillment of commitments by the developed countries, promoting equitable sharing and management of natural resources, improving connectivity by expanding regional networks through air, road, and sea, advancing capacity building through the transfer of knowledge, skills, and technology. In conclusion, I would like to stress upon the importance of listening to women and youth in amplifying the voices of the South. This is our time to rise and act. Let's build a legacy of progress that will inspire the generations ahead. In an interconnected world, our progress shares on shared vision and united action. Nepal remains steadfast in its commitment to expanding the new horizons for the Global South for sustainable and inclusive development. I once again extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for providing this important platform. Together, let us build a future of peace, progress, and prosperity for the Indian Ocean region and beyond. Thank you and namaskar.
So thank you very much. So as we always say that the voice of the South is so strong that it has to be heard all over, and particularly when it comes from the women, who again are very important components of that voice that has to be heard by others. So thank you very much for doing that. Let me turn to my another good friend, family friend, His Excellency, the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, UAE, and please also offer your very strong comments that everybody has to hear.
Thank you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. Honorable dignitaries, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great privilege to address you all today at the Indian Ocean Conference, an event that gathers nations and leaders from across the world to discuss our shared future, our common challenges, and our opportunities. As we navigate the complexities of the global landscape, it is vital to acknowledge the need to amplify the voice of the Global South, particularly in the context of maritime cooperation. Let me, at the outset, also thank the organizers and the Sultanate of Oman for this great hospitality and the reception we've received so far. The Global South is a diverse and vibrant group of nations rich in culture, resources, and potential. Yet, for far too long, the voices of many of these nations have been underrepresented in global affairs and institutions. From Africa and Latin America to Asia and Oceania, these nations have much to contribute, but often face challenges in making their voices heard on the world stage. It is within this context that the UAE is committed to the Global South in a timely manner. The Indian Ocean is a crucial global maritime corridor, plays a central role in shaping international trade, regional security, and environmental sustainability. As members of the Indian Ocean Rim Association, we must recognize that the challenges we face, such as climate change, maritime security, and sustainable economic development, require coordinated action across our borders. The health of our seas, the stability of our trade routes, and the resilience of our health of our seas are all interconnected, and it's imperative that we strengthen our efforts in preserving the resources and security of the region. Together, we can ensure that the Indian Ocean continues to be a space of safe navigation, sustainable commerce, and shared prosperity. The UAE has consistently sought to play a constructive and supportive role in global diplomacy, economic development, and peace building. We understand that the strength of the international community lies in the equitable contributions of all nations. The UAE has embraced this philosophy by working closely with nations across the Global South. It has created a platform for dialogue and facilitating collaboration on a wide range of issues, from climate change to sustainable development. The UAE's vision for global cooperation recognizes that the world's oceans are vital arteries that connect nations, cultures, and economies. The Indian Ocean, a region where many of the world's most dynamic economies and nations reside, is particularly important. With the UAE's strategic location bridging east and west, we have long recognized the value of maritime connectivity as a key to strengthening the economics and voices of the Global South. The UAE's ports, including the world-renowned ports of Jebel Ali in Dubai and KZad in Abu Dhabi, serve as gateways for trade and investment for the entire region. They connect the global south to the global market, facilitating the movement of goods, services, and ideas across continents. The UAE maritime role extends far beyond trade. We understand that the seas are shared resources and that the security and sustainability of these vital trade routes are essential for the stability and prosperity of all nations, especially those in the global south. Through our partnerships, the UAE has worked tirelessly to enhance maritime security, combat piracy, and promote safe navigation. This allows nations from the Indian Ocean region and beyond to engage more effectively in the global economy and to secure their rightful place on the international stage. The UAE continues to set the global benchmark for maritime sustainability, integrating clean energy, innovation, marine conservation, and economic resilience to secure long-term prosperity. At COP28, the UAE delivered the historic UAE consensus, setting ambitious targets to triple renewable energy capacity and double energy efficiency by 2030. Recognizing the maritime sector's pivotal role in economic security, the UAE is leading the transition toward low-carbon resilient maritime industries through offshore and renewable energy solutions tailored to maritime decarbonization. And of course, some of you are aware of the projects we are involved in Indonesia and now hopefully soon in Malaysia to increase their green energy production. Also, the UAE will host the World Maritime Day parallel event in 2025, providing a valuable platform for international collaboration on maritime innovation and sustainability. Furthermore, the UAE will co-host the UN 2026 Water Conference with Senegal in the UAE from the 2nd to the 4th of December in 2026, inviting all stakeholders to participate and contribute to driving progress on SDG 6, ensuring the availability and sustainability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all, building on existing efforts and fostering meaningful international collaboration. Through our initiatives, such as the UAE commitments to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, our support for initiatives aimed at poverty alleviation, and our investments in renewable energy and infrastructure, the UAE is working to ensure that the Global South is not left behind in the march towards the more sustainable and equitable world. As we look to the future, it's clear that the strategic importance of the Indian Ocean and its maritime routes will only continue to grow. The UAE remains committed to ensuring that this growth is inclusive and that the nations of the Global South are positioned to benefit from it. The UAE is fully committed to ensuring that the Indian Ocean remains a space for peaceful navigation, cooperation, and shared prosperity through the provision of financial, technical, and logistical support. We are working alongside our partners in the Global South to ensure that the maritime infrastructure and security continues to evolve in a way that benefits all. In this way, the UAE stands ready to amplify the voices of those who are often overlooked in global conversations. Distinguished guests, the UAE's role in amplifying the voice of the Global South is deeply intertwined with our recognition of the importance of maritime connectivity, security, and collaboration. The UAE remains steadfast in its commitment to this cause, standing shoulder to shoulder with our partners in the Global South to build a future that is not only prosperous, but also fair, sustainable, and inclusive. Together, we can ensure that the future of the Indian Ocean is one where every nation, regardless of its size or history, has the opportunity to thrive and make its voice heard. Thank you very much for your time.
So thank you very much. UAE is playing a very critical and crucial role in many of these issues that are so dear to the hearts of Global South. So thank you very much for this. Let me turn to His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Maldives, His Excellency Abdullah Khalil, because this is one country of so many islands and is facing a serious challenge which many countries of the Global South are facing, the sea level rise, which will threaten fisheries, tourism, which are the mainstay of the economies of most of those countries in the South. So I'm very happy that you will be articulating not just the feelings and the concerns of your own country, which we share, but also of many others who are having a very, very difficult future ahead of them because of climate change.
Excellencies, allow me to extend my gratitude to the government of Sultanate of Oman and the India Foundation for the warm and gracious hospitality extended to my delegation and I. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, everywhere we look, global mistrust is growing. Divisions are deepening, conflicts are raging. The climate of cooperation, which once seemed to unite us, is now clouded with suspicion. The world is witnessing a rising trend of isolationist rhetoric and increasing uncertainties about the future of multilateralism. The system where our shared interests converge, the system where dialogue, compromise, and collaboration come together, and the system where peace, inclusivity, and sustainability intertwine. This is the system facing threat. Now the question is multilateralism truly shifting from a point of commonality to contention? And what does it mean for us, the developing countries? The truth is, nearly 80 years ago, 51 countries made the choice for multilateralism. And today, we must not fail to make that bold choice again. Even as imperfect as it is, it carries immense significance and strategic value, especially for developing countries that need each other. More so for small countries like Maldives. If we take a look at why there is mistrust and perhaps a certain skepticism in the system, we can identify some trends, prime of which is the participation and involvement of developing countries, the so-called Global South, in global decision-making. As a believer in the multilateral system, we recognize the urgent need of reinforcing the United Nations, the epitome of multilateralism. This is why the Maldivian President, Dr. Mohamed Moise, called for a reformed, revitalized, and representative UN at the General Debate of the 79th session of the UN General Assembly. Especially the United Nations Security Council. The discussion on Security Council reforms has gone on for far too long. We need decision now. President Dr. Mohamed Moise highlighted three main changes to the Council. First, he called to make it more representative. This means an expanded council both in permanent and non-permanent categories. This means a non-permanent rotating seat for small island developing states, a group that makes up 20% of the UN membership, and yet have left out of decision-making rooms for far too long. This means correcting the historic injustices facing against these countries. This means having a council that is reflective of the current realities of the world, the UN membership. Second, he called to abolish the veto. The veto paralyzes the Council from taking action, something we have seen far too clearly with Gaza in recent months. And because the veto inhibits actions, it makes the Council ineffective and ultimately leads to those looking to the United Nations for solution to lose hope. Third, he called for the Council to consider new and emerging threats, non-traditional interests, specifically non-traditional threats, climate change, water scarcity, pandemics, depletion of natural resources. All of these have shown to cause conflicts. If the Council does not start to consider these threats, it will soon become irrelevant. The second trend we can identify is that the need for cooperation is higher than ever. Connecting Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, the Maldivian waters are home to key maritime routes. Our strategic location at the heart of the Indian Ocean makes us a key player in global maritime trade and commerce. But it also exposes us to security and development threats, such as the climate crisis, geopolitical tensions, cyber attacks, and crimes at sea, including terrorism, piracy, and IIU fishing. An independent and strong Maldives and a unified approach are key to maintaining the order in the Indian Ocean. This is why the Maldives is working closely with its neighbors at a bilateral and regional level. While a regional solution is essential, it alone is not sufficient. Global challenges like these demand global solutions. It needs to be viewed in a broader sense. These challenges are not limited to us, but common to our neighbors and beyond. For example, the Maldives contributes a minuscule amount of emissions compared to the global levels, yet we are on the front line of climate change and climate emergency. So today's challenges, we cannot go about it in isolation. When we reduce emissions in our own countries, that impacts all of us. When we stop deadly communicable diseases from spreading in our own countries, it impacts all of us. When we have instability in one part of the world, it impacts global supply chain. It drives to how connected we are, how global cooperation is necessary. This is where the developing countries can play a greater role. South-South cooperation has been a cornerstone of the development support for many years. But today, this is more necessary than ever. We need to help each other, support each other, share our experience with each other too. This also circles back to the need for enhancing developing countries' leadership and engagement in the decisions and the decision-making processes pertaining the issues. No one knows the developing countries' situation better than the developing countries themselves. We jointly represent the vast majority of the world's population. That makes our voice as powerful as any other. It is no doubt that the developing countries exhibit stronger leadership and resilience, which may have demonstrated through its ability to adapt and foster solutions important to navigate uncertain situations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the threats facing us does not end at our shores alone, and often are not of our making. The international financial system, for example, is structurally too weak to offer its support of the countries that needs it the most. With the rise in debt burden and declining of the funding for sustainable development, the most in need of support are being tested time after time. The Pact of the Future adopted at the 2024 Summit of the Future revived our hope for a renewed system that better captures the new realities of the developing countries. We are determined to work together to implement this outcome document. Partnerships that understand the reality and push us to work together towards a common goal is a must when sailing against the wind. We are committed to work together to realize our shared vision for a more peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable Indian Ocean. I thank you all.
So thank you very much. As you have really expressed your serious concerns about the way it is going on, we all really share it and we have to work on it. I'm sure these particular oceans actually have a great ability. They join each other very well. I hope these concerns will be shared by the global community and we'll be able to act on it in a very appropriate manner. Let me now turn to His Excellency, the Minister of Interior of Seychelles, one of the most beautiful country and also the country where everybody like to go. So I think this is one country I'm sure you like to share your views as well.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, just before I start my presentation, let me thank and congratulate all of you for still being awake at this time in the afternoon. It's a privilege to join you today at this 8th Indian Conference under the theme Voyage to New Horizons of Maritime Partnership. First of all, I extend my deep appreciation to the government of the Sultanate of Oman for their warm hospitality and for convening this very important gathering. I also pay tribute to His Majesty Sultan Hethman bin Tariq Al Said for his visionary leadership, which continues to uphold Oman's rich maritime heritage and commitment to regional cooperation. Furthermore, I express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency Dr. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister of India, for his kind invitation and for India's steadfast role in fostering dialogue and collaboration in the Indian Ocean region. This forum provides a valuable opportunity for nations of the Global South to engage in meaningful dialogue, strengthen partnerships, and collectively shape the future of our shared maritime space. This is my third participation of this Indian Ocean Conference, and I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Government of India of SAGA, the Initiative of Security and Growth for all the region. The Indian Ocean is central to global trade and economic development, serving as a vital corridor that connects continents and sustains millions of livelihoods. As stewards of this ocean, coastal and island nations have an important role to play in ensuring its security, economic viability, and environmental integrity. While we acknowledge the contributions of long-standing maritime actors, it is equally important that the voices of the nations most directly impacted by maritime policies are actively engaged in shaping them. The Global South must continue to take a proactive role in defining the governance and sustainable management of our shared maritime space. Seychelles firmly believes in a more inclusive and equitable approach to maritime governance, where nations, regardless of their size, can contribute meaningfully to decision-making process. Whilst we are a small island developing state, geography has placed us at the center of the troubled waters of the Indian Ocean. We have learned to understand the challenges and opportunities that come with being part of this vast and dynamic ocean. Maritime security remains a key concern, as recent incidents, including the resurgence of piracy since November 2023, instability in the Red Sea, and increasing cases of illicit trafficking, highlight the need for stronger regional cooperation and leadership. Addressing these challenges require enhanced coordination and great investment in the capacities of regional states and frank discussions amongst good friends. And being amongst good friends, I again wish to state or to raise the point of burden sharing in respect to the incarceration of criminals involved in transnational maritime crimes within our regional territory. I will once again state that a 12-year sentence shared by 4 countries results in only a burden of 3 years for each. Seychelles will help with, Seychelles, with the help of our international partners, has enhanced its maritime judicial procedures aligned with legal and human rights standards. We are happy to continue using our legal institutions based on our proximity to most incidents in the Western Indian Ocean. But we feel that other players should come into the process of the incarceration phase. Seychelles would also like to seize this opportunity to thank and recognize the steadfast support of the European Union through the Indian Ocean Commission in addressing maritime security issues within the region, with initiatives such as being undertaken in discussion with the Eastern and Southern Africa Commission on drugs to assist in the process of setting up a regional drug observatory, which will be based in Seychelles, covering Kenya, Madagascar, Mauritius, Mozambique, Seychelles itself, South Africa, Tanzania, La Réunion, and the Comoros. This observatory will allow these regional states to enhance collaboration and the monitoring and analysis of trends, patterns, and trafficking routes of drugs. Such an effort would drive policymaking through a comprehensive understanding of the issues and the extent of drug trafficking and use at both national and regional levels. Our task here is based on the premise that no single country can take on this fight on its own. While we consider the interconnectedness of our maritime borders, it is therefore equally important to consider the interconnectedness of maritime crime. These illegal activities at sea have the tendency to very often quickly grow, both horizontally and vertically. For example, in recent years, Seychelles has seen clear examples of this, where human trafficking has been used by narcotic traffickers within their transactions. We recently welcomed 2 of our citizens back to Seychelles after nearly 6 years of captivity. Seychelles is undertaking various efforts to ensure that the vulnerable individuals within the society are not exploited by illegal actors. A recent workshop, supported by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, was conducted this year in January 2025, concluded with the drafting of a smuggling of migrants bill, which, when brought into force, would complement international efforts to safeguard maritime routes, protect human dignity, and enhance maritime security. In this regard, Seychelles is further honored to assume the chairmanship of the Contact Group on Illicit Maritime Activities, the CGIMA, a regional platform dedicated to addressing a wide range of maritime security challenges, including piracy, human trafficking, arms, and drug trafficking. As a successor to the Contact Group on Piracy off the coast of Somalia, CGPCS, CGIMA reflects the evolving security landscape of the region and the need for more comprehensive and coordinated response. Seychelles remains committed to strengthening CGIMA as an inclusive platform, fostering regional and international cooperation to combat illicit maritime activities effectively. Beyond security, economic resilience is essential for the sustainable development of the Global South. The blue economy provides immense opportunities for our nations, but challenges such as limited technology and fair market conditions continue to hinder growth. Seychelles has pioneered innovative financial mechanisms such as blue bonds and debt for nature swaps. But these initiatives must be expanded so that all developing nations can access sustainable investment for their maritime resources. Furthermore, climate change poses a growing threat to our maritime economies. Rising sea levels, extreme weather events, and the degradation of maritime ecosystems affect the very foundation of our economies and security. It is imperative that the global community strengthens its commitments to climate financing, adaptation support, and sustainable marine resource management, including that maritime nations are equipped to meet these challenges. As we amplify the voice of the Global South, we must work together to shape the governance of the Indian Ocean in a way that reflects the needs of its coastal and island nations. Seychelles is committed to ensure that a collective maritime future is secure, sustainable, and prosperous, one where new partnerships lead to the new opportunities, and where every nation, regardless of its size, has an equal stake in our ocean's future. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we face varied new norms amongst the global North countries, them also partly unsure about their future, let us remain faithful to our collaborative programs so that we are better able to resume and enhance the existing partnerships programs with all our international partners. This is a voyage towards new horizons in maritime partnership, one built on collaboration, innovation, and a shared commitment to a just and inclusive future of the Global South. Seychelles stands ready to play its part. I thank you.
So thank you very much for providing a different perspective as well as reiterating the importance of how do we really need to work on the countries in the Global South. So thank you very much for that very important statement. Now let me turn to His Excellency, the Minister from Brunei, His Excellency Mr. Erivan Yusuf, to offer his comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, His Excellency Suresh Prabhu, former Union Minister of India, for the introduction. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear colleagues, excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen. First, I'd like to thank for the privilege of speaking today at the 8th Indian Ocean Conference, jointly organized by Oman's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the India Foundation here in the Sultanate of Oman. My appreciation also goes to His Excellency Sayyid Badr bin Hamad Al Busaidi, the Foreign Minister of Oman, and his very able team of officials for the excellent arrangements and hospitality extended to me and my delegation. Your Excellencies, colleagues, it is an honor to discuss a critical topic close to my heart and relevant to our time, the amplification of the voice of the Global South. A select few do not solely drive change, adaptation, and advancement, but rather through the concerted efforts of many, particularly through the united front presented by nations of the Global South. The Global South is also, at the same time, facing immense challenges, including climate change, economic inequality, and political instability. Effectively addressing these issues requires not just a few nations, but a widespread collaboration effort spearheaded by regional groupings in the Indo-Pacific. One such grouping which I shall share is the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN. Since its inception in 1967, ASEAN has become a major geopolitical force with a unique consensus-based decision-making process. This methodology, while sometimes considered slow, ensures that all voices are heard, fostering deeper cooperation and preventing conflicts. ASEAN has also been central to significant economic and security cooperations. The Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or RCEP, and security platforms like the ASEAN Regional Forum, or ARF, have respectively enhanced our connectivity with major global markets and strengthened our capability to manage regional and global security issues, including maritime security and transnational crimes. Furthermore, ASEAN's mediation strategies, such as those outlined in the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, facilitate balanced and cooperative developments. A specific area where ASEAN plays a crucial mediating role is in the South China Sea, an extension of the Indian Ocean through the Straits of Malacca. The ongoing negotiations for a code of conduct in the South China Sea are a testament to ASEAN's pivotal role in regional peace and stability, as well as ensuring the unhindered transit of goods in the world. A key part of our discussion in ASEAN has always been the unwavering commitment to the rule of law and a rules-based international order. It is crucial that this commitment is universally upheld. The principles of international law, whether it be UNCLOS, whether it be the UN Charter, under the WTO, or under the UNFCCC, must apply equally across all nations, including those in the global north. This is essential, not only for justice, but also for maintaining global stability. All nations, regardless of their power or economic status, must be accountable for upholding these rules. Looking forward, ASEAN's Vision 2045 aims to build a more integrated and resilient community that is focused on inclusivity and sustainability, enhancing living standards and contributing to broader global development. In closing, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN plays a pivotal role not just regionally, but also as a significant advocate to the Global South by fostering dialogue and cooperation through consultation and consensus building towards a balanced, inclusive, and sustainable order. I hope that we can provide and share with you in the Indian Ocean region some of our experiences as we work together in the future. Thank you, Your Excellencies.
So thank you very much. As you've seen from the inaugural session to the first plenary to the now, I think more than 15, 16 people, the dignitaries, the excellencies, offered their comments, made their statements. And as you could see, there's so much of knowledge that exists that we really need to work on. So many ideas that have been generated that we should follow up. There are so many things that we really need to address together. So as always happens when you travel into the sea, more deeper you go, more the depth you discover. And that's what exactly this is something which we have been seeing in this discussion in the last few hours. So this is, now session is open. I mean, if somebody wants to ask some questions or something, we have some time. I would request only to raise the hand give the names, and if you can mention whom your question is addressed to will be helpful so that that person can address it properly. Just please come in the front.
Two.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir, for a very enriching session. My name is Vikrant Pachnanda. I'm a lawyer from Delhi. My question is a general question. Do you think that maritime cyber piracy, which is something which is also now being defined formally by the International Maritime Organization, that is a key legal challenge that still persists and something which needs to be addressed, and cooperation amongst the countries in this region can help in addressing this issue of maritime cyber piracy, sir?
Anybody in?
Maritime cyber what? Piracy. Piracy. So,
I think Mr. Ahmed, you have been playing a crucial role in that. You have been playing a... Okay. Anybody would like to say something? See, it is obviously an important issue, and I think this needs to be taken forward. So thank you for your very good suggestion and putting an item on the agenda, flagging off an issue which really needs to be taken forward. So we have taken note of that. There is absolutely a need for cooperation in all these areas, and as you correctly pointed out, this is one area which needs a serious attention. We'll take note of that. You want to say something?
No, I just wanted to know if you meant protection of the cyber cables. Is that what it means? The cyber network.
You can just mention whatever way. Just.
That's fast. Just to get back to that question, we were not too sure of your question. Was it in relation to security of internet cables in the oceans, or to do with cyber security?
So this was to do with cyber maritime piracy, because there have been issues in the past where now through cyber attacks you can spoof, let's say, the satellite positioning system on ships, for instance. And the IMO has also defined this now, this issue, or this definition of maritime cyber piracy, basically preventing cyber attacks on maritime ships.
Yeah, so what you're suggesting is irrespective, there's nothing special to maritime, it's cyber in any situation, including
yes,
maritime.
That is there, but like now, because this is increasing a lot in the maritime, especially on ships now, that could be a threat. So we have the United Nations Convention of Law of Seas. Now there's no specific provision dealing with this in particular for maritime.
Yeah, okay, I understand you now. Oh.
Actually, eventually, we'll have to move towards taking on board everything that is really moving through cyber. So that's something which has to happen, and this point is well taken. I think this is something which will definitely take into account. We have a secretariat which is taking note of all such new ideas that have been coming up. I'm sure this will be one of the points on which we can deliberate more and take it forward. Yes, please.
I'm Pradeep Mehta from CUTS. It's a global think tank.
We work in many continents, including in
so that
Africa.
everybody can hear.
Can you hear me?
A little bit.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Pradeep Mehta. I'm the head of a global think tank called CUTS International. And we work on a very large area, numbers of public policy. Just to comment on the point which was raised by the friend earlier, artificial intelligence, the way it is growing, I think many of these issues would be, beyond our thinking also. So what could happen, what could not happen, including, malpositioning of ships that could even happen to aircrafts. It could happen to any other system. But let me leave it at that to say that I don't think any government has an answer as yet. We are still struggling for a code on AI. And the US is taking its own position on that, which was apparent from the recent utterances of the US Vice President earlier in Munich and as well as earlier as well. Having said that, the question that I would like to ask the panel, the G20 meeting in India was a great boost to Global South as compared to what happened in Brazil. It was a continuation. Now, what is happening is there's a G20 meeting now happening in South Africa. I wonder whether there would be similar kind of hubris or similar kind of effort to push it forward, knowing very well that Trump has already declined to, has found South Africa very difficult for their own understanding, in the sense that we are facing a problem which is going to be affecting the whole of Global South. How do you think the governments here, whether they are here or even here, there are delegates from South Africa as well, as to how are they going to deal with the kind of solidarity which India showed in Global South at the G20, which was held 2 years ago? Thank you very much.
So Mr. Pradeep Mehta, who posed this question, leads a very important think tank. So obviously, this is the one issue that we really, obviously, is a very important part of that further discussion that will be followed up. As you know, Global South is a very loose term. How many countries, how this follows, it all changes from time to time as well as from issue to issue. But it is equally important that we have to work together, particularly the Global South, which has so many things in common, so many concerns, which really are life and death situations for many of these countries. So we'll definitely take it forward and we'll definitely note that, because I think the ministers on both my left and on the right have noted your interesting point. Any more questions, or we can end the session? Okay, so I think I really thank all the honorable ministers, the excellencies from 5 different countries for making their points, and thank you all for listening to them so carefully. As I was saying in the beginning, a session after lunch is always challenging, but it looks like everybody is fully focused and involved into the discussion. So I'm sure we'll really move on with this many ideas that will be generated by the presentations made by these 5 ministers. So thank you very much. Looking forward to working with all of you.
Are they getting these? Your Excellencies, we would like to extend some tokens of gratitude to you for taking part in this session. We kindly ask that you please remain on stage so that we can distribute the tokens of gratitude. Beginning with Ahmed Ali Al Sayegh, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, UAE. Arzu Rana Doiba, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Nepal. Abdullah Khalil, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Maldives. Errol Fonseca, Minister of Internal Affairs, Seychelles. Erwan Youssef, Second Minister of Foreign Affairs, Brunei. Thank you once again, Your Excellencies, for that session, and to the chair as well, Suresh Prabhu. Remember that throughout the conference, you can comment on social media with the hashtag IOC25. We now move swiftly on to our next plenary session titled Securing Maritime Economic Interests. Headsets will be handed out if you require interpretation, as some speakers in the session will be speaking in other languages. Please welcome the chair, MJ Akbar, former Minister of State of India, to the stage. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, once again, please welcome the Chair, MJ Akbar, former Minister of State of India, to the stage, as well as the speakers. Kusato David Chumi, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Tanzania. On Kiang, Secretary of State, Cambodia. Nguyen Minh Vu, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Vietnam. Roos Jali Chandra, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Thailand. And Jai Jun, Special Envoy for Middle East Affairs, China. Ladies and gentlemen, interpretation will be provided. The headsets will be placed on your tables for anyone that would require interpretation, as some speakers will be presenting in other languages. Thank you.
Welcome. Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you may have noticed, we began on a very auspicious note with the breaking of a glass. We hope that the matters improve after this. As I was thinking about our discussions for this afternoon, and the subject deals with the Indian Ocean, maritime security, a question came to mind. Why have we never heard of any significant war in the Indian Ocean before the arrival of the Europeans? Global trade did not begin with European colonization. It has existed all through recorded history. Those of you who may have wanted or have read Livy may recall that he berated the ladies of Rome for spending the wealth of the Roman Empire on purchases from India. Trade with India, trade with China has been consistently mentioned. One of the routes of trade was certainly the sea. And here, I think I'll have to pause with reference to our host friends, Oman, to mention one of the primary laws of international relations. Why do you hate me so much? I have never helped you. Why do I mention this? Because it was an Omani who introduced European navigation, at least to India's shores. His name was Ibn Majid. Vasco da Gama had been trying very hard to find an ocean route to India and had been unable to. And an Omani navigator actually showed him the way where he reached India in a space of about 10 days. I think if that help had not been given to him, the Europeans would have spent another century finding the way and would not have discovered it. And we would have been saved a great amount of historical, what shall I say, cruelty. In fact, when Vasco da Gama reached Calicut, I've always also wondered what was the language in which they communicated with the Malayali princes and royalty. He discovered two Tunisians in Calicut who spoke Castilian. So there was a very strong relationship which has been recorded of international trade, but trade without conflict. Trade as it should be carried between civilizational states and civilizational people. This was replaced by the era of European colonial barbarism, as those who suffered famine, those who suffered exploitation, those who suffered total despoilation of their economies suffered. I'll give you one statistic, because these are introductory remarks. This is in I've forgotten his name, but Yale historian, whose new book, I think it's called The Rise and Fall of Nations, where he said that in 1750, when statistics were recorded, China had 30% of world manufacturing output and trade. India had 24%. I think in another 20 years, those figures might return. But this was the level of the economies at that time. By 1947, when we got freedom and we reversed European colonization, Britain had over 20% of world trade and we had 2. Britain in 1750 had 2. This was the history that we've had to reverse and compete. But in the 21st century, we are showing the signs of actually finding our way back, despite this being the 21st century opening in a plethora of wars. As we mentioned wars, I just want to point one thing out, that wars do not recognize boundaries. That is the lesson of world wars. The wars that you're seeing in Ukraine, I call it a European war with Asian consequences. Because, never forget how close Ukraine is to North Caucasus, how close North Caucasus is to Syria, how close Syria is to the Red Sea. And already you can see the chain of sequence actually getting involved. And these are conflicts with Asian consequences. But I will leave the rest to our guests and speakers this afternoon. I just want briefly to end with a couple of sentences on India's policy towards this region, Indian Ocean, and this can be best defined by Prime Minister Modi's redefinition of the region in what I would like to call the arc of neighborhood. The arc of neighborhood that extends from the Gulf up to Indonesia and beyond. It's no longer a neighborhood only defined by land, it is also being defined by seas. This is a very important development of the last 10 years. Second, we have redefined the meaning of neighbor. Neighbor is no longer defined only by distance. It is also defined by reach. If I can't reach you, then you are not a neighbor. There are today, I think, 1,000 flights to and fro from the Gulf and India every week. But you won't find a flight from India to a week, a month, or even a year to one particular country which lies in proximity. So who is my neighbor? Obviously, the Gulf is my neighbor, Indonesia is my neighbor, China is my neighbor. And I think with the rapid evolution of situations, language too needs a proportionate evolution. To begin this afternoon's conversation with you, I would like to invite first His Excellency Kosata Chumi, Deputy Minister of Foreign Relations, Tanzania, for the first speech. Sir.
Honorable Chairperson, Excellencies, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, though we are in the second month of the year, to say Happy New Year to you all. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the government of the Sultanate of Oman and the government of the Republic of India for extending an invitation to Honorable Ambassador Mahmoud Thabit Kombo, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the United Republic of Tanzania, whom I have the honor to represent to this important and timely conference. Honorable Ambassador Kombo, wish you a fruitful discussion and deliberation as now he is attending the AU Summit in Addis Ababa. I would also like to extend my heartfelt appreciation for the exceptional hospitality extended to me and my entire delegation since our arrival. We also thank the India Foundation for organizing this 8th Indian Ocean Conference here in the beautiful city of Muscat. Excellencies, our theme for this
plenary, namely securing maritime economic interests, calls for a candid discussion on how we can ensure that the Indian Ocean remain an important driver for economic development through international trade, fishing, oil and gas exploration, coastal and marine tourism, environmental conservation, and many more. To realize these and many other economic interests in the Indian Ocean region, we must enhance collaboration, strengthen resilience, and promote innovation in maritime activities. However, above all, economic development and prosperity as countries on the Indian Ocean very much relies on maritime security. Therefore, to contribute to this topic, I will touch on the need to address non-traditional security challenges on the Indian Ocean and how we can work together to realize the shared economic interests presented by the Indian Ocean. However, allow me to go back to history of our societies which have been conducting trade with each other ever since the classical period. The city of Dar es Salaam, Zanzibar, and Tanga in Tanzania, for example, is a typical illustration of the history of trade in the Indian Ocean and its contribution towards developing civilizations, enhancing security, and promoting cooperation among nations. For instance, quite a large number of Oman citizens associate their origin with Tanzania, mainly because of the trade on the Indian Ocean. Since trade involves movement of goods, people, and many more, therefore, through the Indian Ocean, we are all connected and perhaps related. Given that the Indian Ocean is a vital pathway for global trade, securing our joint economic has to go hand in hand with taking cooperative actions to tackle or combat common security challenges. Security in the Indian Ocean is the bedrock for realizing our maritime economic interests. Excellencies, non-traditional security threats in the Indian Ocean, namely climate change, environmental degradation, and ocean resource exploration, present a real and urgent threat to our collective interest in the Indian Ocean. The impact of rising sea levels will have a devastating result to coastal areas. According to the WMO, from 2014 to 2023, a global mean sea level rose at a rate of 4.77 millimeters per year, more than double the rate between 1993 and 2002. At this rate, coastal areas will be even greater risks due to the increased flooding from the sea and in some deltas, flooding from rivers. Therefore, we cannot allow this to happen. Environmental degradation can cause damage to port infrastructure, leading to operational disruption and increased maintenance costs. Coastal erosion and sea level rise will affect the port of Dar es Salaam, port of Tanga, Mtwara, and Zanzibar, which serves about 10 countries in East and Southern of Africa and receives around 2,000 ships annually. In terms of ocean resource exploitation, it is important to collaborate in tackling illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. The fishery industry is among the most important economic sector in Tanzania, and it remains a key source of employment, food security, and revenue for our country. Excellencies, the Indian Ocean region must be viewed in the context of global economic, environment, political and security framework that is tightly interconnected. It is neither possible nor desirable to think of the Indian Ocean security as being separated from global security. Therefore, it is evident that no one nation has the resource to provide for safety and security throughout the entire maritime domain. I therefore like to bring to this discussion 3 suggestions for actions as we move forward. First, ensuring maritime security. Tanzania proposes collaboration in monitoring and securing the Indian Ocean against pirates, illegal fishing, smuggling, and other transnational maritime crimes. This should go hand in hand with information sharing. There is a need for improved intelligence sharing, particularly related to maritime threats like pirates, terrorism, and human trafficking. Second, cooperation on maritime infrastructure development. We need to collaborate with each other in developing critical maritime infrastructure such as port facilities, navigation aids, and emergency response centers, particularly in enhancing safety along the Indian coastline. There needs to be more investment in the blue economy, including sustainable and use of ocean resources for economic growth and job creation. Third, environmental protection and climate change adaptation. There needs to be growing partnership in projects related to the coast and marine environmental protection, including efforts to mitigate the impact of climate change, pollution, and habitat destruction, as well as collaboration on building resilience against maritime and coastal disasters, such as flooding and rising sea levels, particularly for vulnerable coastal communities. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, as I conclude, to secure our maritime economic interests, we need to ensure that cooperation occurs at different levels and in a range of forums, including political and operational. The Indian Ocean region plays a vital role in the world. Therefore, we most certainly cannot sit by and let the environment challenges facing our world today prevent us from harnessing the economic benefits from our ocean. We must always keep in mind that the maritime domain, in the area where collective interest and security concerns converge, and must surpass individualism. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you. Asante sana. Shukran.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. You heard the statistics. If you are the ruling elite, if you don't do something about it, there will be trouble ahead. And if the waters of this ocean, Indian Ocean, become a massive economic choke point, one of the 2 vital passages is already consumed by war. We have to work very hard to see that the second one is not. May I request His Excellency Kyum of Cambodia to please address us?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely thank the government of Oman and India for the gracious invitation extended to Excellency Praksakhon, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Cambodia. Unfortunately, due to prior commitments, he could not be here with us. I'm honored and pleased to represent my country on his behalf at this 8th Indian Ocean Conference. I also thank our host, the government of Oman, and the India Foundation for facilitating my delegation's travel and the warm hospitality. Excellencies and distinguished guests, recently, global geopolitics have become increasingly uncertain and complex. Technological advancements and globalization have transformed national and international economies. These developments, in turn, have shaped the patterns of global and domestic productions and distribution of resources. The rise of emerging economies have tilted the balance of power in the international system. All these developments have generated uncertainty, anxiety for the world community. The world has witnessed boiling conflict and rising tensions in many regions. At the same time, the world is also facing non-traditional threats of a transnational nature, such as climate change, human and drug trafficking, and illegal fishing. We all know that any solution to these complex challenges require multiple-level, multiple-actor consultation and cooperation. The Indian Ocean Conference, which brings together political leaders, think tanks, academics, and civil society organizations, is a fitting venue. Excellencies and distinguished guests, in my brief remarks, I would like to make 3 points that are not necessarily in order, but in connection with one another, and these are the issues facing the Indian Ocean regions that we are discussing under the theme of securing economic interests, mechanism for addressing these challenges, and Cambodia's commitment to promoting collaboration and development. The Indian Oceans and India have been critical in advancing civilizations in the Southeast Asian regions through people-to-people connectivity and knowledge transfer for over 1,000 years. In recent decades, India has accelerated that connectivity through its Look East and subsequent Act East policy. The under-constructed India-Myanmar-Thailand trilateral highway is India's seamless road network that connects the Indian subcontinent to Southeast Asia. It aims to enhance trade, foster cultural exchanges, and contribute to regional stability. When extended to Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, which we hope it will eventually achieve that goal, this highway further expands Southeast Asia link to the Indian Oceans. And this connectivity enhances the two regions' economic security, including maritime economic security. Trade and people-to-people connectivity between the Indian Oceans region and Southeast Asia have increased the completions of ASEAN-India Air Transport Agreement. Bilateral Cambodia established direct flight with India, a service that has increased the number of inbound and outbound tourists for the two countries. The untapped economic potential exists in the Indian Ocean regions, and the Cambodian government has engaged with the region's government to unearth such potential. Cambodia has designated Ocean Festival to promote the development of maritime tourism. The Indian Oceans is linked to the Pacific Ocean through the South China Sea, which forms the Indo-Pacific. Given the region's geostrategic significance and abundant natural resources, the Indo-Pacific has become a zone of strategic rivalry. World superpowers and middle powers form their Indo-Pacific initiative or strategy. If not properly managed, this varying initiative will generate mistrust, leading to potential conflict. In this context, Cambodia supports all initiatives and strategies for the Indo-Pacific region as long as 1, it promotes peace and development, 2, do not oppose any country, and 3, support ASEAN centrality. I have followed dialogues of past Indian Ocean conferences, and I sense that participants stress the vital role of multilateral institutions in fostering dialogue to promote peace and development and to secure economic development. ASEAN has well established, as some of our previous speakers have pointed out, institutional mechanisms, and they have brought together all stakeholders to discuss varying issues critical to Asia Pacific, from trade to security to culture. ASEAN adopted the Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, AOIP, to tackle significant challenges in the maritime sector. The AOIP shares many visions and goals articulated by participants of successive Indian Ocean conferences. Many of those issues have been echoed in this year's conference, such as securing maritime economic interests. In sum, addressing those issues require building confidence amid the declining climates of trust among countries and the need to turn competition into cooperation amid rising geopolitical rivalries. Collectively, globalization has served the world quite well. It has expanded world trade, promoted economic growth, and reduced poverty. However, as I stated earlier, certain countries' patterns of wealth distribution have generated discontent with globalization. Popular discontent has turned some countries toward trade protectionism. Consequently, multilateral system is experiencing significant stress under the weight of changing world order and isolationist impulses. ASEP, an ASEAN-centered trade arrangement, have promoted free trade and resilient supply chains, and all members of the Indian Ocean region might find it beneficial to collaborate under ASEP. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the climate is changing fast, and in many regions, such as the Indian Ocean regions and Southeast Asia, drought, flood, extreme heats, and rising sea level have become more severe and frequent. Rising sea levels have endangered coastal regions and seriously threatened many island nations, affecting their maritime economic security. As far as climate change is concerned, the time for urgency is now. Cambodia has put efforts to addressing climate change within its national policy and the ASEAN framework to promote the development of the blue economy, conserve natural resources, and protect maritime environment. Cambodia is committed to carbon neutrality by 2050. The Cambodian government has identified clean energy as a national security priority because it is the key to Cambodia's sustainable growth, energy security, and environmental stewardship. Energy transition has been in action as evident by the components of renewable resources in the country's energy supply. The challenges arising from climate change are like a tickling time bomb. Addressing climate change challenges require, to use Jeffrey Sachs' words, a big push. Therefore, there is a need for greater collaboration with and assistance in finance and technology from developed nations to advance scientific research on maritime ecology, mitigate the threat of climate change, and adapt to climate change. With some countries' wariness toward multilateral platform to tackle climate change, countries of the global south need to double down their efforts. A forum such as this will help advance our collaboration on research and efforts to mobilize financial resources, technology, and scientific knowledge. I would conclude my remark with this final thought, that our world has undergone tremendous changes, for the better for the most part. However, some lingering issues have impeded effort forging partnership to solve the world's critical issues, including securing maritime economic interests. These include rising geopolitical competition, inward-looking propensity in some countries due to discontent with globalization, seemingly resolvable yet unresolved effects, prolonged conflicts such as those in Ukraine and the Middle East, and rising non-traditional security threats that have threatened world and maritime economic interests. Cambodia strongly urges states in the region to work together to promote practical regional cooperation that is inclusive, complementary, and mutually beneficial. By strengthening collaboration, we can effectively address regional and global challenges while laying the groundwork for a resilient region that is not only withstand today's uncertainty, but also pave the way for a brighter, more sustainable future for the future generation. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Among the many important points he raised one which I think just about every concerned speaker does, almost as a matter of rote: drugs. Have you ever wondered why nothing happens on the subject all over the world? In fact, instead of tackling the crime, we actually have moving towards legalizing the crime. Before I invite our next speaker, His Excellency from Vietnam, I think it's pertinent to remind everyone that on 30th April, we shall be marking a very major event in world history. On 30th April this year, 50 years ago, the Vietnam War ended. And I think the significance of that event, which we were much younger, obviously, but the significance of that event has not been fully thought through yet. May I request His Excellency Nguyen Minh Vu to come and address us, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Vietnam.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, colleagues, and friends.
It's much your word.
It is a great privilege for me to turn to this Indian Ocean Conference after last year's gathering. First of all, I have to thank the Chair for reminding us of the 30th April 1975, our Victory Day, marking the unification of our countries, the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. I would like to wish, first of all, my sincere gratitude to the Sultanate of Oman for hosting the 8th IOC. That you host this important conference reflect your dedication to regional cooperation and dialogue. Given your strong seafaring tradition. I also would like to extend my sincere thanks to the India Foundation for your vision to turn this conference as a vital platform for peace, stability, and cooperation in the region. This year's theme, Voyage to New Horizons of Maritime Partnership, reflect our shared aspiration for peace, stability, and cooperation across maritime spheres under the rule of law. It also resonates with ASEAN and Vietnam's long-term vision and commitment. As a coastal state, dependent significantly on maritime trade, and with close ties to the Indian Ocean through South China Sea, we are aware of the challenges and opportunities of interconnected maritime spaces. And on this occasion, I'd like to share two reflections that realign with our collective vision for future maritime partnership. First, we must recognize the interconnectivity of our oceans and seas as a very important pillar of global peace, security, and development. And to illustrate this, let us consider the journey of one of the Vietnam's most well-known exported items, our coffee bean. As the world's second largest exporter of coffee, we often export our coffee worldwide. A shipment from Vietnam's major seaports such as Cát Lái or Khai Mép Thị Vải begin its journey through the South China Sea, transits the Malacca Strait, and then enter the Indian Ocean before reaching market destination in Europe, North America, and beyond. This journey, repeated millions of times for countless goods, demonstrate the lifeline importance of maritime trade in connecting economies. Yet, maritime trade is just one aspect of connecting us. Rapid advancement in technology and also the shared values of sustainable development have also strengthened our independence. However, this interconnectivity also exposes us to shared challenges, both traditional and non-traditional. Any disruption in these waterways, whether in the Red Sea, in the South China Sea, or in the Indian Oceans, poses risk to global security, prosperity, and sustainable development. These challenges include unilateral activities violating international law, piracy, environmental disaster, depletion of marine resources, and rising geopolitical tensions. And such challenges challenge peace, stability, freedom of navigation and commerce, and the livelihoods of millions of people. And they require us to act with urgency and a shared sense of responsibility. These hardships also led to my second point. We must build and implement a common vision for stability, sustainability, and connectivity across all the maritime regions. To turn this vision into reality, I'd like to propose 5 points. First, strengthen adherence to international law, particularly the 1982 Convention on the Law of the Sea of the United Nations, and the fundamental principles of international laws as reflected in the UN charters and UNCLOS, such as respect for sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity, peaceful dispute settlement, and the obligation to honor agreements must be fully upheld. Adherence to international law will pave the way for peace, stability, security, trust, and sustainable development. As part of our commitment to UNCLOS, we have nominated our first-time candidate as, to be the judge at the International Tribunal for International Law of the Sea for the period 2026 and 2035. And if elected, I'm confident that the Vietnamese candidate will be a valuable addition to UNCLOS. Number two, utilize the existing ocean legal order based on UNCLOS to initiate and enhance maritime cooperation in the region and beyond for peace, stability, trust, and sustainable development. Addressing maritime challenges such as sea rise levels, climate change, and coastal erosion requires closer and more effective maritime cooperation and coordination among states at all levels, including in accordance with international law. Number three, promote economic connectivity and sustainable development. Vietnam is actively implementing initiatives to boost maritime trade and investment. Our maritime infrastructure, including transshipment hubs, is evolving quickly. We have witnessed remarkable growth in the port sector, recognized by robust throughput figures and ongoing expansion in major seaports. Strengthening port connectivity and transport networks is essential for sustainable economic growth. And fourth, enhance capacity building and knowledge sharing. Collaboration is critical in areas such as maritime safety and security, marine domain awareness, sustainable resource management, and environmental protection. Regional frameworks like ASEAN, IOC must lead in fostering inter-regional cooperation. Advanced economies can support developing countries in improving maritime capacity, fostering economic growth, and protecting marine environments. And number five, explore synergies with sub-regional and international frameworks. Mechanisms such as IOR, BIMSTEC, and ASEAN-led initiative offer valuable platform for enhancing connectivity and fostering transparency. And with other ASEAN countries, Vietnam is committed to enhance the implementation of ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific and ASEAN Maritime Outlook as a strategic guidance to expand our cooperation regionally and internationally. And we believe that by embracing this five-point proposal and with the goodwill cooperation with all of you, we are confident that our voyage towards new horizons of maritime partnership across our shared waters will soon reach its destination, a future of durable peace, stability, sustainable development, and lasting prosperity for all. And thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. And thank you, I think, for hinting at the fact that knowledge is a very, very important component of security and, I dare say, prosperity and economic growth. And we tend to underestimate the role of knowledge as part of the changing nature of economic need and human need. In fact, it reminds me of one of India's, I think, oldest adages. Knowledge grows only when you give it away. Wish more people would understand that. I now have great pleasure in inviting His Excellency, the Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Thailand, His Excellency Jali Chandra.
Mr. Chair, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to address the 8th Indian Ocean Conference here in the beautiful city of Muscat. Let me begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the Sultanate of Oman and the India Foundation for co-hosting this significant gathering. In today's connected world, the resilience of maritime supply chains is crucial for global economic stability and prosperity. Thailand has consistently advocated enhanced maritime cooperation in this crucial region, understanding that our collective prosperity and security are inseparably linked to the freedom of navigation. resilient supply chains, and security in the oceans. We view this conference as an invaluable platform for strengthening partnerships, fostering dialogue, and identifying strategic solutions to mitigate disruptions in our shared maritime domain. However, challenges remain. The increasing frequency of supply chain disruptions, ranging from piracy and geopolitical tensions to environmental hazards. Piracy risks shipping costs and endanger both crew and cargo. Environmental risks, including oil spill, overfishing, and the effects of climate change, pose substantial threats to shipping operations. The vast border of Indian Ocean make it a hotspot for illegal activities such as smuggling and trafficking. The evolving geopolitical landscape, marked by competing national interests in the region, further complicates trade security. The situation in the Middle East has to weigh in challenges on the attacks on commercial ships in the Red Sea, which impact the sea lines of communication and safety of maritime navigation. These disruptions to key shipping routes highlight the urgent need for robust supply chain contingency planning and regional cooperation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Thailand's strategic location as gateway between Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean positions it as a key maritime crossroad in South Asia and Southeast Asia. With its western coastline along the Andaman Sea and its eastern shore facing the Gulf of Thailand, the country links vital global trade routes between East Asia, South Asia, and beyond. This geographic advantage strengthens Thailand's role in fostering economic growth, regional stability, and connectivity, as well as strengthening maritime supply chain. Historically, Thailand has long served as a vital logistic hub, dating back to 14th to 18th centuries, when its strategic location enabled the kingdom to facilitate trade between Europe, South Asia, and East Asia, with goods such as spices, silk, and precious metal flowing through the region. This rich historical legacy continues to shape Thailand's role today, bridging the East and the West and making it a central logistic hub in ASEAN. Thailand connects key trade routes and offers alternative pathways for global maritime commerce. By leveraging the complementarity of the regional economy and its strategic location, Thailand's vision extends beyond expanding maritime trade. We aim to collaborate with nations to chart a course towards a future of collective prosperity, sustainability, connectivity to support seamless and resilient supply chains. In the face of increasing disruptions, we view the blue economy concept as an integral element in our development strategies, playing a constructive role in multilateral forums, including the Indian Ocean Rim Association, or the IORA, the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical Economy, or cooperation of the BIMSTEC, and ASEAN, of course. Our focus areas include sustainable fisheries, maritime tourism, offshore renewable energy, maritime connectivity, and the sustainable development and sustainability of maritime resources, especially fighting against illegal, unreported, and unregulated, or the IUU fishing. Thailand's priority in the development of seamless land and sea transport connectivity. As the current chair of BIMSTEC, the lead country in BIMSTEC's connectivity sector, we place importance on fostering multimodal transportation solutions in the Bay of Bengal to enhance regional connectivity and thus to accelerate regional economic growth. We strongly believe that infrastructure development projects, especially Southern Economic Corridor, will play a crucial role in connecting trade and logistic routes. These routes extend from east, namely the Eastern Economic Corridor and the Mekong subregions, to the west, through the Bay of Bengal and the Indian Ocean. We are currently developing the Ranong port in the south of Thailand, facing Andaman Sea, as logistic gateway between Thailand and South Asia, with an aim to modernize the economy. Once complete, the port will be capable of accommodating vessels with deadweight tonnage of 12,000 tons. Additionally, Thailand is developing the land bridge project to connect Ranong port with its neighboring southern ports through a network of motorways, railways, pipelines. Upon completion, the land bridge will open a new possibility for land and sea transport connectivity with various partners. We anticipate that the official request for proposal document will be announced next year, with the bidding process open to interested parties, including foreign countries. Given the rising consumption demands in the Indian Ocean region, the land bridge project will provide an efficient solution, reducing distance, time, cost, marking a new era of economic growth and global collaborations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in addition to the economic benefits, given that 80% of global trade in goods relies on marine transport, it is essential to recognize that maritime connectivity comes with responsibility for ensuring the safety and security of sea routes. Like other nations, Thailand's security and economic opportunities depend on a secure, predictable, and rule-based maritime environment. Thailand welcomes the leadership of regional countries and cooperative mechanisms in addressing maritime security challenges, in particular the ASEAN, BIMSTEC, IORA, BRICS, the ASEAN Cooperation Dialogue, and the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, or the IPOI. As a founding member of ASEAN, the current chair of BIMSTEC and ACD, Thailand is committed to joining regional efforts to ensure that the maritime domain remains secure, sustainable, and open for all. This vision aligns with the broader aspirations of the Global South shared prosperity. Within ASEAN, Thailand has been working closely with Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore on the Malacca Straits Patrol aimed at preventing piracy and armed robbery against ships, which could disrupt sea lines of communication. This effort also tackles other maritime crimes in the Strait of Malacca, a critical route that accounts for 30% of all global trade, roughly 1/3 of world's crude oil supply. As shepherd of ASEAN Coordinating Task Force on the Blue Economy, Thailand is ready to collaborate with all partners to promote more productive, responsible, and sustainable fisheries and aquaculture in the region. This not only reinforces our commitment to the SDGs and ASEAN community building efforts, but also supports win-win cooperation and the implementation of ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. As the current chair of BIMSTEC, we are pleased that the members now have considered to jointly promote maritime connectivity through the agreement on maritime transport cooperation among BIMSTEC members countries. The agreement is expected to be finalized and to be signed at the 6th BIMSTEC Summit in Bangkok this April. It will serve as a key instrument in strengthening the logistic supply chain between South Asia and Southeast Asia, enhancing trade flows and people-to-people contact within the region. It will increase the number of available vessels and volume of trade, thereby reducing transportation costs across the region. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Thailand's commitment to promoting a safe, secure, environmentally sustainable maritime domain is reflected in our aspiration to contribute to global maritime governance. In this regard, we have presented our candidature for the Council of the International Maritime Organization, or the IMO, for the term 2026-2027. We seek your support for our election at the 34th session of the IMO Assembly later this year, reinforcing our dedication to strengthening maritime governance, sustainability, and cooperative framework for resilient supply chains. In closing, I would like to once again thank the government of Oman and the India Foundation for organizing today's forum. Let me reaffirm Thailand's commitment to working hand in hand with our partners, especially those from the Global South, to create a secure, resilient, and prosperous Indian Ocean region. We remain optimistic about the potential for greater collaboration and the progress of this region, where the needs, concerns, and aspirations of all developing nations are heard and addressed. Today, we can ensure that the Indian Ocean remains free and open with a secure global supply chain and providing our region with all opportunities. Let us continue our commitment to work towards building a sustainable maritime future for generations to come. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for elaborating on Thailand's central and positive and growing role in East Asia, in Southeast Asia, South Asia, and then you said the Middle East. And I was remembered, and I'll seek your pardon, but I was remembered I was asked to speak at Manama on the Middle East, and I couldn't help asking my host the question. I said, what precisely do you mean by the Middle East? Which East is the Middle East in the middle of? If there is any country which is in the middle of the East, it's actually India. Geography is important, but finding the right terms for geography is also extremely important, particularly now when we find powers and superpowers seeking to change the name of gulfs. But I think it does help create the right perspective if we find the right name. I now have great pleasure in inviting His Excellency Zhao Jun, Special Envoy for Middle East Affairs, China. Sir.
尊敬的各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们，很高兴应邀出席第8届印内洋会议。我谨代表中方对阿曼政府、外交部，特别是巴达尔外交大臣给予的热情接待和周到安排，表示衷心的感谢。阿曼是中东地区有独特重要影响的国家。中阿建交47年来，双方面关系取得长足进步。新形势下，中方愿同阿方深化发展战略对接，巩固政治互信，加强务实合作，密切人文交流，推动中阿战略伙伴关系取得更大的进展，更好地造福两国人民。阿曼也是印度洋沿岸重要国家，自古就以航海立国，曾为促进亚洲国家交流互鉴做出了重要的贡献。 1200多年前，阿曼航海家阿布·欧贝伊德从苏哈尔出发，驾驶帆船沿印度洋沿岸航行，最终成功地抵达了中国的广州，谱写了一段历史佳话。本届印度洋会议在阿曼召开，具有重要的意义。相信在阿方的努力下，在与会各方的支持下，本届会议定会取得成功。女士们、先生们，中国是近印度洋国家，自古以来和印度洋紧密相连，有着密切的人员、贸易、文化联系，传统友好源远流长。郑和船队七下西洋，航迹远达南亚、阿拉伯半岛和东非沿岸，其中曾经4次造访阿曼，扩大了中外交流，至今家喻户晓。印度洋作为全球重要大陆和大洋的交汇地，是全球经济交流、贸易流通的重要枢纽。作为全球南方最集中的地区，是最具发展潜力的地区之一。在新时代，习近平主席提出推动构建人类命运共同体理念，并提出了全球发展倡议、全球安全倡议、全球文明倡议和21世纪海上丝绸之路、海洋命运共同体等理念和愿景。印度洋都是不可或缺的重要一环。中方愿深化同印度洋地区的合作与发展，打造中国和印度洋国家的海洋命运共同体，实现印度洋地区的高质量可持续发展。我们希望建设和平安全的印度洋。当前印度洋地区面临传统安全威胁和非传统安全威胁的共同挑战，大国博弈和地缘政治竞争加剧，地区国家间围绕领土资源摩擦不断，对印度洋地区发展和治理带来严峻挑战。中国致力于构建普遍持久的海洋安全，为地区稳定注入正能量。中国作为地区安全的提供者，从2008年起派遣海军护航编队巡航亚丁湾，维护海上通道安全畅通。在地区热点问题上，中方积极劝和促谈，始终发挥建设性作用。我们还希望建设合作共赢的印度洋。中国同印度洋国家贸易往来紧密，是20多个国家的最大进口国，也是这个地区10多个国家的最大出口国。数十个国家加入高质量共建“一带一路”相关合作。中方愿同各国分享海洋发展领域的成果和经验，更好地落实全球发展倡议，共建21世纪海上丝绸之路。中国已经成功举行3届中国印度洋地区蓝色经济发展合作论坛，同各国在海洋旅游、渔业、海水利用、海洋资源开发、海洋交通运输、海洋生态环境保护等领域开展了广泛合作，帮助广大发展中国家提升蓝色发展能力。中国积极参与印度洋减灾和应对气候变化行动，及时提供紧急人道主义援助，促进节能减排和能源转型，提升各国发展韧性，实现各国绿色、低碳和可持续发展。我们希望建设交流互鉴的印度洋。 印度洋地区是全球多样性文明的富基地，地区国家也是习近平主席全球文明倡议的重要支持方。中方愿同印度洋沿岸国家开展文明交流互鉴，以文明交流超越文明隔阂，文明互鉴超越文明冲突，文明包容超越文明优越。中方愿同印度洋沿岸国家共同传承海洋文明，创新海洋理念，推动形成符合时代潮流的全球海洋文明观。中方也愿举行更多涉印度洋的论坛、智库交流、人员培训等活动，为印度洋的安全、发展、繁荣提供更多的智力支持。多年来，中方一直致力于推进同印度洋沿岸国在涉海洋领域的对话、交流与合作。作为对话伙伴国，积极参与环印度洋区域合作联盟的各项活动。中方期待同更多国家建立海上对话合作机制，愿秉持开放包容的精神，同各国增进政治互信，深化务实合作，共同把印度洋建设成为和平、友谊、合作、繁荣的海洋。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And I'm sure those who missed the translation would like to get a text of His Excellency's speech. I don't know if we have time for questions. Clearly, the clock is the master of events. We do not have time for questions. In any case, we are so brilliant, we can't leave any option for questions. But may I take this opportunity to thank all our panelists. I think I've learned a great deal. I hope I can speak for all of us when we say that we have learned a great deal. I am not so confident that everything we learn will translate into policy, but let us at least hope so. Once again, gentlemen, thank you all very much.
Thank you once again, Your Excellencies. Can you please remain behind on stage so that we can present you with your tokens of gratitude as well as a photo op. We'd first like to present His Excellency Kustato David Chumi, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Tanzania, with a token of appreciation. Un Keyang, Secretary of State, Cambodia. Nguyen Minh Vu, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Vietnam. Rus Jali Chandra, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Thailand. Jai Jun, Special Envoy for Middle East Affairs, China. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a short 15-minute break before the final 2 plenary sessions of the day. Thank you. Good afternoon. We hope you have enjoyed the coffee break. May we kindly ask you all to get seated so that we can start with the remaining sessions. Thank you. Again, may we kindly ask you all to please get seated so that we can start with the remaining session. Good afternoon. May we kindly ask you all to please get seated so that we can begin with the remaining sessions. Thank you. Academy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Oman. Let's give him a warm welcome. May we kindly ask that the speakers join us as well. Mustafa Ahmed Nu'man, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates, Yemen. Omar Fateh, Deputy Minister of Transport and Infrastructure, Turkey. Omar Fateh Sayan, Deputy Minister of Transport and Infrastructure, Turkey. Abdulrahman bin Ibrahim Al-Rasi, Undersecretary of Multilateral International Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Saudi Arabia. Mohammed Tawheed Hussein, Advisor of Foreign Affairs, Bangladesh. Thank you.
I need my glasses. Is it working? Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Happy to be here at this session. We have the Plenary 4, Strengthening Maritime Supply Chains, Overcoming Disruption and Enhancing Resilience. I do have the honor of inviting my dear friends, Excellency Mustafa Nu'man, Vice Minister of Yemen, whom I have the pleasure to serve. We have been serving together in India. So it's a pleasure to see him here in Muscat as well. I do welcome you, Excellency, and you have the floor. Good afternoon.
Dear Humaid, thank you very much for the introduction, and I'm very happy to be in Muscat again. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the government of the Sultanate of Oman for hosting this important event, and I'm honored that my country has been invited for the first time to this conference, although we are located and bordering the Indian Ocean. My country is participating in this conference and joining all these elite to try to focus on the pivotal issue of strategic dimensions, which is strengthening the maritime supply chains, overcoming disruptions, and enhancing resilience. It's needless to say, the Indian Ocean represents a vital artery for the global economy, as a large percentage of international trade passes through it, making it a region of utmost importance that must gather regional and international cooperation to ensure its stability and security. The countries bordering the Indian Ocean, including Yemen, bear a shared responsibility to protect this important maritime lane, especially in the light of the challenges starting from piracy, smuggling, and terrorist threats and geopolitical tensions facing us, as well as climate changes that cast their shadows on the marine environment. Despite the great efforts of my country and my government, and in light of limited capabilities, the region still faces serious security threats. The terrorist activities practiced by the Houthi militia on commercial ships and oil tankers, which poses a direct threat to the movement of global trade, which has affected many countries with the rise in insurance prices, in addition to planting the sea with mines in the Red Sea. Second, the maritime piracy, as some areas in the Indian Ocean still suffer its threats, targeting commercial ships and fishing vessels as well, which calls for strengthening regional cooperation to combat this dangerous phenomenon. The spread of smuggling of all kinds, arms, and drugs through sea lanes, which poses security challenges that requires intensifying maritime control and strengthening security cooperation between countries. In this regard, my government is keen to play an active role in several axes, most notably cooperation with international and regional partners. The government, despite all the financial and technical difficulties and the war raging there since 2015, is working with the Arab coalition and international partners to enhance naval capabilities to combat threats in the Red Sea and Bab el-Mandab that is leading to the Indian Ocean, as coordination is taking place with neighboring countries to enhance the exchange of security and intelligence information to confront common challenges. Maritime security cannot be achieved in isolation from international cooperation. Hence, we call for 1. Strengthening regional cooperation between countries bordering the Indian Ocean through the exchange of information and coordination of security efforts. Second, establishing international mechanisms to support maritime security, such as its joint task forces to monitor maritime threats and rapid intervention. Third, launching an international fund to support infrastructure projects in underdeveloped countries bordering the sea lanes to enhance sustainable development and improve maritime capabilities. My country, despite the challenges it faces, will remain committed to working with regional and international partners to ensure maritime security and stability in the region. And we in the Republic of Yemen sincerely believe that peace and security are the basis for achieving development and prosperity. We believe that the stability of Yemen is an integral part of the stability of the region and of the maritime lanes. From this standpoint, we call on everyone to support Yemeni efforts aimed at achieving peace and development in a way that enhances our ability to contribute in protecting the security of global navigation in the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea. Our shared future in the Indian Ocean depends on our ability to building a strong maritime partnership that protects our security and economic interests. Let's stand together against all threats and work to transform our challenges into development opportunities that ensure prosperity and stability for all peoples. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Excellency, dear Mustafa, for your thoughts and remarks. Certainly, Yemen is not only, it has a strategic importance and vital for the region, but also it has the ability to ensure maritime trade is also passed through Yemen in a safe haven. I would like now to invite our dear friend, Excellency Omar Fatih, Vice Minister of Transport from Turkey, having a pleasure to receive you here in Muscat and welcome you to Muscat, Excellency. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. El-Mani. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by expressing my pleasure to be here with you today on the occasion of 8th Indian Ocean Conference. Taking this opportunity, I would like to thank the India Foundation and the Government of Sultanate of Oman for the excellent organization of this important conference, as well as for the warm hospitality extended to me and my delegation. As we have seen recently, maritime supply chains, which are the lifeblood of global trade, are facing widespread disruption. The COVID-19 pandemic, geopolitical tensions, technological disruptions, natural disasters, and climate impacts have been threatening the smooth functioning of global maritime supply chains. The critical choke points of maritime transport are under severe strain today. In accordance to UNCTAD 2024 forecast, maritime trade volume has expanded 2% in 2024 and containerized trade volume by 3.5%. However, geopolitical tensions and the growing severity and frequency of extreme weather events add to the underlying threats and vulnerabilities that could persist into 2025 and beyond. Therefore, in today's highly interconnected and interdependent world, we need resilient, flexible, and environmentally sound supply chains more than ever. Considering the strategic location of the Indian Ocean region, connecting the major markets across Asia, Africa, Middle East, Europe, and Oceania, as well as the vast economic potential it has, the region is a crucial hub for the global maritime supply chains. The Indian Ocean hosts some of the key choke points like the Straits of Hormuz, Malacca, and Bab el-Mandeb. This critical role of the region for global trade and energy security necessitates enhanced resilience against any disruptions in the supply chains. Given the global dimension of maritime transportation, enhancing its resilience is our shared responsibility. Multilateral cooperation is important, and especially in time of crisis. By strengthening connectivity and fostering deeper cooperation among stakeholders like governments and businesses, as well as the international collaboration, we can ensure resilient, secure, and sustainable supply chains. And in this regard, I believe that Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, has a key role for ensuring resilient supply chains and overcoming disruptions in the region. Having close economic, commercial, and historical ties with many of the IOR countries, Turkey attaches utmost importance to the region. As a dialogue partner of IORA, since 2018, we are committed to cooperate with the countries in the region under the priority of areas of the association, including maritime safety and security and disaster risk management. In addition to enhanced cooperation, supply chains have to be strengthened against future challenges through investments in the maritime infrastructure, digitalization, green shipping technologies, security and risk management, and the most important, human capital. As a country located off the crosslands of Asia, Europe, and the Middle East, Turkey is a key player in global maritime chains. Turkish straits, linking the Black Sea littoral states to the global markets, are among the world's busiest shipping lanes, with an average of 40,000 passengers per year. Due to this geostrategic location, shipping plays a vital role in Turkey's economy. Nearly 90% of our foreign trade commodities are transported by sea. Our 193 port facilities serve as a transshipment hub for our region and the world, 4 of which are among the world's top 100. Last year, over 530 million tons of cargo and more than 13 million TEU of containers were handled in our ports in Turkey. As a country prone to earthquakes and located in a geopolitically sensitive region, Turkey made resilience a key priority on its transport and infrastructure investment policies. We continue to modernize and expand our port infrastructure, and in particular, we are increasing the terminal capacity for container transport and strengthening our logistic infrastructure. Our major ports such as Mersin, Izmir, and Ambarlı are being expanded to accommodate increasing trade volumes. We aim to ensure our coastal facilities more integrated with the supply chain management systems, while investing in smart port technologies, automation, and digitalization to streamline operations and to minimize disruptions. We also place a strong emphasis on enhancing cybersecurity measures, strengthening the physical security measures, and improving our emergency response capacity. We are committed to reducing carbon footprint through green port initiatives, promoting use of alternative and renewable energy sources, ensuring waste management and energy-efficient logistics practices. As the recent developments in the Red Sea, which is the gateway between the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, has shown diversifying supply chains and developing alternative routes is another key measure to overcome disruptions. The Suez Canal, the Red Sea, and the Gulf of Aden are surrounding areas play crucial role for the international maritime trade. More than 20,000 commercial vessels were using this route annually, accounting for approximately 12% of the world overall trade and about a quarter of oil transportation and 30% of the world's container traffic. Due to the security threat in the region, more than half of the ships are now using a longer and a more expensive path around the Cape of Good Hope, leading to increased freight costs, insurance premiums, shipping delays, and the rise of carbon emissions. To mitigate risks, Turkey prioritizes the development of intermodal transport. Additionally, we actively support the creation of alternative routes, both within and beyond our surrounding regions. With the Development Road Project, we aim to ensure an alternative intermodal route for the cargoes from India, East Asia, Gulf region, and the Middle East to Europe via Iraq and Turkey for the benefit of a vast geographical region with our partnering countries. The Trans-Caspian East-West Middle Corridor, on the other hand, has demonstrated its key role in the continuity of global and regional supply chains, particularly during the pandemic and the current downturn. Dear colleagues, before concluding, I would like to emphasize that in addition to our extensive infrastructure investments aimed at strengthening maritime supply chains, as Turkey, we are remaining committed to taking proactive initiatives to address disruptions through close dialogue and cooperation, both as an individual nation within regional and international organizations. The Black Sea Grain Initiative serves as a strong example of our dedication to ensuring seamless supply chains as a key facilitator. Once again, I would like to thank Sultanate of Oman for hosting us in the 8th Indian Ocean Conference 2025 in our voyage to new horizons of maritime partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for your deep thoughts and also for bringing to our attention the numbers that you have kindly mentioned, including as well seeing the resilience that required from all of us, but also calling for IORA also to be a much more play a much more active role into the region, but also into bringing the supply chain into a much more facilitated measures. May I now call His Excellency Tawheed Hussein, advisor of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bangladesh. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. It's a privilege to be here with you all today at the 8th Indian Ocean Conference under the theme Voyage of New Horizons of Maritime Partnership in this beautiful city of Muscat. I extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers, the government of the Sultanate of Oman, and the India Foundation for the warm invitation and hospitality extended to me and my delegation members. The Indian Ocean region is a crucial strategic area that links the Asia-Pacific and African regions with profound economic, political, and security significance. Oceans have always played a significant role in shaping international relations and global economy. They serve as a vital source of food and energy also, and are essential for international trade and transportation. Many ocean-based industries, such as shipping, fisheries, renewable energy, and tourism, are crucial for economic growth. Distinguished guests, Bangladesh, as a nation with deep historical, cultural, and economic ties to the Indian Ocean, is committed to advancing maritime cooperation that drive collective prosperity and ensure sustainable, peaceful developments. Bangladesh places strong importance on maritime cooperation for facilitating the efficient movement of goods, services, and people, for advancing food security, energy security, water cooperation, disaster risk reduction, and providing fair access to global public goods. Bangladesh advocates for shared prosperity through shared responsibility. While maritime transport is the main artery of global trade, maritime supply chains remain the backbone of global economy. We have seen during the COVID pandemic how a partial breakdown of this chain affected economy worldwide. The intricate network of shipping routes, ports, and maritime choke points have strengthened the interconnectedness of the global economy. While 80% of global trade by volume and over 70% by value is transported by sea, the Indian Ocean, the world's third largest body of water, plays a crucial role in this global trade. The Indian Ocean plays a vital role in the global trade and global supply chain as it hosts important choke points of canals and straits. Approximately 80% of the world's seaborne oil trade transits through the strategic choke points of the Indian Ocean, making it a vital link between the East and the West. Countries depend on the Indian Ocean for the movement of goods through maritime trade routes, safeguarding their economic and energy interests. However, the sector is facing multifaceted challenges that endanger the efficiency, reliability, resilience, and sustainability of maritime supply chains. Maritime supply chain is vulnerable to many challenges like port congestion, capacity limitations, regulatory, operational, and administrative issues, cyber attacks, piracy, and geopolitical tensions, which can disrupt the efficiency of maritime supply chains. We must also remember that the oceans are not only a driving force for global economic growth, but also a vital source of food security. The oceans are facing growing pressures from population growth, global competition for resources, rising food demand, water scarcity, maritime security threats, climate change, biodiversity biodiversity loss and marine pollution. We need to take appropriate actions to tackle the maritime security threats of piracy, armed robbery, human trafficking, illegal arms trade, and illegal and unregulated fishing, among others. We need to address regulatory and administrative issues. The global economy are at increasing risk due to vulnerabilities at key maritime routes. These multiple challenges and other geo-economic and geostrategic factors require increased cooperation among the states. We must take measures to address vulnerabilities and enhance reliance. Strengthening maritime supply chains and overcoming disruptions is a necessity for improving global trade, reducing cost, and ensuring the smooth flow of goods across the world. Strengthening maritime supply chain involves a holistic approach, combining technology, infrastructure improvement, strategic planning, risk management strategies, and cross-border collaboration. We need to facilitate maritime connectivity, reduce the trade barriers. We also need to consider liberalization of the visa regime, particularly easing visas and other administrative processes for our seafarers, ensuring facilities for them as their roles are crucial in maintaining the maritime supply chain. Distinguished guests, the Indian Ocean has historically been a region of great collaboration. The benefits of multilateral cooperation in maritime issues are likely to increase over time. To ensure a resilient and improved shared future, it is essential for the countries in the Indian Ocean region to explore opportunities for mutual collaboration across all possible areas. Each coastal nation should ensure that growth and prosperity in the Indian Ocean region, as well as surrounding seas and bays, are built on mutual trust, respect, and an understanding of equal interests, as all littoral states collaborate to develop together. We also must prioritize conservation and sustainable use of ocean and coastal resources to ensure that the use of these resources does not contribute to the decline in the health of oceanic and coastal environments. Distinguished guests, as a littoral state, Bangladesh has long been a center of maritime activities. It actively participates in various regional platforms, including the Indian Ocean Rim Association and the International Seabed Authority. We are committed to strengthening our partnership across the Indian Ocean, addressing emerging challenges and embracing the tremendous opportunities the region offers. I am confident that this conference will provide a valuable platform for participants to engage in constructive discussions, share ideas, enhance and exchange knowledge, identify actionable solutions, and build meaningful partnerships and cooperation in the region. An additional point I would like to make here is that side by side with alternate routes, having multiple suppliers in every commodity rather than depending on limited number of providers can help secure the supply chain. Countries like Bangladesh can become new centers for manufacturing to help worldwide supply chains. To end, let me say that we look forward to working together to ensure a brighter, more prosperous future for all nations of the Indian Ocean and beyond. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Tawheed Hussein, for your remarks and your deep words regarding Oman. But also, I would like to maybe to start maybe a questions starting from you. You have kindly mentioned that we have challenges, but at the same time, it required some growth and prosperity, required some trust and understanding. I would like maybe to ask you to shed some more lights. How can the regional countries and partners work together where our challenges also are there? Can I maybe ask you to start with? Just to shed some more light on the trust and understanding you have kindly mentioned. How can regional countries build much more deeper understanding toward that?
Thank you, Chair. In fact, I personally believe that the first challenge is to build trust among the nations that are around the Indian Ocean. In fact, the job that India Foundation is doing, I would commend that job also. Bringing us together. In fact, when representatives of countries come together, it offers an opportunity of exchange of ideas, and we can exchange each other's concerns in this area, and we can devise ways to overcome those challenges. I think here a cooperation among the intellectuals is also very important. They can devise research and devise ways how we can overcome these challenges. The challenges are, there are a lot of challenges. Some of the choke points about some of the choke points we have already discussed. Mr. M.J. Akbar was saying that we have a war on one. Let us not have anything like that on the other at least. So we have one choke point at least free from any problems. I think that is the right approach. And we try to, I think, ultimately what is needed is understanding among all the nations, not only on the maritime issues, but on in general political consensus and a system in which everyone has a stake. Everyone in this whole region has a stake. If we can do that, it is very difficult, I know, because every country normally would look after its own interest, but I would try to say that interests can be narrow-minded as well as, much wider ramifications this can have. You look to a little distance, and sometimes you have to sacrifice some of your current interests for the future and a more better benefits in the future. That enlightenment, I think, is essential, and maybe our politicians, as well as our researchers and intellectuals, can provide us the necessary inputs for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to also maybe, Excellency Mustafa, you have mentioned the challenges that of course, Yemen is in a crossroad today, that the challenges are much more maybe bigger and wider than many countries neighboring us, but also the Indian Ocean. On the piracy as well as the drugs, can you maybe give us your thoughts? How can we use the technology to also ensure that this is not a threat to the maritime security as well, certainly on that part, in the Bab el-Mandeb and that part of the world?
I think everybody realizes that the 10 years war until now, I don't know if it's going to be longer or will stop there. All our Coast Guard machinery and boats have been destroyed. The Navy has been destroyed during this war. So Yemen has been left with no real security on the border, on neither the Red Sea nor the Indian Ocean. And that made it easier for the trafficking, the human trafficking, and the drugs trafficking, and the arms trafficking. And in a country like Yemen, which considered one of the poorest, maybe it's the poorest in the region and one of the poorest in the world, we cannot afford rebuilding these two branches of the security, the Coast Guard or the Navy, without the assistance of the countries that have better experiences than we do and that have the means and the funds to do it. And this brings more challenges on the government on how to control these borders. And we have seen so many, or seized with our primitive boats, we have seized some drugs that were targeting the whole GCC countries, not only Yemen. Yemen was just a transit point for them. So we first need the GCC support and then the international community support to do so. And without it, yeah, I mean, these two spots, the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, would remain a path for traffickers, either as I said, human traffickers or the drugs traffickers.
Thank you very much. I would like now to turn to my friend from Turkey, Omar. You have mentioned few times, I've heard the word resilience on your interventions. How can all of us ensure that supply chains remain undisrupted by using the new technology today, of which Turkey, you have mentioned that 90% of the trade comes via sea?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So having alternatives is really important. That's why we are trying to provide alternatives from the corridor from China to the Europe. I mean, most of the traffic, there are some traffic commerce routes, and the best used one from the ancient times to today is similar to the Silk Road that has been passing. All countries are taking initiatives for that, one belt, one road, other means, and so on. So to have a resilience commerce, I guess we should provide the alternative routes, and we should have the global crisis needs global solutions. Regionalization also becoming a solution for that. The GCC countries are acting greatly to overcome these situations. And conferences like this, Indian Ocean Conference, it's the 8th time that is being held, and it seems that it will be organized again. As Turkey, we give specific importance to provide alternatives by means of ports, by means of railroads, by means of road transportation. And security is becoming much and much important. Especially, we don't talk so much about that, but even cybersecurity in maritime industry, I mean, it's becoming a real challenge in these days. The communications, the global communications, how we communicate with each other, as the satellite systems are also growing, I guess we should also increase the level of technology so that we can communicate more. There should now, in these days, there is nowhere in the world that has no coverage from the satellite. So I guess using more technology will be also a solution for that.
Very good, thank you very much. In a completely different questions, I think for the three of you again, it's multiple supply change. required much more multiple suppliers, and Your Excellency both of you have mentioned that. How can we enhance that today in a much more coherent but also pragmatic collective approach?
I think it's not very difficult. First of all, we need to make a little bit change in the mindset that it is very risky being dependent on 1 or 2 or 3 suppliers only. There are countries which need investment, and they give a very high rate of dividends also, like Bangladesh itself, and I'm sure there are other countries also. There are, for example, in my youth, 30, 40 years back, most of the electronic goods used to come either from Europe or from Japan. Now, some of the Asian countries have become major sources of those goods, and they're doing pretty well. Similarly, in all the requirements that day-to-day life requires, this can be produced in multiple places, and that gives you an if one country is in any trouble, then you can always shift to the goods being produced by the other countries. This will, of course, need business confidence. This I recognize, that the investors will not invest where they do not feel secure. I think that is one thing. You know, historically, there are evidence of certain countries being very safe. Then more countries have come up where it has been seen that investments are not only safe, they are also more profitable. I think there are many countries like this in the Indian Ocean Rim, and those countries can really provide the opportunity for more investment. This will do 2 things. One is that it gives you security as regards the supply chain. It also helps those countries becoming more prosperous. And I think we all agree that if most of the countries become prosperous, peace is more easily possible, because as it is said that a hungry man is an angry man. So as you have less and less angry people like that, peace becomes more and more possible. So I think that this is a way in which benefits can really be dispersed across the globe, and we can have a more peaceful world, most probably. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellency, would you like to comment on that?
As I also mentioned, having more intermodal transport will be also an example for that. As Turkey, we are working with a lot of regions at the same time. On one part, we are working with European countries, on the other part with GCC countries, and also being a good market for the European people and Turkey. I guess we need to enhance the capabilities of working together, and as we are having more and more investment in and increasing the capacity of ports in Turkey, the challenges, the security challenges are becoming more and more important. Just it is also important
the mic. That's okay.
Resilience. Just consider we have to be ready for all parts of, we have to be strong. What we are talking internationally in politics 6 months ago may be different than what we are talking today. So we have to enhance those capabilities to overcome these problems.
Thank you. Mustafa?
Just going back a little bit about technology. I mean, in a country like Yemen, where we lack power, energy, electricity, we cannot talk about technology. I mean, it's just like for somebody coming from Yemen, it looks to me like a fantasy. We cannot claim that we can use technology, at least in our part of that world. And that brings, we have a more important issue in Yemen now. It's war. And so I cannot just, it's like a luxury to talk about using technology or to using this kind of new innovations. So it's sad that I'm saying it, but this is how it is. So we need a more sustainable cooperation from the countries that either are bordering the Indian Ocean to help us, or those who are using this maritime lane. I mean, we cannot be left alone and being asked to protect the Red Sea or protect the Indian Ocean while the country is ravaged by a war.
Thank you. Indeed, this is where exactly I'm trying to bring at least two sides. One is the idea of using new technology, diversifying the supply chain and the multiple suppliers from one side. The other side is looking for the energy, and looking for the peace and security. And this is where maybe different dimensions within the Indian Ocean required maybe information sharing, but also collaboration. And this is maybe one of the points of divergence when it comes to the enhancing, maritime trade within our region. Certainly, those are issues to remain into our top priorities. But going back by using the new technologies, again, I'm sure that some countries are much more having the capabilities or advancing into the maritime trade and supply chain. How can the Indian Ocean region collectively benefit from that? And I wanted to start by you, Excellency Omar.
So, as I also mentioned previously, we have now started to talk on the security, but whenever there is more tariffs, custom taxes, increase in the tariffs, what we experienced in the last 2 months over Europe, USA, and beyond, we should also consider the stability and security of marketing the goods from both regions. And by use of technology is also limited to that, because the war, on one hand, goes on the physical side, but it is also in the technological side. As long as you are not establishing the security in the technology, all our data is transferred to some global heads, and you cannot, as the ones who have the data in these days, can use these data to have more investment according to that data. And with that data, they know that in which fields to invest on. And in the Indian Ocean region, we need more data to control. And according to this data, we can have better benefits from that. I guess to control the communication technologies also would be important. I mean, with maritime, if you don't have the communication technology over there, then you are lost. And we also experience, for example, in some places, the loss of GPS. So investment in that field to have a secure navigation would also be needed. So I guess we can all come together and invest on those things.
Do you mean collectively or open-ended?
There are methods for that. Just, I mean, we have not talked so much about it, or the AI and it's how it will be affecting our business. So if we can start collectively, at the end of the day, it will find its path. Just think of OpenAI. First they started like there would be no business on that, but nowadays, even with $100 billion, it's not, the OpenAI is not being sold to other entities. So we must start a good initiative to control the technology collectively.
Thank you. Mustafa, would you like to have anything on that? No. Mr. Hussein, any remarks on that before we conclude? I think we are a bit also ahead of time, but yeah. Please.
Just a few words,
Please,
Excellency.
please.
Actually, it would sound very sort of altruistic or very idealistic, but then ultimately the benefits of all lie in cooperation, be it technology, be it otherwise in goods and services, etc. It is not easy. It's not easy because particularly the group that we are here is too diverse, and they have, many of them have conflicting interests often. Say, for example, price of oil. It benefits some countries and it affects other countries. So there is this problem. But even in that situation, I believe that cooperation is possible. Cooperation is possible, and cooperation always benefits both sides. It's not the one side only which benefits. Now, complete end of conflict has never happened in history, and it will never happen. But conflicts can be contained, and we can leave aside the conflicts and try to cooperate on areas which are of common interest, even among adversaries. So I think that is the way that we should try to enhance cooperation in the Indian Ocean region and try to benefit from that. And surely time is of course a factor, but the quicker we come to the realization that we have benefits in cooperating with each other, I think it's the better for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we conclude for early break, I presume, let's just maybe go home with meat for thought. There are so many points that from enhancing dialogue and trust, understanding into the multiple supply chains, into thinking collectively. Those are a lot of ideas that we do need to enhance together. And on your behalf, I would like to thank the panelists here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. May we just maybe have I think we are at the end of our session, slightly a bit early, but that's a good break as well.
Thank you
Yes.
to the chair, Ambassador Sheikh Hamid Al-Ma'ni, and all the speakers in that informative session. We'd like to present you with some tokens of gratitude. Thank you for taking your time to be with us today, beginning with Beginning with Mustafa Ahmed Noman, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates Yemen, as well as Umar Fatih Sayan, Deputy Minister of Transport and Infrastructure, Turkey. In addition to Mohammed Tawheed Hussein, Advisor of Foreign Affairs, Bangladesh. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Our next session is called Navigating New Frontiers, Evolving Maritime Landscape in the 21st Century. Ruchira Kamboj, former permanent representative to the United Nations of India, is our chair today. Please let's give him a warm welcome to the stage. The speakers will be Indramani Pandle, Secretary General of BIMSTEC, in addition to Sanjeev Ranjan, Secretary General of IORA, and Ghulam Sarwar, Secretary General of SARC.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, or should I say good evening. It is my honor to chair this discussion on the evolving maritime landscape in the 21st century. Well, at almost the end of the first day, simply and briefly put, the maritime domain has always been a cornerstone of global trade, security, and connectivity. But today we are witnessing a rapid transformation from shifting geopolitical alliances to technological advancements, from climate challenges to emerging maritime threats. And as nations and regions seek to adapt, cooperation becomes not just an option, but a necessity. Now, our discussion today will bring together three very distinguished representatives from BIMSTEC, from SAARC, and from the IORA. Three regional organizations with strategic maritime interests. Am I right, Secretary General? Through their insights, we aim to explore how regional frameworks can play a pivotal role in ensuring maritime security, economic resilience, and sustainable development. Very quickly, let me introduce the speakers. I think they need no introduction, but nevertheless, to my right is Secretary General BIMSTEC, Ambassador Indramani Pandey. He's a very distinguished Indian diplomat. He last served as India's permanent representative to the United Nations in Geneva. And to his right is the Secretary General of SAARC. He is, I think, the third Bangladeshi diplomat to hold this position, and also the 15th Secretary General of the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation. And to my left is the new Secretary General, if I may say so, of the Indian Ocean Rim Association. He took over on a very auspicious day, the 1st of January, 2025. He's also a very distinguished Indian diplomat. He last served in New Delhi, but he's been ambassador to Argentina. He's held very key positions in New York, in Delhi, and in various other missions and posts. So without further ado, perhaps I should begin with Secretary General BIMSTEC. And would you like to take the floor and tell us more about how BIMSTEC is enhancing maritime cooperation amongst its member states? And particularly, you might wish to look at areas like counter-piracy, disaster response, and the Blue Economy initiatives. Over to you. Yes, please.
Thank you, Ruchira, for giving me the floor. Excellencies, esteemed audience, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar, assalamu alaikum, good evening. I'm delighted and privileged to participate at the 8th Indian Ocean Conference, and I thank Honorable Foreign Minister of Oman, as well as Honorable External Affairs Minister of India, and India Foundation for extending an invitation to me to join at this conference. It reflects their recognition of the significant role that BIMSTEC can play in enhancing maritime cooperation in Indian Ocean region and the importance they attach to BIMSTEC itself. I'm happy to be in Muscat again, the beautiful city of Oman, which was my home for 3 years when I served here as Ambassador of India to Sultanate of Oman. Participation of regional organization and its very unique panel like BIMSTEC is a recognition of the significant role that they can play in security and sustainable development of Indian Ocean region. All BIMSTEC member states, in fact, except Myanmar, are participating at the 8th Indian Ocean Conference, reflecting the importance of this conference as a key platform for multifaceted conversations about Indian Ocean region. The annual Indian Ocean Conference in itself reflects the enduring salience of Indian Ocean region for regional and global security, global trade and transport, global travel and tourism, access to marine resources, and development of blue economy. These themes have been underlined by distinguished speakers, during the inaugural and subsequent sessions. Bay of Bengal is a strategically significant part of Indian Ocean region. The combined population of the 7 BIMSTEC member states is estimated at 1.8 billion, roughly 22% of the global population. Their combined GP amounted in 2023 to $5 trillion, and their external trade was estimated at around $3 trillion in 2023. Key sea lanes of communications linking Asia and the Pacific to Africa, Europe, and America pass through the Bay of Bengal. As regards the maritime landscape of Indian Ocean region, we all are aware of the persistent threat of conflict due to the growing competition and rivalry amongst the key regional and global players. We witnessed last year the devastating impact of conflict in Middle East on security in our Indian Ocean region. We are also aware that the rules-based international order is under stress. Various emerging threats to peace, security, and growth in Indian Ocean region have already been highlighted, and therefore I would not like to go over them again. Besides those threats, we continue to confront the traditional challenges to maritime security in Indian Ocean region. Transnational organized crime, for instance, piracy, terrorism, drug trafficking, human trafficking, IUU fishing, marine pollution, maritime disasters, threats to maritime ecosystems, and there are so many of them. BIMSTEC, the only regional organization in Bay of Bengal, has focused on forging regional maritime cooperation in dealing with the traditional maritime security and developmental challenges. BIMSTEC has been committed to the paradigm of Sagar, security and growth for all in the region, which was enunciated by Honorable Prime Minister of India around a decade ago. The unique strengths of BIMSTEC are its non-political nature and its focus on technical and economic cooperation. Also, it brings together 5 countries from South Asia, India, Bhutan, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, and 2 countries from Southeast Asia, Myanmar and Thailand. Moreover, it enjoys full political support of all its member states and therefore is bound to succeed in different areas of cooperation. India leads regional cooperation in security sector, including maritime security, as well as disaster management. The areas of focus in BIMSTEC related to maritime cooperation are, I would begin with maritime transport. We have concluded agreement on maritime transport cooperation. It is expected to be signed and adopted at the next summit of BIMSTEC leaders. There is a proposal to set up a center of excellence in maritime transport. We had a couple of years ago a BIMSTEC Ports Conclave, and there is a proposal to have another edition of the Ports Conclave. In maritime domain awareness, there is a proposal to have BIMSTEC countries signing white shipping agreement. We are looking at the possibility of joint maritime security exercises and joint focused operations. BIMSTEC guiding principles for conduct of the maritime law enforcement agencies have already been negotiated and finalized. When it comes to humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, we have finalized guidelines on maritime component of HADR. A plan of action on disaster management is being finalized. We have had so far 3 rounds of disaster management exercises, and the next round is already being scheduled. And again, there is a proposal to set up a center of excellence for disaster management, which will emerge as the nerve center for disaster management related cooperation in Bay of Bengal. We are also looking at coordinated regional response to maritime oil pollution. The expert group has already engaged itself in discussing how we can respond to the threat. And we have also added the sector of blue economy to the agenda of BIMSTEC. We have an expert group already set up to look at the blue economy. Bangladesh is the lead country for this sector. And very soon we are going to have the first meeting of the expert group on blue economy, which will be looking at different dimensions of how we can strengthen blue economy in Bay of Bengal through regional cooperation. Not only we have looked at cooperation among our member states, we have also been ready to engage in cooperation with other regional and international organizations like ASEAN, Indian Ocean Rim Association, UN Office for Drugs and Crime, UNDRR, CDRI, Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, and similar other organizations with a view to deepen and expand maritime cooperation in Indian Ocean region. A few words about BIMSTEC. BIMSTEC has already adopted its charter, which has entered into force. It has defined its collective vision, what we call Bangkok Vision 2030. BIMSTEC has a vast agenda comprising 15 sectors of cooperation. We have in place our core and sectoral mechanisms to forge cooperation, including summits, ministerial meetings in different sectors, senior officers meeting, expert groups, working groups. There are numerous bodies which are looking at different aspects of regional cooperation. We have action plans and master plans in different sectors for guiding our regional cooperation. Let me conclude by sharing with you my belief that BIMSTEC is poised to emerge as a vibrant and dynamic regional organization. It is committed to pursue technical and economic cooperation for ensuring security, growth, and sustainable development in Bay of Bengal. And our success through BIMSTEC will definitely contribute to security, growth, and development in Indian Ocean region as a whole. BIMSTEC shall continue its voyage to new horizons of maritime partnership in Bay of Bengal and beyond. I commend India Foundation and Government of Oman for the excellent way in which this conference has been organized. I would like to thank you all for your kind attention. Again, I would like to convey my gratitude to India Foundation and governments of Oman and India for the kind invitation and the warm hospitality which has been extended to me. I wish you all a joyful evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. I did notice that you use some specific words that, BIMSTEC brings some very unique strengths and that it is bound to succeed. And indeed, I think the report card that you read out sounded very, very impressive. So congratulations for that. Your successes, as you said, in maritime transport cooperation, joint maritime security exercises, humanitarian assistance, disaster management, maritime pollution, the blue economy, you answered all my questions, and also some very impressive engagement with the other regional organizations. And I very much liked your analogy that, BIMSTEC is set to sail to new horizons. So well done and congratulations for that. May I now turn to Secretary General SAARC and ask you to kindly take the floor and set out your vision. Particularly, you might wish to dwell on how SAARC can strengthen regional collaboration in areas like maritime infrastructure, development, research, and capacity building. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, distinguished panelists, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, it is a great honor and privilege for me to address this esteemed gathering at the 8th edition of the Indian Ocean Conference. I am personally elated to be this beautiful city of Muscat, where I served as the ambassador of Bangladesh to the Sultanate of Oman from 2017 to 2020. Let me begin by extending sincere congratulations and gratitude to His Majesty's Government of the Sultanate of Oman, the Government of India, and India Foundation for successfully hosting this IOC 2025 and bringing us together for deliberations on very important issues impacting this Indian Ocean region. I'm confident that this conference will contribute towards fostering the deeper partnership and the greater goodwill, all towards peace, prosperity, progress of the region, sub-regions, and the world at large. I would like to shed light in the general perspective of today's topics, and if there is any question from the floor as to what SAARC is specifically thinking and planning to do on this issue, then I'd love to respond to that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with the vast spread, Indian Ocean region is the home to nearly 40% of the world's population and is rich in resources. It provides important sea lanes that serve as the arteries of the international economy, connecting Africa, Middle East, South Asia, Southeast Asia, Australia with Europe and Americas. The ocean has become the lifeline of the world's increasing maritime trade, routes for more than half of the world's seaborne oil and 1/3 of the global trade. The Indian Ocean's significance is beyond question in economic dimension as well as strategic. The region hosts 1/4 of the world's top 100 container ports. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you not only as a representative of the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, but as a voice for the aspiration of 1/4 of the people of South Asia, a region deeply intertwined with the dynamics of the Indian Ocean. Since its inception in 1985, SAARC has represented the high aspiration of its member states to promote the welfare of the people of the region and improve their quality of lives. For the SAARC members, including 3 landlocked countries, the Indian Ocean is the lifeline for their external trade and access to the high sea. As we navigate the waves of 21st century, the landscape of global trade, environmental challenges, technological advancement, and geopolitical shift is transforming the maritime world in ways that are both exciting and at times daunting. The maritime industry today is being shaped by a multitude of forces. These forces demand that we rethink how we approach the sea, how we manage resources, and how we collaborate across borders. The way we navigate, utilize, and govern our oceans must evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world. The decision we make today will shape the future of the maritime trade and its role in a sustainable, interconnected global economy. Thanks to the technologies and innovation, access to the maritime areas and their abundance of resources has reached new frontiers with wider perspective. These together has brought in new global challenges on security front, both traditional and non-traditional, as well as environmental, which necessitating better maritime government architecture. Let me therefore break down my views on the theme today, navigating the new frontiers, evolving maritime landscape in the 21st century, into 3 main pillars. Number 1, climate change. Number 2, maritime security. And number 3, the global maritime governance. Climate change, the rising tide that has threatened all of us. The climate crisis is one of the most pressing challenges of our time,
affecting every corner of the globe, from the rising sea level and more frequent natural disaster to disruption in ecosystem and human livelihoods. Its impacts are far-reaching. Climate-induced disasters have engulfed the coastal states and small islands as well as the mountains. The 2021 IPCC report found that the Indian Ocean to be warming more quickly than other oceans. South Asia, as a region with vast, dynamic human capital base, is achieving notable economic progress, but sadly, the region is highly vulnerable to climate change impacts, including floods, droughts, cyclones, and extreme heat waves that pose a significant risk to the growth trajectory, food security, infrastructure, and people's livelihood. Our people faces a dual challenge of pursuing socio-economic development and protecting it from disasters. Coastal nations, and particularly the small island developing states, face existential threats from rising the sea level and extreme weather events. Addressing the climate crisis demands urgent global cooperation, innovative solutions, and a commitment to reducing our environmental footprint. In the maritime sector, this includes transitioning to cleaner fuels, improving energy efficiency, and exploring new technologies to protect both environment and our economies. It is crucial that initiatives are taken towards investing in blue economies, transitioning to renewable energy sources, innovation in agriculture, sustainable urbanization, nature-based solutions, and safeguarding maritime ecosystem to foster a harmonious balance between economic growth and environmental conservation. We also need our focus on joint adaptation strategies, such as implementing early warning system, sharing best practices for disaster preparedness, and providing financial assistance for countries vulnerable to climate impacts. This also means honoring the commitments under the Paris Agreement and ensuring that developing nations have access to the technology and financing needed for adaptation and mitigation. Let us not forget that fight against climate is also a fight for justice. Maritime security, the anchor of peace and stability. Maritime security faces a range of complex and evolving challenges in the modern world. These challenges are not only technical or operational, but also deeply tied to geopolitical, economic, and environmental factors. Attaining and maintaining the safety, security, sustainability of the ocean is of vital importance to the global economic growth. Maritime law and order is upset by threats of terrorism and radicalization, trafficking and transnational organized crimes, cyber attacks, as well as attacks on critical maritime infrastructure and technology. One report states that almost half of the global incidents of piracy occurred in the Indian Ocean region in the recent years, undermining the safety and the security of the maritime trade and other related activities. Securing new frontiers in the maritime sector, therefore, goes beyond merely safeguarding the geographical boundaries. It calls for a comprehensive approach that integrates a variety of perspectives addressing the complex challenges of today's world. As we seek innovative solutions, the focus must be equally on maintaining the security and sustainability and ensuring the resilience of the global supply chain. The international community must proactively adapt to these emerging frontiers, embrace regional and global collaboration, and advance the global mechanism to ensure a safe and sustainable ocean. Global maritime governance. The legal frameworks for governing the law of the sea, like UNCLOS and other conventions, remain the strong foundation for global maritime governance. Yet, as the maritime landscape evolves, so too must our commitment to upholding the strengthening UNCLOS. We must address the emerging challenges such as deep sea mining, maritime cybersecurity, maritime digitization and artificial intelligence, and militarization of the oceans to manage the associated risk. The growing complexities of ocean exploration, climate change, and environmental protection
also underscored the urgent need for updated, robust legal framework. For South Asia, UNCLOS is a safeguard. It ensures our right to access the sea, participate in the exploration of maritime resources, and benefit from the global commons. However, these rights must be actively protected and promoted for all. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we navigate the new frontiers of the 21st century, we must not lose sight of those who are most vulnerable. Landlocked and least developed and small island countries face unique challenges in the maritime domain, from limited access to the ports to inadequate infrastructure and capacity constraints. We must advocate for their rights and ensure that they are not marginalized in the global maritime governance. It is also crucial to address the disparities in technologies advancement and their access between the global south and the global north. As we navigate the complexities of the 21st century, let us harness the spirit of cooperation and solidarity. Together, we can build an inclusive, equitable, sustainable, prosperous, and regional future for all. I once again thank the organizers of this conference and wish them all success. I thank you all.
Thank you, Ambassador Ghulam Sarwar, for that very dynamic and time-conscious presentation also. I think you've highlighted some very critical points, the importance of the Indian Ocean region to SAARC, but also the three pillars that you mentioned that are very critical going forward. The reference to the climate crisis and how this is so central to all of us, particularly the smaller island developing states, the issue of maritime security, and of course, the issue of global maritime governance. And I remember from my New York days that UNCLOS is a very, very vital issue, and it's very critical to strengthen UNCLOS. And particularly, you highlighted also the importance of UNCLOS for South Asia. And I think lastly, you also dwelled upon the vulnerability of the small island developing states. They are quite considerable at the United Nations, about 38 of them, and how sea level rise and various capacity constraints hold them back, and how important it is that they must have a voice in all these forums and in the outcome of decisions. And finally, I think you emphasized what everyone has emphasized this morning, the importance of cooperation, collaboration, as we look ahead to an inclusive and a sustainable future for all. So thank you very much for that presentation. And now we turn to Secretary General IORA, the Indian Ocean Rim Association, and we will look to you because this is an organization that spans the Indian Ocean, and IORA indeed plays a very key role in fostering maritime security and, if I may say so, economic partnerships. So if I may ask you, Secretary General, what initiatives is IORA prioritizing under your leadership to ensure safe and sustainable maritime trade in the region? Over to you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar, good evening, salam alaikum. It is an immense honor and privilege for me to address this distinguished gathering at the 8th Indian Ocean Conference here in Muscat, a city rich in maritime history of the Indian Ocean. As the Secretary General of the Indian Ocean Rim Association, I extend my immense gratitude to the External Affairs Minister of India and the Foreign Minister of the Sultanate of Oman for inviting me to address this occasion. I also extend my gratitude to the Indian Foundation for hosting the 8th edition of the Indian Ocean Conference. Excellencies, distinguished guests, the Indian Ocean binds all the member states of IORA, and its future is inseparably linked to our collective actions. It is at the center of our common identity as well as its future. Regional cooperation is the key to forging and strengthening these commonalities. The vast potential of the region has been outlined in several interventions earlier, but I guess similarly, the challenges that are commonly faced by countries in the region also need to be acknowledged. Climate change threatens our coastal communities and ecosystems. Maritime security risks, including piracy, illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing, and trafficking, continue to endanger our shared waters. Economic disparities also underscore the need for more inclusive growth. The need to foster regional cooperation through frameworks such as the Indian Ocean Rim Association is but one such mechanism to jointly address common challenges. With 23 member states and 12 dialogue partners, IORA has been playing a crucial role in developing our collective efforts towards a strong maritime partnership. The organization encompasses the whole Indian Ocean Rim and is an important mechanism for stability and prosperity of the region. The common desire of member states to jointly promote stability and prosperity in the region has made it possible for the organization to take initiatives in several areas. I will try to highlight some of these important initiatives that have been taken and what is on the anvil for the future. IORA's efforts at fostering maritime partnership has included strengthening of maritime security. Regular dialogue among member states is held in the working group on maritime safety and security with the broad objective of knowledge sharing, capacity building, and development of coordinated responses. A critical element of maritime security is enhanced maritime surveillance. IORA is finalizing a memorandum of understanding with the Information Fusion Center in the Indian Ocean region in order to create a cooperative mechanism for developing maritime safety and security capabilities of member states, sharing of information, development of operational picture, harnessing of IORA shipping community, coordination of information during humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, as well as search and rescue operations, as well as looking at mechanisms where regular meetings are held, annual review is done, and most importantly, the posting of liaison officers at the India Fusion Center and ensuring that coordination takes place on a real-time basis. I'm happy to report, even before the conclusion of this important memorandum of understanding, 10 liaison officers from IORA member states are already posted at the IFC IOR. Another important element of the work that IORA has been doing focuses on enhancing marine resource management and ecological aspects of the environment. We are encouraging member states to promote conservation and sustainable use of marine biological biodiversity, especially in areas beyond national jurisdiction, to ensure long-term benefits. Again, it is very heartening to note that 12 member states have signed the High Seas Treaty and 5 have already ratified it. Strengthening of humanitarian assistance and disaster response is a priority area for the organization, particularly in the context of the increasing intensity of adverse climatic events. IORA has developed a memorandum of understanding for search and rescue that promotes consultation and cooperation and establishes a framework for coordinating aeronautical and maritime search and rescue operations that occur within the Indian Ocean region. 19 of the member states have already signed this MOU, and this has facilitated search and rescue operations in the region. One of the important aspects of the association has been a recent adoption of its outlook on the Indo-Pacific. The document was adopted at the Council of Ministers meeting in November 2022, and this policy framework underscores the organization's commitment to fostering peace, security, and sustainable development across the interconnected Indian and Pacific Oceans. The key principles of IORA's outlook on the Indo-Pacific include respect for international law, notably the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, sovereign equality and territorial integrity, and consensus-based cooperation. The strategic objectives outlined in the outlook aims at fostering economic growth and shared prosperity through open, transparent, inclusive, and rules-based systems that enable balanced, sustainable development. Another priority area for IORA has been to promote trade and investment within the members of this organization. A working group has been constituted which holds regular dialogue to enhance flows of goods, services, and investment for the prosperity of the region. For this, supporting capacity development and knowledge exchange through expert-led discussions as well as academic collaboration is undertaken. A proposal for developing a center of excellence for dispute resolution and mediation, and as well as training, is also being considered. An important element of the work in the sector of business and trade facilitation is to understand and address the challenges faced in conducting business in the region. A business forum has been established to ensure that there is connection government to government, business to business, and government to business. For example, the IORA Business Conclave 2024 was held in Colombo, and it brought together over 200 business leaders, industry experts, and professionals who held discussions and gave insights on emerging trends in relation to ICT, agriculture, logistics, tourism, renewable energy, as well as women economic empowerment. Similarly, an IORA India tourism conference was held last year in New Delhi, which brought together member states to discuss the potential of the sector, and it led to the launch of a white paper on sailing to new horizons. IORA is committed to the sustainable use and management of marine resources to address challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, and marine pollution. The endeavor is to build trust and facilitate dialogue among stakeholders. It is developing a strategic agenda on climate change to deliver impactful regional cooperation activities to help mitigate and adapt to climate change. Part of this involves mainstreaming climate change considerations into all our collective activities to ensure maximum returns. It has already undertaken several initiatives. For example, this was mentioned by the Foreign Minister of Australia today. Since 2023, IORA has supported 156 participants from 20 member states to undertake 2 professional short courses on grid integration on renewable energy and climate change adaptation and mitigation through the Institute for Climate, Energy and Disaster Solutions at the Australian National Universities. By focusing on these emerging areas, IORA is trying to address the evolving maritime landscape of the 21st century and ensuring that Indian Ocean remains a region of peace, stability, and sustainable development. Over the past decade, IORA has spearheaded important initiatives to address the region's pressing challenges. For example, a strategic framework on marine debris, blue forest finance, guidelines to combat IUU fishing has been finalized by the organization. And a blue carbon hub has been established in Australia to mitigate climate impacts on coastal ecosystems. And in this very country, a fisheries support unit has been established to advance sustainable fisheries and aquaculture. Investment in capacity building programs to empower future leaders in maritime governance has been an ongoing exercise. By embracing a forward-looking approach, IORA has laid the groundwork for a maritime future rooted in sustainability, inclusivity, resilience, and people-to-people exchange. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. That was an excellent presentation, and you did respond to my question about the several initiatives. I see that several have been taken, and notable, I think, are some of the initiatives that have been taken on strengthening marine security, enhancing marine resource management, strengthening humanitarian assistance, which I think runs common across all organizations. The outlook on the Indo-Pacific sounded very interesting, and of course, trade, investment, the centers of excellence, the conferences, the capacity building programs. So that sounds like a very busy agenda. We do not have too much time left. We have just about 5 minutes. So very quickly, I'll turn to the audience. Is there one question that we can shoot at our Secretaries General? We can take that. Sorry, can I give the floor? Who raised their hand? Yes, please, go ahead. We have time for one question. May I request you to kindly identify yourself, keep the question very brief, and the answer will be equally brief, I'm sure.
Sure, ma'am. Greetings, luminaries. I'm Sriram Chaulia, Dean of the School of International Affairs at O.P. Jindal Global University in India. Illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing, we have been hearing this since morning, IUU, and clearly it is a common concern for all the littoral countries of the IORA. Now, the data as well as the research shows that one prominent extra-regional power, the People's Republic of China, has been primarily responsible for the excessive exploitation of fishing in the Indian Ocean region. They have this distant, waters fleet of fishing vessels and huge mechanical trawlers. So Sanjeev Ranjanji mentioned that there is a guidelines developed by IORA to check illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing. But I'm not so sure whether that is sufficient to stop this monster from devouring literally all the fishing stocks that we have in our region. And this is not even an Indian Ocean country. So what do we do about the China problem and the excessive trawling and the overfishing? And what kind of consensus building do we need within the littoral countries to be able to ward off this major threat from outside? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. We naturally turn to Sanjeev Ranjanji. Would you like to give us a quick answer?
Thank you. Sure. This is a problem which I first became aware of when I was posted as a master in Argentina, when a fishing vessel was shot down by Argentine Air Force vessels. In my next posting as a master in Colombia, off the Galapagos Island, a similar phenomena was noted outside the EEZ of Ecuador, and a challenge for that government was, the coastal fisheries was vastly, the fish stocks were vastly depleted, and it created tremendous pressure on the government. One of the solutions that was found to that problem was evolving of guidelines by the countries in the region, including Ecuador, Colombia, Costa Rica, who decided on certain set of parameters to ensure that they can manage IUU fishing to the extent their capabilities allow. Now, this is a similar resource constraint also afflicts countries in the Indian Ocean rim. The answer to many of the incidents which are detected outside the EEZ or outside the continental shelf requires large amount of capacities, naval capacities or Coast Guard capacities, as well as space-based assets to detect such activities. For example, the AIS or automatic identification transponders on these fishing vessels are switched off. And the fleet is of 600 vessels or somewhere around that. For any security apparatus to interdict such operations is not an easy job. For example, the activity of the coast of the Galapagos Island used to take place in the night, not during daytime. These ships would enter the EEZ and in a highly ecological sensitive location. Galapagos Island is famous for the Charles Darwin theory of evolution, where the waters are completely pristine, untouched, and because of that, exotic species are available, and that is what the fishing used to take place for. Now, in the Indian Ocean region, the guidelines that the IORA has evolved is a cooperative mechanism which ensures that we are able to share, for example, through the IFC, which is there in Gurgaon as well as in Singapore. There are 2 centers in Seychelles and Madagascar, are able to detect, inform, and undertake whatever measures are required, whether it be, number one, on the legal aspects of whatever is happening in accordance with the laws of those countries. For example, laws in many of our member states are not completely in tune with the requirements of these emerging challenges. Number 2, the effort is to build the capacity, whether it is for intelligence gathering, whether it is for passing information, whether how to actually in operation conduct these interdiction operations. All a range of these measures have been envisaged under the guidelines. Whether that is going to impact or going to affect the instances which you noted of IUU fishing, well, China is our dialogue partner. I'll stop it at that.
Thank you very much. I hope you got the answer to your question, but we are simply running out of time. There is a tight schedule even after this, so I will simply close by thanking all our distinguished panelists, the audience for your engagement, and of course the India Foundation for this very successful event. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. We'd like to take a moment to present you with some tokens of gratitude. So may we bring these along? Thank you. Beginning with Indramani Pandle, the Secretary General of BIMSTEC. Sanjeev Ranjan, Secretary General of IORA. And Ghulam Sarwar, Secretary General of SARC. A big thank you to the chair, Ruchira Kambojand, and all the speakers in this session. Thank you. For the final valedictory session of today, let us hand over to Jaideep Mazumdar, the Secretary of East at the Ministry of External Affairs, India. Let's give him a warm welcome to the stage. And let's also invite the speakers. Saeed bin Hamoud bin Saeed Al-Ma'wali, the Minister of Transport, Communication and Information Technology of Oman, and Ranil Wickremesinghe, the former President of Sri Lanka.
Welcome, Excellency. Good to see you. Maybe we are a little ahead of schedule. That's right. We are 9 minutes early. Yeah, sure. We are ahead of time. I can start? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Namaskar. Assalamu alaikum. Good evening. Excellencies, friends and colleagues, this is the valedictory session, and we are a little ahead of time. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but while we wait for the distinguished minister from the Sultanate of Oman to join us, the Minister for Transport, Communications and Information Technology, I will just start with a few opening remarks. It's wonderful to have the Honorable Ranil Wickremesinghe, former President of Sri Lanka, with us. I must say, I have great pleasure to be here at this 8th Indian Ocean Conference. The fact that in its 8th iteration, this conference has garnered so many high-level representatives from so many countries speaks for itself. And as Dr. Ram Madhav said right at the beginning today morning, we have 28 ministers from 26 countries and representatives from 40 different countries. So this shows that in its 8th iteration, the conference has had its highest ever level of participation, and it also shows that the relevance of this conference for the littoral states of the Indian Ocean region. I'm grateful, like all of us, to the government of the Sultanate of Oman and to the India Foundation and its partner, the S. Rajaratnam School, for organizing this conference. I'm happy that the External Affairs Minister of India, Dr. S. Jaishankar, could participate here as the keynote speaker today morning, despite his travels across 3 continents over the past week, and it shows the importance that India attaches to this conference. Since this is a valedictory session, it bears recounting in brief what we have heard today. Since the morning, Ministers of Foreign Affairs of Singapore, Oman, Australia, Sri Lanka, Iran, Eritrea, Maldives, Mauritius, Nepal, Bhutan, the UAE, and Cambodia have shared the valuable perspectives on common maritime interests, geopolitics of the maritime landscape, supply chain resilience, and the need to enhance the voice of countries of the Global South. Ministers from Brunei, Bhutan, Tanzania, Vietnam, Seychelles, Comoros. I recognize His Excellency, the Minister of Transport, Communications and Information Technology of the Sultanate of Oman. Welcome, Excellency. I'm afraid we started ahead of time, so.
Okay. Don't worry.
For your benefit, Excellency, I was just recounting the statements made by the different Excellencies, the ministers since today morning. And we have had Seychelles, Comoros, Cambodia, Yemen, Turkey, Thailand, and the representatives from Bangladesh, Kenya, China, and the Secretaries General of BIMSTEC, SAARC, IORA, and GCC, and who shared their valuable inputs on select themes. I thank all of them for their time and being here in person. It shows the vision and the degree of convergence we share on various relevant maritime issues confronting our region and which are of signal import for the world. As the Foreign Minister of Singapore, His Excellency Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, said, this has brought out so eloquently in his speech, peace and prosperity in the Indian Ocean region is of vital import to the world. And as our host, His Excellency Saeed Badr, the Foreign Minister of Oman, said, we are here so as not to be buffeted by the currents of antagonism, but with shared responsibility. We are here both because of our similarities and our differences, so that the Indian Ocean region is a source of stability, security, and prosperity for all. Friends, as speaker after speaker pointed out, the theme of the conference, Voyage to New Horizons of Maritime Partnership, is apt in these turbulent times. It not only allows us to think about the new developments and changes we see every day, but also compels us to ponder over the importance of navigating these waves that are buffeting us together. On the one side, this is an ocean that supports much of our trade, exchanges, and provides resources. And on the other, there are conflicts, threats to maritime traffic, piracy, terrorism, challenges to international law, and freedom of navigation. Excellencies, friends, the geopolitical contours of the Indian Ocean region are challenging, are dynamic, and are crucial to the prosperity of the countries of this region. It is ever more important that new partnerships are fostered and old ones strengthened. as we navigate through difficult challenges and move towards new horizons of cooperation. The Indian Ocean Conference, which closely involves stakeholders who understand the importance of cooperative mechanisms, is an important platform. Today, we witnessed some compelling discussions on various aspects of this maritime domain. For this valedictory session, we have two highly distinguished speakers. Firstly, the Honorable Ministry of Transport, Communications and Information Technology of Oman, His Excellency Syed bin Hamoud bin Said Al Muali, and a senior statesman of the region, former President of Sri Lanka, the Honorable Ranil Wickremesinghe. I first give the floor to you, Excellency. You can speak from the podium if you wish, or from your seat. It's up to you. Your preference.
Well, I would like to again welcome you all to Oman. It is quite an honor for me to speak here, but it is also a bigger honor as well for Oman to receive you all. I think we can do a lot and accomplish a lot through this dialogue in relation to the Indian Ocean. I think there are a few things that we can talk about, but I'd rather focus on the value of this economy, of the Indian Ocean economy, and disparities as well, the differences, and the potential of what can be made out of the ecosystem around the Indian Ocean. And I'm sorry, I like using numbers. That makes the points a little bit more compelling, and hopefully it will also catch your attention. The world has about 90,000 ships at work. 94,000 roughly every year passes by the Strait of Malaga, and 30,000 plus passes through the Strait of Hormuz. And when it is normal, back in the Bab el-Mandeb, that's roughly about 20 to 25,000 ships. 20% of the world energy passes by the Strait of Hormuz, and about 10% passes by the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb. If you look at the activities in the oceans worldwide, it is expected to hit almost $18 trillion, roughly, very soon. In proportion, because the Indian Ocean is 20% of the world body of water, of the seas, we should probably do about $4 trillion of that activity in the Indian Ocean. And this is just speaking about the shipping business and related businesses to the shipping. We're actually not doing that at home. There is about 15 countries in Africa that overlooks the Indian Ocean, 10 in west of Asia and the Middle East, and roughly 13 in Asia, the rest of Asia. The portion of activities that we can reach out to as collective nations is much bigger than that, especially when it comes to the shipping activities, as well as, of course, the fisheries and other related activities. I think it is also important that we collaborate when it comes to bilateral trade. A lot of the trade at the moment is happening cross oceans, but there is a lot more trade that can be unlocked between countries within the Indian Ocean. We just need to strengthen the maritime routes. We just need to find the complete logistic value chains and unlock them locally, and hopefully that will give strength to the countries that are overlooking the Indian Ocean. There is a lot of modernization, if we talk about modernization, that we can do. A lot of it is actually happening in the neighborhood. We are in advance to other countries. If you look at the move towards green energy in the ports, in the shipping industry, as well as in the activities that are related to the ports. A lot of the modernization when it comes to the green energy is happening around the Indian Ocean. Very soon in Oman, we will break ground in May, actually, for the first LNG bunkering in Sohar, as one example. And there are many other initiatives in around the Indian Ocean similar to this. Also, the automation, in terms of automation and advancement of ports, most of that is happening in Asia. And I think more to come in order to basically strengthen the economic position of Asia. This coincides with the good shift of economy, basically from west to east, slow but good. We expect that there is a lot more growth here. This coincides with another thing. This coincides with also the trend of in the next few years, most of the young youth will be in Africa, and that will give a lot of additional weight, especially in terms of West Africa, to the Indian Ocean. I think the focus has to be on economy. Economy brings prosperity, brings peace, and brings all other things that can actually bring us back to what is normal. I keep saying this, and I'm sure some of the guys that know me very well are probably tired of hearing this. 2,000 years of human history, 1,600 years of those. The largest economy in the world is in one of two countries around the Indian Ocean. Actually, it has always been India or China for the past 1,600 out of 2,000. And this is just because of the sheer size, area, resources, the people as well. And we better prepare for a future that will enable global prosperity through unlocking the potential of the countries around the Indian Ocean. I think the youth is here, the brains is here, the qualification that we are trying to do is bearing fruit, and more of it will happen as well in the future, as well as the political will as well from the countries around it. I think it is important that we keep the dialogue, and inch by inch, I am sure we will achieve more together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Excellency. I think you brought a number of new perspectives to our discussions today. I think the fact that you used numbers to show the growth and size of trade and transport traffic through the region is very impressive. But you also emphasized something that is very important, the importance of intra-region trade, and which is very underutilized, I think. There is tremendous potential for that. Organizations like IORA and BIMSTEC, we heard in the panel just before our one, are working on how to improve the maritime transport connectivity, not only in terms of physical connectivity through maritime transport routes, but also through systems to develop so that we can collaborate in that area directly with each other. The other very important point you made about was the youth dividend in the region and the potential that it has. This region is by far the youngest region in the world. And with Africa, with this region, with South Asia, with Southeast Asia, with West Asia, I think this really presents tremendous opportunities for reaping the demographic dividend, brain power, youth power. I think that is something that we all need to keep in mind when framing our policies for the future. Thank you very much. Thank you. I now have the pleasure to hand over to the Honorable Ranil Wickramasinghe, very, very respected elder statesman in this region. You have the floor, sir.
Being a politician, I'm more used to the podium. Your Excellencies, honorable delegates, and friends. We are meeting here in Muscat, close to one of the most geostrategic sea lanes of communication, the Straits of Hormuz, for the 8th edition of the Indian Ocean Conference. I must thank the Oman government for the hospitality afforded to all of us. Oman and Sri Lanka were part of that Indian Ocean civilization that my colleague referred to just a short while ago. The Omani Navy defeated the Portuguese Navy. Of course, Sri Lanka didn't have a navy. So we defeated them on land. We had armored corps. Elephants wearing leather armor. Our gunners and our artillery were from India. And there were also Rajput warriors. In return, we built a Covil for them called the Barandi Covil. This is how the old Indian Ocean civilization functioned. I must thank the India Foundation once again for bringing us together. Your efforts in deepening maritime partnership and highlighting the importance of the Indian Ocean is much valued. I have been given the last word of the day. So, I can also be a devil's advocate. But I find what I am going to say has already been said by you, so I will just add on to it. The land-centric viewpoint of the Indian Ocean, ignoring the role of the Indian Ocean as a connector, have prevented us from putting together an overarching regional architecture. What we actually achieved over the last 3 decades? Very little compared to others. For over a number of millennia, the political, economic, and cultural connections and interactions of the Indian Ocean states dominated the then known world. The deindustrialization of India, the disruption of the Indian Ocean maritime trade, and the establishment of European colonies 2 centuries ago have erased from our mind the potential of the Indian Ocean. In fact, Europe came up because they wanted to take over the Indies. In the process, some wanted to come to Indies via the Atlantic Ocean and found the Americas. Now, if I think like President Trump's mentality, I think the 2 American continents should pay a fee to Asia annually. Otherwise, if not for us, they would not have been discovered even. We are now witnessing the geopolitical seismic power shift to the Indian Ocean. Asia's economic dynamism was seen as a key to US prosperity, leading to US diverting its focus onto Asia, starting with, of course, President President Clinton, President George Bush, and then President Barack Obama's pivot to India. But it's more than that. If we take that famous PricewaterhouseCoopers report of 2017, titled World in 2050, of the 30 top global economies in the world, India, Indonesia, and 9 others, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Pakistan, Iran, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Thailand, South Africa, and Australia, will be from the Indian Ocean region. Now, that's a big number. Even if 2 or 3 are left out, still we come into a large number. Of the 30 global economies, 11 are going to be in this region. And these are trends we have seen, so it's not something which cannot be improved. This trend has been maintained. India will rank 2nd, Indonesia will rank 1st. China is going to rank 1 in 2050, and China is using the BRI, which will also give them 2 direct outlets to the Indian Ocean, Gouda and Myanmar. Japanese investments are already in Thailand and Vietnam, waiting now, coming into India and to Bangladesh. Australia is planning to be a renewable superpower. Then there are the rise of Saudi Arabia. That doesn't end there. The potential of post-2050 East Africa, which will have connectivity to the Atlantic Ocean. That is what this world is going to be. The Western Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal will become booming economic sub-regions. The Makaran coast with Gouda and Chaba leading to Central Asia, the India, the Gulf, Middle East, European connectivity, that just will make all that Oman has to do is to sit there and collect the rent. Need not to do anything else, Minister. The Western, then look at the Bay of Bengal. On one side, we will have the Western China's economy, Chongqing having an outlet through the Bay, to the Bay of Bengal through Myanmar, and then India's connectivity projects, which will come through Myanmar and Thailand in time to come. This is not all what we have. The minister referred to the global maritime shipping. Mr. Jaishankar also referred. The majority is going to come through that. Half the crude oil is passing through this. And look at the number. I think, if I'm not mistaken, about 30% of the globe oil is being now refined here in this area. And some of the busiest ports in Asia, in the world, are located herein. 50% of the proven global reserves of oil and natural gas is also here in this ocean. Look at our undersea natural resources, we don't know what it is. For instance, India and us, we are now discussing about how do we get at the cobalt reserves, cobalt reserves that are there. There's much more, we know. And this is the long term. I'm talking about 2050. But in the short term, according to the IMF states in the World Economic Outlook, that next 2 years the global growth rate will be driven by Asia. So this is what is happening. We have to think let's not think piecemeal. Let's not think small. I think as Dr. Mahadeva said in the morning, it doesn't matter even if you think a bit big. There are fundamental changes taking place in the strategic environment. It's the end of the US predominance. My view, you all may not agree, but I think there was an underestimation of China and Russia, and President Biden placed too much reliance on West and the NATO to lead the world. Look at the sanctions on Russia. BRICS and we didn't support it, and Russia is still functioning. All the Western sanctions were of no use. So, so what you are getting today is congested space and a global power fragmentation. Now, what is the future? I cannot tell you today because we will all have to see what the Trump administration decides and what are the fundamental roles, changes there will be to the role of US globally. But there are others. We have formed the BRICS. BRICS is there to stay. I don't think even President Trump plans of moving BRICS would succeed. Then there is the rapid growth of the Chinese economy and the corresponding growth of this military, which has led to China's global power projection. It feels it can challenge US exceptionalism. You have the Belt and the Road initiative, which has been done. China is challenging US naval supremacy in one part of the Pacific Ocean, coming into the Indian Ocean through BRI, then the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which comes big. So that's taking place already. You can see how important the Indian Ocean is coming. And what we have not realized is that for over 4 decades, Japan has provided economic assistance to all our Indian Ocean countries through both the ADB and JBIC. It also takes a political role. Here, certainly in our country, firstly, they have been involved in the peace talks that took place with the LTT, and recently when I was president, in establishing the Commission for Truth, Unity and Reconciliation. They are very, very silent. You have, in the Indian Ocean, you have the France and the Indian Ocean Commission, the 4 pillars. In fact, the other island states, even I think Sri Lanka, must get into the mentality of also being island state, not only South Asia. But there has to be, we have to deal with the Indian Commission, and the Colombo Conclave and the Indian Ocean Commission must also deal together. These are important issues that we have to address if you are going to be economically and politically important. From South Africa to Australia, many of us have commonality, being part of the British Empire and colonies earlier. We have similar political institutions, judicial institutions, administrative structures, which has given us a commonality. But unfortunately, Britain seems to be reducing its presence in the Commonwealth, and whether we in the Indian Ocean should resort to a regional chogam like we did in the 1980s. And of course, outside there is something else that is all holding us together. The ICC and cricket. Everyone seems to be now playing cricket, and it's bringing all of us together. So it is in this background you can understand why Prime Minister Abe spoke of the confluence of two seas to the Indian Lok Sabha. You also had the formation of the Quad. But the original Indo-Pacific concept, in my view, we became the backwaters. There was not even agreement on what are the boundaries of the Indian Ocean. We seem to have been. But it was the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific which highlighted the distinct nature of the Indian Ocean, which was again taken up when Sri Lanka called the Track 1.5 conference defining the future of the Indian Ocean, and finally the Quad has endorsed also the Asian outlook on the Indo-Pacific. So in this newly emerging global scenario, the littoral states must confront the issues relating to the Indian Ocean and its emergence as a separate region, including the unity, the governance, and the role of outside players. Firstly, we have to think of the role of India. By 2050, it will be the second or the third largest power, whichever it is. It will be the largest power in the Indian Ocean. We have to accept it. And then the Indian Navy will be the third largest navy after US and China, PLA. And the role that India is playing now in maritime governance with the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium and the Colombo Conclave. So how do we develop it further? We were involved in having the secretariat of the Colombo Conclave, and in my view it has to be strengthened. That's why I said we should try and link up with the Indian Ocean Commission and the French. Then India has taken the role of net security provider. It started coming to our help during the tsunami, then during the COVID, and finally for us during the bankruptcy crisis in Sri Lanka. Well, I could always bring the economy around when you are sure that you have 4.5 billion, you can fall onto in case of a crisis, if nothing else comes in. So the net security provider then has gone from beyond disaster into economic area, into health, so that those areas are coming up. Then India's role in relation to the other countries, because whether we like it or not, India is going to be the biggest player. And we have to look at the Indian Ocean, that's the reality, and how do we all work together. Then there is the issue of the freedom on navigation and undersea cables, which the Minister Jaishankar mentioned in the morning. Sri Lanka has always been pressing hard on the undersea cable. Then the superintendence of energy and our undersea resources, and what has become important is the hydrographic surveys, its potential for military, for civil use, and who should get the commercial benefits of the hydrographic survey, which we put lint into. And climate change, as was mentioned earlier in the earlier panel discussion, it is a big issue for Sri Lanka and for all the countries in the region. And US is pulling out of the climate change agreement. Maybe we in the Indian Ocean must look at the Indian Ocean, climate change and the Indian Ocean, going all the way down to the Antarctic. The disaster management, What do we do with the fisheries resources? And finally, what I think, again, I'm referring to what Dr. Mahadeva calls the heteropolar economic arrangement among the Indian Ocean countries. But we have to move towards economic cooperation and integration. And how do we move? How will the global economy move with the Trump administration policies? But it shows that as a region, we have to think of ourselves as a region. And I was listening to the minister talk about the potential. So you work on this, Honorable Minister, you will know better than me those figures, to 2050 what it will be. That's what we have. So we have to take all this, because with the Trump administration moving to reduce the trade imbalances, our trade surpluses with US will reduce. There will also be impact on the impact of how US deals with Japan, with China, and with Korea, and its impact on all of us. So we have to realize that we have just started. We haven't, as far as Indian Ocean economy is concerned, we have just started. Unlike East Asia, the demography factor of South Asia and West Asia is going to be an asset for us. And we really haven't, neither India nor any other countries have gone into the expansion of investments, infrastructure, manufacturing, and technology. If you go into that for 20 years, look at the economic growth that can be triggered off in the area. Then you have to address the fact that large number of littoral countries, including Indonesia, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, are members of the BRI. And it will continue to play a role in the Indian Ocean. So to a large extent, if we look at by 2050, the geopolitics of the Indian Ocean will depend on the relations between India and China, which will be both competitive and cooperative. How it works out, we will have to see in the future, but that's an important issue. Then you go back to the old days, as the minister said, when it was the Indian and the Chinese economies which dominated the whole region. Then one issue which I have, two issues which I have is the role of the UK assets in the AUKUS and the Indian Ocean. Because we have in the Indian Ocean, they have not even had the courtesy of informing us that there has been a treaty formed and the UK was entering it. I think that is required. That much is required. Also, secondly, we don't, in our view, for Sri Lanka and many other countries, we don't want any conflict in the Pacific Ocean spilling over to the Indian Ocean. We'd like to keep it free of that. Manga says we had no major issues on the seas as far as we are concerned. US has a role. US has a role in the Indian Ocean, but what it should be, I can't comment now till US decides what it's going to be. But we have to accept the fact, I mean, they were in Diogacha. They should be able to pay a bit more for the island. I would have even gone up to 25 billion, but anyway, that's a matter for the government's concern. But what we see now is that we must also go to the BRICS Kazan Declaration, the emergence of new centers of power for a more balanced and multipolar world order. Then Indian Ocean region has to be one of those centers of power. That's what we have to be. And we also need to be multi-aligned. If you look at our key states, India, South Africa, Australia, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, all five belong to G20. 4 of them belong to BRICS. 2 of them belong to Quad. So it's in a way the multi-alignment in the Indian Ocean may enable world peace to hold, because none of us really want to see any war. And I think we all agree that Indian Ocean countries should be committed to UNCLOS, as everyone said, today and to uphold the rules-based order, and where no country dominates and no country is dominated. So we have a task. We are in the Ministers' Council meeting in Bengaluru in 2011 took a decision. Indian Ocean is a part of our collective destiny, and there's clearly a case for developing in a holistic vision if we are to cope with the challenges of the 21st century. We haven't done that yet. Even after 14 years, let's do that. I think we need a summit of the littoral states heads of government. We have to call for that summit because you have discussed many issues. Indian Ocean as a center of global power, the relationship between IORA, INS, Colombo Conclave, Indian Ocean Commission, BIMSTEC, SAARC, all of that. And I also listened to the request that we should be like the European Union. I don't know whether we are ready to go there, but certainly I would say as a first step, the establishment of a secretariat. The geopolitical cartograph to which I belong has suggested, proposing a central secretariat for joint planning and action for an Indian Ocean community. This is what we need. So I hope by next time when we meet here, India as the incoming chairman of IORA, together with South Africa, Indonesia, Australia, Saudi Arabia, Sri Lanka, Singapore and Kenya can summon a summit meeting of the leaders so that we can all go back to the drawing board and look at how we can have a center of power here in which we all participate in the decision making and look forward to it. Talking of piecemeal action will not do. The world is changing fast. And if we do not change fast, I don't think there will be very much left for us to discuss in piecemeal action. I may have offended some in my speech, but I thought we have to talk directly of what we have to do. And let's come to the crux of it. Where is the Indian Ocean going to be? And this India Foundation, this conference was a good opportunity to start. Maybe you'll have your views next tomorrow. But let's all try and meet and get a summit of the leaders arranged so that we will know what our future is. Thank you.
Thank you. It was wonderfully done. Thank you very much. That was truly a fitting valedictory address, both in its broad sweep from a historical perspective, where you brought out the civilizational connection that this region enjoys from times immemorial, as well as the broad sweep of both what the future portends for the region, as well as what is possible and probable, and what we should be doing to energize our regional bodies, our regional organizations, in order to create a community of nations which works for our interests rather than anybody else's. And we also thank you for your innovative resource transfer proposals regarding from the West to the region. But in all, I think, thank you, sir. It was a very fitting finale to this session, as well as to the first day of the Indian Ocean Conference. And I thank you, and I thank Excellency, the Minister, for this. I believe, since it is a valedictory session, there are no questions. I presume there are no questions. There aren't any. But thank you very much. Please give both the speakers a big hand. And not only because it is the last session of the day.
Thank you once again to the chair.
Thank you.
Jaideep Mazumdar for that session. And once again, we'd like to present a token of gratitude to the speakers of this session, beginning with His Excellency Saeed bin Hamoud bin Saeed Al-Ma'wali, the Minister of Transport, Communication and Information Technology of Oman. In addition to to Ranil Wickremesinghe, the former president of Sri Lanka. Can we possibly pose for a photo opportunity, please? Thank you all. It's been a fruitful day. I request that you all join us for dinner right outside the hall. We will reconvene tomorrow for the thematic sessions at 9:30 a.m. Thank you.